Modern Philosophy. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License. Original source, Open Textbooks. http://open.bccampus.ca/fin-open-textbooks. UUID DD65D354B8242788B9E68848E4E5C092 and contributor equal and keyword equal and subject equal. Contents. Chapter 1 Preface 1. 1.1 Authors and Acknowledgements 1. 1.2 Sources 1. Chapter 2 Mini Logic and Glossary 4. 2.1 Mini Logic and Glossary 4. 2.1.1 Glossary of Philosophical Positions 7. 2.1.1.1 Metaphysics 7. 2.1.1.2 Philosophy of Mind 8. 2.1.1.3 Free Will 8. 2.1.1.4 Epistemology 9. 2.1.2 Glossary of Principles 10. Chapter 3 Background to Modern Philosophy 11. 3.1 Background to Modern Philosophy 11. 3.2 Aristotle's Categories 11. 3.2.1 Chapter 2 11. 3.2.2 Chapter 4 12. 3.2.3 Chapter 5 12. 3.3 Aristotle's Physics 13. 3.3.1 Book 1 Chapter 5 14. 3.3.2 Book 1 Chapter 7 14. 3.3.3 Book 2 Chapter 1 15. 3.3.4 Book 2 Chapter 3 16. 3.4 Aristotle's Posterior Analytics 18. 3.4.1 Book 1 Chapter 2 18. 3.4.2 Book 1 Chapter 4 19. 3.4.3 Book 2 19. 3.4.3.1 Book 2 Chapter 8 19. 3.4.3.2 Book 2 Chapter 19 20. 3.5 Thomas Aquinas, 1225-1274, 22. 3.5.1 Aquinas on the eternity of the world, 23. 3.5.2 Aquinas Summa contra Gentiles, 24. 3.5.2.1 Chapter 66, that nothing gives being except in as much as it acts in the power of God, 25. 3.5.2.2 Chapter 67, that God is the cause of activity in all active agents, 25. 3.5.2.3 Chapter 69, of the opinion of those who withdraw from natural things their proper actions, 25. 3.5.2.4 Chapter 70, how the same effect is from God and from a natural agent, 26. 3.5.3 Aquinas Summa Theologici, Prima Pars, 28. 3.5.3.1 Question 84, Article 1, whether the soul knows bodies through the intellect? 28. 3.5.3.2 Question 85, Article 1, whether our intellect understands corporeal and material things by abstraction from phantasms, 29. 3.5.3.3 Question 85, Article 2, whether the intelligible species abstracted from the phantasm is related to our intellect as that which is understood, 31. Chapter 4 René Descartes, 1596-1650, 33. 4.1 René Descartes, 1596-1650, 33. 4.2 Descartes Discourse on Method, Part 5, 1637, 34. 4.3 Descartes The Principles of Philosophy, 1644, 36. 4.3.1 Part 1, Section 51, What Substance is, and that the term is not applicable to God and the creatures in the same sense, 36. 4.3.2 Part 1, Section 52, that the term is applicable univocally to the mind and the body, and how substance itself is known, 36. 4.3.3 Part 1, Section 60, of distinctions, and first of the real, 37. 4.3.4 Part 1, Section 61, of the modal distinction, 37. 4.3.5 Part 1, Section 62, of the distinction of reason, conceptual distinction, 38. 4.3.6 Part 1, Section 63, how thought and extension may be distinctly known, as constituting, the one the nature of mind, the other that of body, 38. 4.3.7 Part 1, Section 64, how these may likewise be distinctly conceived as modes of substance, 38. 4.3.8 Part 2, Section 4, that the nature of body consists not in weight, hardness, color, and the like, but in extension alone, 39. 4.3.9 Part 2, Section 11. How space is not in reality different from corporeal substance, 39. April 3, 10 Part 2, Section 12, how space differs from body in our mode of conceiving it, 40. April 3, 11 Part 2, Section 24, what motion is, taking the term in its common use, 40. April 3, 12 Part 2, Section 25, What Motion is Properly So Called, 41. 4.4 Descartes Meditations on First Philosophy, 1641, 41. 4.4.1 Synopsis of the 6 following meditations, 42. 4.4.2 First Meditation. Of the things on which we may doubt, 44. 4.4.3 Second Meditation, of the nature of the human mind, and that it is more easily known than the body, 48. 4.4.4 Third Meditation, of God, that He exists, 55. 4.4.5 Fourth Meditation, of Truth and Error, 65. 4.4.6 Fifth Meditation, of the essence of material things, and, again, of God, that He exists, 71. 4.4.7 Sixth Meditation, of the existence of material things, and of the real distinction between the mind and body of Manitoba, 75. 4.4.8 Objections and Replies to the Meditations, 83. 4.4.8.1 Antoine Arnaud's Objection to the Argument for the Real Distinction, and Descartes' Reply, 83. 4.4.8.2 Arnaud's Circularity Objection and Descartes' Reply, 84. Chapter 5 Baruch Spinoza, 1632-1677, 86. 5.1 Baruch Spinoza, 1632-1677, 86. 5.2 Spinoza's Ethics, Part 1, Concerning God, 1677, 86. 5.2.1 Definitions, 86. 5.2.2 Axioms, 87. 5.2.3 Propositions, 87. 5.2.4 Appendix, 102. Chapter 6 John Locke's, 1632-1704, Essay Concerning Human Understanding, 1689, 108. 6.1 John Locke's, 1632-1704, Essay Concerning Human Understanding, 1689. 108. 6.2 The Project of the Essay, 108. 6.3 Against Innate Knowledge, 110. 6.4 Ideas and Their Origin, 112. 6.5 Simple Ideas, 113. 6.6 Primary and Secondary Qualities, 115. 6.7 Complex Ideas, 118. 6.8 Substance/Substratum, 119. 6.9 Natural Kinds, 120. 6.10 Body, 123. 6.11 Mind, 124. 6.12 Personal Identity, 128. 6.13 The Limits of Knowledge, 132. 6.14 God, 137. Chapter 7 George Berkeley, 1685-1753, 139. 7.1 George Berkeley, 1685-1753, 139. 7.2 A Treatise Concerning the Principles of Human Knowledge, 1710. 140. 7.2.1 Introduction, Section 1. 140. 7.2.2 Introduction, Section 2. 140. 7.2.3 Introduction, Section 3. 141. 7.2.4 Introduction, Section 4. 141. 7.2.5 Introduction, Section 5. 141. 7.2.6 Introduction. Section 6. 142. 7.2.7 Introduction, Section 7. 142. 7.2.8 Introduction, Section 8. 142. 7.2.9 Introduction, Section 9. 143. July 2nd, 10 Introduction, Section 10. 144. July 2nd, 11 Introduction, Section 11. 144. July 2nd, 12 Introduction, Section 12. 145. July 2nd, 13 Introduction, Section 16. 146. July 2nd, 14 Introduction. Section 18. 147. July 2nd, 15 Introduction, Section 19. 147. July 2nd, 16 Introduction, Section 20. 148. July 2nd, 17 Introduction, Section 21. 149. July 2nd, 18 Introduction, Section 22. 149. July 2nd, 19 Part 1, Section 1. 151. July 2nd, 20 Part 1, Section 2. 151. July 2nd, 21 Part 1, Section 3. 151. July 2nd, 22 Part 1, Section 4. 152. July 2nd, 23 Part 1, Section 5. 152. July 2nd, 24 Part 1, Section 6. 153. July 2nd, 25 Part 1, Section 7. 153. July 2nd, 26 Part 1, Section 8. 153. July 2nd, 27 Part 1, Section 9. 154. July 2nd, 28 Part 1, Section 10. 154. July 2nd, 29 Part 1, Section 11. 154. July 2nd, 30 Part 1, Section 12. 155. July 2nd, 31 Part 1, Section 13. 155. July 2nd, 32 Part 1. Section 14. 155. July 2nd, 33 Part 1, Section 15. 156. July 2nd, 34 Part 1, Section 16. 156. July 2nd, 35 Part 1, Section 17. 157. July 2nd, 36 Part 1, Section 18. 157. July 2nd, 37 Part 1, Section 19. 158. July 2nd, 38 Part 1, Section 20. 158. July 2nd, 39 Part 1, Section 21. 158. July 2nd, 40 Part 1, Section 22. 159. July 2nd, 41 Part 1, Section 23. 159. July 2nd, 42 Part 1, Section 24. 160. July 2nd, 43 Part 1, Section 25. 161. July 2nd, 44 Part 1, Section 26. 162. July 2nd, 45 Part 1, Section 27. 162. July 2nd, 46 Part 1, Section 28. 163. July 2nd, 47 Part 1, Section 29. 163. July 2nd, 48 Part 1, Section 30. 163. July 2nd, 49 Part 1. Section 31. 164. July 2nd, 50 Part 1, Section 32. 164. July 2nd, 51 Part 1, Section 33. 164. July 2nd, 52 Part 1, Section 34. 165. July 2nd, 53 Part 1, Section 35. 165. July 2nd, 54 Part 1, Section 36. 166. July 2nd, 55 Part 1, Section 38. 166. July 2nd, 56 Part 1, Section 39. 167. July 2nd, 57 Part 1. Section 40. 167. July 2nd, 58 Part 1, Section 41. 167. July 2nd, 59 Part 1, Section 42. 168. July 2nd, 60 Part 1, Section 43. 168. July 2nd, 61 Part 1, Section 44. 168. July 2nd, 62 Part 1, Section 45. 169. July 2nd, 63 Part 1, Section 46. 169. July 2nd, 64 Part 1, Section 47. 170. July 2nd, 65 Part 1. Section 48. 170. July 2nd, 66 Part 1, Section 49. 171. July 2nd, 67 Part 1, Section 50. 171. July 2nd, 68 Part 1, Section 51. 172. July 2nd, 69 Part 1, Section 52. 172. July 2nd, 70 Part 1, Section 53. 172. July 2nd, 71 Part 1, Section 54. 173. July 2nd, 72 Part 1, Section 55. 173. July 2nd, 73 Part 1, Section 56. 173. July 2nd, 74 Part 1, Section 57. 174. July 2nd, 75 Part 1, Section 58. 174. July 2nd, 76 Part 1, Section 59. 175. July 2nd, 77 Part 1, Section 60. 175. July 2nd, 78 Part 1, Section 61. 176. July 2nd, 79 Part 1, Section 62. 176. July 2nd, 80 Part 1. Section 63. 177. July 2nd, 81 Part 1, Section 64. 177. July 2nd, 82 Part 1, Section 65. 177. July 2nd, 83 Part 1, Section 66. 178. July 2nd, 84 Part 1, Section 98. 178. July 2nd, 85 Part 1, Section 99. 179. July 2nd, 86 Part 1, Section 107. 179. July 2nd, 87 Part 1, Section 139. 180. July 2nd, 88 Part 1, Section 140. 180. July 2nd, 89 Part 1. Section 146. 181. July 2nd, 90 Part 1, Section 147. 181. 7.3 Demo 2, Section 1. 182. 7.4 Demo 2, Section 2. 182. 7.5 Demo 2, Section 3. 182. 7.6 Demo 2, Section 4. 182. 7.7 Demo 2, Section 5. 183. 7.8 Demo 2, Section 6. 183. 7.9 Demo 2. Section 7. 183. 7.10 Demo 2, Section 8. 184. 7.11 Demo 2, Section 11. 184. 7.12 Demo 2, Section 17. 184. 7.13 Demo 2, Section 18. 185. 7.14 Demo 2, Section 28. 185. 7.15 Demo 2, Section 29. 185. 7.16 Demo 2, Section 34. 186. 7.17 Demo 2. Section 35. 186. 7.18 Demo 2, Section 36. 186. 7.19 Demo 2, Section 37. 187. 7.20 Demo 2, Section 38. 187. 7.21 Demo 2, Section 39. 187. 7.22 Demo 2, Section 40. 188. 7.23 Demo 2, Section 66. 188. 7.24 Demo 2, Section 68. 188. Chapter 8 David Hume's, 1711-1776, Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding. 190. 8.1 David Hume's, 1711-1776, Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding. 190. 8.2 Section 2, of the Origin of Ideas. 190. 8.3 Section 3, of the Association of Ideas. 193. 8.4 Section 4, Skeptical Doubts Concerning the Operations of the Understanding. Part 1. 195. 8.5 Section 4, Skeptical Doubts Concerning the Operations of the Understanding. Part 2. 198. 8.6 Section 5, Skeptical Solution of These Doubts, Part 1. 202. 8.7 Section 5, Skeptical Solution of These Doubts, Part 1. 204. 8.8 Section 6, of Probability. 206. 8.9 Section 7, of the Idea of Necessary Connection, Part 1. 208. 8.10 Section 7, of the Idea of Necessary Connection, Part 2. 214. 8.11 Section 9, of the Reason of Animals. 217. 8.12 Section 8, of Liberty and Necessity, Part 1. 219. 8.13 Section 8, of Liberty and Necessity, Part 2. 226. 8.14 Section 10, of Miracles, Part 1. 230. 8.15 Section 10, of Miracles, Part 1. 233. 8.16 Section 11, of a particular providence and of a future state. 236. 8.17 Section 12, of the Academical or Skeptical Philosophy, Part 1. 245. 8.18 Section 12, of the Academical or Skeptical Philosophy, Part 2. 249. 8.19 Section 12, of the Academical or Skeptical Philosophy, Part 3. 251. 8.20 A Treatise of Human Nature, 1739, Appendix. 254. Chapter 9 Immanuel Kant, 1724-1804, to 57. 9.1 Immanuel Kant, 1724-1804. 257. 9.2 Prolegomena to every future system of metaphysics which can claim to rank as science, Introduction. 258. 9.3 Prolegomena, Introductory Remarks on the Speciality of all Metaphysical Knowledge. 262. 9.3.1 Section 1, of the Source of Metaphysics. 262. 9.3.2 Section 2, of the mode of cognition that can alone be termed metaphysical. 262. 9.3.3 Section 3. Observation on the universal division of judgments into analytic and synthetic. 265. 9.3.4 Section 4. The general question of the prolegomena, is metaphysics possible at all? 266. 9.3.5 Section 5. General question, how is knowledge from pure reason possible? 269. 9.3.6 Section 6. The main transcendental question, first part, how is pure mathematics possible? 272. 9.3.7 Section 7. The first part, continued. 272. 9.3.8 Section 8. The first part, continued. 273. 9.3.9 Section 9. The first part, continued. 273. September 3rd, 10 Section 10. The first part, continued. 274. September 3rd, 11 Section 11. The first part, continued. 274. September 3rd, 12 Section 12. The first part, continued. 275. September 3rd, 13 Section 13. The first part, continued. 275. 9.4 The CPR, the Transcendental Aesthetic, Section 1, of Space. 277. 9.5 The Prolegomena. Remark 1. 278. 9.6 The Prolegomena, Remark 2. 279. 9.7 The Prolegomena, Remark 3. 280. 9.8 The Prolegomena, Section 14, the main transcendental question, second part, how is pure natural science possible? 283. 9.9 Section 15, the second part, continued. 283. 9.10 Section 16, the second part, continued. 284. 9.11 Section 17, the second part, continued. 284. 9.12 Section 18, the second part, continued. 285. 9.13 Section 19, the second part, continued. 286. 9.14 Section 20, the second part, continued. 287. 9.15 Section 21, the second part, continued. 288. 9.16 Logical Table of the Judgments. 288. 9.17 Transcendental Table of the Concepts of the Understanding. 289. 9.18 Section 21a, the second part, continued. 289. 9.19 Section 22. The second part, continued. 290. 9.20 Section 23, the second part, continued. 292. 9.21 Section 25, the second part, continued. 292. 9.22 Section 26, the second part, continued. 293. 9.23 Section 27, the second part, continued. 294. 9.24 Section 28, the second part, continued. 295. 9.25 Section 29, the second part, continued. 295. 9.26 Section 30, the second part, continued. 296. 9.27 The CPR, the second analogy. 297. 9.28 The Prolegomena, Section 31, the second part, continued. 301. 9.29 Section 32, the second part, continued. 301. 9.30 Section 33, the second part, continued. 302. 9.31 Section 34, the second part, continued. 302. 9.32 Section 35, the second part, continued. 303. 9.33 Section 36, How is nature itself possible? 304. 9.34 The CPR, Deduction of the pure concepts of the understanding. 306. 9.35 The Prolegomena, Section 40, the main transcendental question, third part. How is metaphysics possible at all? 308. 9.36 Section 41, the third part, continued. 309. 9.37 Section 42, the third part, continued. 309. 9.38 Section 43, the third part, continued. 309. 9.39 Section 44, the third part, continued. 310. 9.40 Section 45, Preliminary Observation on the Dialectic of Pure Reason. 311. 9.41 Section 46, Psychological Idea. 312. 9.42 Section 47, Psychological Idea, continued. 313. 9.43 Section 48, Psychological Idea, continued. 313. 9.44 Section 49, Psychological Idea, continued. 314. 9.45 The CPR, the Paralogisms of Pure Reason. 315. 9.46 The Prolegomena, Section 50, the Cosmological Idea. 318. 9.47 Section 51, the Cosmological Idea, continued. 318. 9.48 Section 52, the Cosmological Idea, continued. 319. 9.49 Section 52, b, the Cosmological Idea, continued. 319. 9.50 Section 52, c, the Cosmological Idea, continued. 320. 9.51 The CPR. The third antinomy. 321. 9.52 The Prolegomena, Section 53, the Cosmological Idea, continued. 321. 9.53 Section 54, The Cosmological Idea, continued. 324. 9.54 Section 55, The Theological Idea. 325. 9.55 Section 56, General Remark on the Transcendental Ideas. 325. 9.56 Section 57, Conclusion, on the Determination of the Boundary of Pure Reason. 326. 9.57 Section 59, Conclusion, continued. 331. 9.58 Section 60, Conclusion, continued. 331. 9.59 Solution of the General Problem of the PR Prolegomena, How is Metaphysics Possible as Science? 333. Chapter 1 Preface. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. This book combines readings from primary sources with two pedagogical tools. Paragraphs in italics introduce figures and texts, or draw connections among the readings. Numbered study questions sometimes ask you to reconstruct an argument from the text, using numbered premises. Some of the premises or the conclusion are usually given. You might need more or fewer lines to state the argument. You might also choose to start your reconstruction with different premises than those provided. Only excerpts of the major works are included. Descartes' Meditations, Hume's Inquiry and Kant's Prolegomena are largely unabridged. Minor stylistic changes have been made to the original texts. In particular, many more paragraph breaks have been added. The introductory chapter, Mini Logic and Glossary, page 4, is designed to introduce the basic tools of philosophy and sketch some basic principles and positions. 1.1 Authors and Acknowledgements. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Modern Philosophy was created by Walter Ott. Other contributors include Antonia Lolordo and Lydia Patton. The creation of modern philosophy was made possible by the Virginia Tech Philosophy Department, http://www.phil.vermont.edu, and a Virginia Tech CIDR, http://www.cider.vermont.edu/grant. This modified version of the text was written in Markdown, http://daringfireball.net. Projects/markdown/ with Pandoc exclusive extensions, http://pandoc.org/readme. HTML number Pandocs Markdown, by Alexander Dunn. Using the free utility Pandoc, http://pandoc.org, this version can be easily converted to HTML, PDF, EPUB, and many other formats. http://pandoc.org/readme HTML number options. This version is hosted on GitHub, https://github.com/dun/modern philosophy. Please copy and edit it, and feel Free to submit your changes to the public repository. 1.2 Sources. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Unless otherwise noted, all texts are in the public domain. All other material is the author's and is licensed under the Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Sharealike 3.0 Unported License. Chapter 1. 1. Background. 1. Aristotle. C. Categories translated by E.M. Edgehill, http://www.gutenberg.org. ebooks/2412. D. Physics, http://classics.mit.edu/aristotle/physics.html, translated by R.P. Hardy and R.K. Gay, http://classics.mit.edu/aristotle/physics.html. E. Posterior Analytics, translated by E.S. Bouchier, http://libertyfund.org/title/902. 2. Aquinas. G. On the Eternity of the World, translated by Robert T. Miller, copyright 1991. 1997, http://legacy.fordham.edu/halsall/basis/aquinas-eternity.asp. H. Summa contra Gentiles, translated by Joseph Rickaby, http://www.nd. edu/departments/maritang/atext/gchtm. I. Summa Theologicae, translated by Fathers of the English Dominican Province, Part 1, Volume 1, http://gutenberg.org/ebooks/17611, and Volume 2, http://www.gutenberg.org/ebooks/17897, Part 2, http://www.gutenberg.org/ebooks/18755, Part 3, http://www.gutenberg.org/ebooks. 19950. 2. Descartes. 1. The Principles of Philosophy, translated by John Veitch, http://libertyfund.org/title/1698. 2. Discourse on Method, translated by John Veitch, http://libertyfund.org. Title/1698. 3. Meditations on First Philosophy, translated by John Veitch, http://libertyfund.org/title/1698. 4. Objections and Replies, translated by Jonathan Bennett, copyright 2010-2015. 3. Spinoza. 1. The Ethics, translated by R.H.M. ELWES 3.1 The Ethics, translated by R.H.M. Elwes. 4. Locke. 1. An Essay Concerning Human Understanding, 2nd edition, 1690, Part 1, Part 2, http://libertyfund.org/title/1711. 5. Berkeley. 1. A treatise concerning the principles of human knowledge, http www.gutenberg.org/ebook/4723. 2. Demo 2, On Motion, edited by A.C. Fraser, 1871. 6. Hume. 1. An Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding. 2. A Treatise of Human Nature, https://books.google.com/hk/ Books, ID = ego PAAAAQAAJ and HL = ZHTW. 7. Kant. 1. Prolegomena to Any Future Metaphysics, translated by P. Karras, archive.org/details/KANTSPROLEGOMEN00CARUGOOG. 2. The Critique of Pure Reason, translated by J. Mickeljohn, http www.gutenberg.org/ebook/4280. Chapter 1-3. Chapter 2 Mini Logic and Glossary. 2.1 Mini Logic and Glossary. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Like any discipline, philosophy has its own vocabulary. Here are some of the most basic terms and the connections among them. Position. A position, or a thesis, is a claim or set of claims, for example, that the mind is identical to the brain, or that people act always from self-interest. Argument. An argument is a set of claims, called premises, designed to show another claim, a conclusion, to be true. This is a special use of the word. Usually people use argument to mean a verbal altercation. For example, premise 1, if it's raining outside, the lawnmower will get wet. Premise 2, it's raining outside. Conclusion, the lawnmower will get wet. As you can see, arguments aren't peculiar to philosophy, we use them all the time to get around the world, although we almost never bother to make them explicit. Even in this class, we won't always go to the trouble of putting arguments in this explicit form. But it can often be helpful to do so, and it's important that arguments can be made explicit. To see why, consider an argument put forth by the British Medical Association. Premise 1, boxing is a dangerous activity. Conclusion, boxing should be banned. Does the premise entail the conclusion? That is, does the premise show the conclusion to be true? In other words, is this a valid argument, one whose premises entail the conclusion? Another way to put it, a valid argument is such that it's impossible for the premises to be true and the conclusion false. Validity says nothing at all about whether the premises or conclusion are in fact true or not. Here's a valid argument. Premise 1, if I'm over 7 tall, I'm over 6 tall. Premise 2, I'm over 7 tall. Conclusion, I'm over 6 tall. It's impossible for premises 1 and 2 to be true while the conclusion is false. So this is a valid argument. But it's missing another virtue we look for in arguments. We want them to be valid and to have true premises. That is, we want sound arguments. The argument above is valid but not sound, since premise 2 is false. 1. If an argument is valid and sound, what can you tell about the conclusion? 4. Let's go back to the boxing argument. Run our test on it. Is it possible for premise 1, boxing is a dangerous activity, to be true, while the conclusion, boxing should be banned, is false? If it is possible, what does that tell you about the validity or invalidity of the argument? 1. There is something missing from the boxing argument. What is it? What could we add to make the argument valid? Is the argument, repaired in this way, sound? Objection. An objection is an argument designed to show that a position is false. If theism, the claim that God exists, is our position, we would have to consider the objection that a benevolent deity would not allow innocent people to suffer. Reply. A reply is an answer to an objection. In the above example, we might reply that God does not let innocent people suffer, their suffering is due to human free will. Of course, this may not be a good reply. In addition to these concepts, we need to draw some distinctions among different kinds of positions or claims. These distinctions are controversial. Kant, in particular, will challenge some of the connections I draw between them. But we need to start somewhere. The first distinction is between claims that are necessary and those that are possible. Necessary. A claim is necessary, that is, necessarily true, if it holds in every possible state of affairs. There is no possible state of affairs in which a necessarily true claim is false. It is impossible for such a claim to be false. For example, many philosophers claim that if it is even possible that God exists, then it is necessary that God exists. This claim is part of what's called the modal argument for God's existence. The full argument only needs a few more premises. 1. It is possible that God exists. 2. Since God is a perfect being, God possesses the property of necessary existence, in other words, the property of existing in all possible states of affairs. 3. It is necessary that God exists. The first premise claims that there is at least one possible state of affairs in which God exists. The second premise claims that God has the property of existing in all possible states of affairs. These two premises entail that if God exists in even one possible state of affairs, then God exists in all possible states of affairs. That is, if it is possible that God exists, then it is necessary that God exists. 1. The modal argument just given for God's existence is a valid argument. Is it a sound argument? Possible. A claim is possible, that is, possibly true, if it holds in at least one possible state of affairs. For example, I don't have green hair. But that doesn't mean that it's necessary that I don't have green hair. I could have decided yesterday to dye my hair. If I could have decided to dye my hair, then there's a possible state of affairs in which I do have green hair. So while I actually don't have green hair, I possibly do have green hair. Suppose we could prove that it's possible for you to exist without a body. Even though you haven't existed in this state and probably never will, the claim that it's Chapter 2.5 possible is a very significant one. For it would then mean that you are not a physical being. The second distinction is between claims that are analytic and those that are synthetic. Analytic claims are true in virtue of the meanings of the words involved. They are necessarily true. For example, consider, bachelors are unmarried men. The denial of an analytic claim is a contradiction, and is true in no possible world. There's no possible state of affairs in which a bachelor is married, because that contradicts the meaning of the word bachelor. Analytic claims can be very interesting, even informative, but what they tell us seems to be about how we use words or symbols, not about how the world is independently of us. This is clearer if we look at how one argues for an analytic claim. All analytic claims are a priori, or capable of being known independently of experience. Mathematicians don't have to travel to the center of the Earth to find out if 2 plus 2 still equals 4 there, they know it a priori. Similarly, we don't have to look to experience to justify an analytic claim. All we need to look at is the concepts involved. Synthetic. By contrast, some claims are synthetic, or true, if true at all, in virtue of how the world happens to be. The vast majority of claims we make fall into this category. They are not necessary truths, they are contingent, or merely possible, they could have been otherwise. Such claims are true only in some possible states of affairs. This means we have to find a different way to justify them than the way we justify an analytic claim. We capture this by saying that synthetic claims can be known only a posteriori or through experience. We need to find evidence for them that goes beyond the meanings of the words involved. Someone might know what rain and Blacksburg mean, and how to use dates, and still not have a clue whether it rained in Blacksburg on August 22. There's another important distinction between kinds of claims. This distinction bears on how we go about justifying claims. Descriptive claims concern what is actually the case. All of the synthetic or analytic claims above are descriptive. Normative claims concern what should be the case. If Bobo argues that no one ought to have more money than anyone else, you can't object that society isn't organized according to that principle, and that there's already lots of inequality. Bobo's making a claim about what ought to be the case, not what is actually the case. Homer Simpson provides a nice example of someone who doesn't appreciate this difference. As he's about to break into a liquor store, Marge says, "But Homer, that would be wrong." Homer replies, "If we agree, Marge, What are we arguing about? 1. Look again at the boxing argument above. What kind of premise did you have to insert in order to make it valid, a descriptive or a normative one? Burden of proof debates that arise in philosophy often require us to decide who has the burden of proof. If a position violates our intuitions or asks us to accept a larger set of claims than we otherwise would be willing to accept, the person holding that claim has the burden of proof. For example, if I claim that, despite all appearances, all 6 humans are selfish, I have the burden of proof. It is up to me to prove to you that people are selfish. If I can't do this, then I have lost. If I argue that, despite appearances, Fess Parker follows me everywhere I go, I have the burden of proof. If I cannot meet it, we have to conclude that my view is false. It's not up to you to prove me wrong, it's up to me to prove my position true. Fallacies are errors in reasoning. There are lots of them, but the one about which we should be most worried in this class is strawman fallacy. We commit the strawman fallacy if we argue against a bad or distorted version of our opponent's position. Suppose that Jimmy is arguing with Bobo over evolution. Bobo believes evolution is true. Jimmy counters, I'll never believe evolution till I see a fish turn into a man. If you're not getting the opposing position right, you can't argue against it. A core philosophical skill is being able to state an opposing position as carefully and persuasively as your own. This is a skill we'll cultivate in this class, as we'll inevitably read philosophers with whom we disagree. 1. Which of the following claims are analytic, and which are synthetic? 1. Any black cat is black. 2. There is life on other planets. 3. One try makes a customer, slogan of a popular Richmond restaurant. 4. Unexpected disasters can happen with little or no warning. 1. 5. From Plan 9 from outer space, he's been murdered, and somebody's responsible. 2.1.1 Glossary of Philosophical Positions. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. In what follows, I set out some of the basic positions we'll be working with. All of these characterizations are controversial. Again, we have to start somewhere. Don't worry if you don't fully grasp them now, we'll clarify and extend them as we go. 2.1.1.1 Metaphysics. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. The most basic distinction is between a thing or a substance and a property. Fess Parker, a table, and the moon are all substances. These substances have properties. Fess Parker is the world's greatest actor, the table is stained, and so on. A state of affairs is a substances having a property, that Socrates is bald is a state of affairs. 1 http www.washingtonpost.com/wp-dyn/content/article. Chapter 27. Some properties are intrinsic, the ones that things have just because of the way they are, like the property bald. Other properties are relations, like loves, or is taller than. A kind is a group or set of substances, properties, or states of affairs. Some kinds are natural. There is some reason for thinking everything in the kind belongs together. Some philosophers think that everything in a natural kind shares the same causal powers, they can do the same things in the same conditions. Consider the periodic table. For instance, why is it important whether an atom is an oxygen or hydrogen atom? Other kinds are unnatural, they don't share enough features, or enough of the right kind of feature, in order to qualify as a natural kind. 1. List 3 things that form an unnatural kind. 2. One of David Letterman's best bits was a list of top 10 rejected Oprah themes. Among them was problems of guys named Don. Why is this a bad idea for a talk show theme? On the Aristotelian picture, an essence, aka species, form, substantial form, has the following 3 features. 1. It is the most fundamental explanatory property a thing possesses. 2. The thing that has it cannot lose its essence and continue to exist. 3. Things with similar, or identical, essences form a natural kind. 2.1.1.2 Philosophy of Mind. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Dualism. Dualism is the thesis that mind and body are distinct substances. According to dualists, the mind is not the body, nor does it arise naturally as a function of the body's behavior, in the way that, say, digestion does. Identity theory. The identity theory is the thesis that the mind and the body, in particular, the brain, are just the same thing. Mind and brain are like Clark Kent and Superman, 2 ways of referring to the same thing. 2.1.1.3 Free will. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Determinism. Determinism is the thesis that every state of affairs follows necessarily from every prior state of affairs. For instance, if it is true that I am typing now, the determinist claims that I could not possibly be doing anything else, given the immediately prior state of the universe. So far, determinism says nothing at all about free will. The hard determinist holds that since determinism is true, we cannot have free will. The libertarian holds that since determinism is false, we can have free will. 8. 1. The hard determinist and libertarian agree about the consequences of determinism. What do they both think must be the case if determinism is true? The compatibilist or soft determinist claims that determinism and free will are compatible. This position denies the inference above. 2.1.1.4 Epistemology. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Empiricism is a cluster of different claims about knowledge, all emphasizing the role of experience. Materials empiricism. Materials empiricism is the thesis that all the materials for knowledge come from experience. The content of all of our thoughts is ultimately traceable back to some experience or other. Justification empiricism. Justification empiricism is the thesis that any justification for a claim has to appeal to experience. Note that the two can come apart. So I might be a materials empiricist and yet deny justification empiricism, because I think that some claims, for example, analytic claims, can be justified merely by the concepts involved. Largely opposed to empiricism is a set of claims we will call rationalism. Materials rationalism. Materials rationalism is the thesis that at least some of the materials for knowledge do not come from experience. Justification rationalism. Justification rationalism is the thesis that at least some justifications do not appeal exclusively to experience. Independent of the empiricist/rationalist debate is a question about the order of knowledge. Existentialism. Existentialism is the thesis that before one can know the essence of a thing, one must first know that it exists. Essentialism. Essentialism is the thesis that one can, or even must, know the essence of a thing before one can know that it exists. Another debate in epistemology relates to the role of perception. Direct realism. Direct realism is the thesis that, in perception, we are directly perceiving real, ordinary objects. Indirect realism. The opposing thesis, indirect realism, claims that in perception we directly perceive only our own ideas or sensations. It is only because these ideas represent, or are about, objects in the world that we can be said to perceive those objects. Chapter 29. 2.1.2 Glossary of Principles. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. The principles listed below were controversial in the modern period. Some of the philosophers we will read try to argue for them, some just assume them, and others assume that they are false. Try to identify when these principles are mentioned. Sometimes implicitly, in the readings below, especially in the writings of Hume and Descartes. Conceivability principle, CP, if X is conceivable, X is possible. Note the contrapositive. If X is impossible, X is inconceivable. These are logically equivalent. The converse, however, is not, if X is possible, X is conceivable. This principle seems to be far too strong. Can you see why? Causal principle, CAP, there must be at least as much reality, being, or perfection, in the cause as there is in the effect. This principle is from Descartes. Epistemic principle, EP, everything, that is, every proposition, I clearly and distinctly perceive, that is, believe and thoroughly understand, is true. This principle is from Descartes. Copy principle, CPY, every idea is a copy of some impression or set of impressions. This principle is from Hume. Separability principle, SP, any two distinct perceptions can, in thought, be separated. This principle is from Hume. 10. Chapter 3 Background to Modern Philosophy. 3.1 Background to Modern Philosophy. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Somewhat misleadingly, the modern period refers to the 17th and 18th centuries. For our purposes, it actually covers about 140 years, from the publication of René Descartes' Meditations in 1641 to that of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason in 1781. The modern period begins with the rejection of the dominant philosophy of the day, Aristotelianism. And of course the reject-ionist not complete, core Aristotelian notions, especially substance, live on in the moderns. For both these reasons, very little of the moderns' work will make sense unless it is seen against this scholastic background. What was taught in the schools in the early 17th century was not a monolithic body of doctrine. Nevertheless, we can point to some core beliefs, most of which have a foundation in Aristotle's own writings. We begin with some of Aristotle's texts before jumping ahead nearly 1,500 years, to Thomas Aquinas's 1225-1274, synthesis of Christian and Aristotelian thought. While Aquinas' system was only one of many available to the 17th century Aristotelian, philosophers of the four intervening centuries defined themselves against it, just as Descartes was to do. Textual note: the standard edition of Aristotle's works is the Complete Works of Aristotle, edited by Jonathan Barnes. For Aquinas, see Basic Writings of St. Thomas Aquinas, edited by Anton Pahis. 3.2 Aristotle's Categories. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. The Categories is probably an early work of Aristotle's, certainly his Metaphysics departs from it on many scores. Nevertheless, it is Aristotle's clearest expression of his ontology. 3.2.1 Chapter 2. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Forms of speech are either simple or composite. Examples of composite speech are such expressions as the man runs, the man wins, of simple man, ox, runs, winds. Of things themselves some are predicable of a subject, and are never present in a. Chapter 3:11. Subject. Thus man is predicable of the individual man, and is never present in a subject. There is, lastly, a class of things which are neither present in a subject nor predicable of a subject, such as the individual man or the individual horse. But, to speak more generally, that which is individual and has the character of a unit is never predicable of a subject. 3.2.2 Chapter 4. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Expressions which are in no way composite signify substance, quantity, quality, relation, place, time, position, state, action, or affection. To sketch my meaning. Roughly, examples of substance are man or the horse, of quantity, such terms as 2 cubits long or 3 cubits long, of quality, such attributes as white, grammatical, double, half, greater, fall under the category of relation, in the marketplace, in the lyceum, under that of place, yesterday, last year, under that of time. Lying, sitting, are terms indicating position, shod, armed, state, to lance, to cauterize, action, to be lanced, to be cauterized, affection. No one of these terms, in and by itself, involves an affirmation. It is by the combination of such terms that positive or negative statements arise. For every assertion must, as everyone admits, be either true or false. Whereas expressions which are not in any way composite, such as man, white, runs, wins, cannot be either true or false. 3.2.3 Chapter 5. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Substance, in the truest and primary and most definite sense of the word, is that which is neither predicable of a subject nor present in a subject, for instance, the individual man or horse. But in a secondary sense those things are called substances, within which, as species, the primary substances are included, also those which, as genera, include the species. For instance, the individual man is included in the species man, and the genus to which the species belongs is animal. These, therefore the species man and the genus animal, are termed secondary substances. Everything except primary substances is either predicable of a primary substance or present in a primary substance. This becomes evident by reference to particular instances which occur. Animal is predicated of the species man, therefore of the individual man, for if there were no individual man of whom it could be predicated, it could not be predicated of the species man at all. Again, color is present in body, therefore in individual bodies, for if there were no individual body in which it was present, it could not be present in body at all. Thus everything except primary substances is either predicated of primary substances, or is present in them, and if these last did not exist, it would be impossible for anything else to exist. 12. Of secondary substances, the species is more truly substance than the genus, being more nearly related to primary substance. For if anyone should render an account of what a primary substance is, he would render a more instructive account, and one more proper to the subject, by stating the species than by stating the genus. Thus, he would give a more instructive account of an individual man by stating that he was man, than by stating that he was animal, for the former description is peculiar to the individual in a greater degree, while the latter is too general. Another mark of substance is that it has no contrary. What could be the contrary of any primary substance, such as the individual man or animal? It has none. Nor can the species or the genus have a contrary. Yet this characteristic is not peculiar to substance, but is true of many other things, such as quantity. There is nothing that forms the contrary of 2 cubits long, or of 3 cubits long, or of 10, or of any such term. A man may contend that much is the contrary of little, or great of small. But of definite quantitative terms no contrary exists. Substance, again, does not appear to admit of variation of degree. I do not mean by this that one substance cannot be more or less truly substance than another, for it has already been stated that this is the case, but that no single substance admits of varying degrees within itself. For instance, one particular substance, man, cannot be more or less man either than himself at some other time or than some other man. One man cannot be more man than another, as that which is white may be more or less white than some other white object, or as that which is beautiful may be more or less beautiful than some other beautiful object. The most distinctive mark of substance appears to be that, while remaining numerically one and the same, it is capable of admitting contrary qualities. Thus, one and the same color cannot be white and black. But one and the self-same substance, while retaining its identity, is yet capable of admitting contrary qualities. The same individual person is at one time white, at another black, at one time warm, at another cold, at one time good, at another bad. This capacity is found nowhere else. It is by reason of the modification which takes place within the substance itself that a substance is said to be capable of admitting contrary qualities, for a substance admits within itself either disease or health, whiteness or blackness. 1. Give 3 examples each of primary substances and secondary substances. 2. What makes something a primary substance? How many criteria does Aristotle give, and what are they? 3. Why does Aristotle think that if primary substances did not exist, nothing else could? 4. To think about, what is Aristotle's method in this text? How does he go about discovering the most basic features of the world? 3.3 Aristotle's Physics. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. With this basic ontological category primary substance, just plain substance from now on, in place, we can move from what things there are in the world to how they change. Chapter 3:13. Consider how the following differs from what you would find in a contemporary Introduction to Physics textbook. 3.3.1 Book 1, Chapter 5. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Our first presupposition must be that in nature nothing acts on, or is acted on by, any other thing at random, nor may anything come from just anything else, unless we mean that it does so in virtue of a concomitant attribute. Nor again do things pass into just any old thing. White does not pass into musical, except, it may be, in virtue of a concomitant attribute, but into not white and not into any chance thing which is not white, but into black or an intermediate color. Musical passes into not musical and not into any chance thing other than musical, but into unmusical or any intermediate state there may be. It does not matter whether we take attunement, order, or composition for our illustration, the principle is obviously the same in all, and in fact applies equally to the production of a house, a statue, or any other complex. 3.3.2 Book 1, Chapter 7. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Here are different senses of coming to be. In some cases we do not use the expression come to be, but come to be so and so. Only substances are said to come to be in the unqualified sense. Now in all cases other than substance it is plain that there must be some subject, namely, that which becomes. For we know that when a thing comes to be of such a quantity or quality or in such a relation, time, or place, a subject is always presupposed, since substance alone is not predicated of another subject, but everything else of substance. But that substances too, and anything else that can be said to be without qualification, come to be from some substratum, will appear on examination. For we find in every case something that underlies from which proceeds that which comes to be, for instance, animals and plants from seed. The underlying nature is an object of scientific knowledge, by an analogy. For as the bronze is to the statue, the wood to the bed, or the matter and the formless before receiving form to anything which has form, so is the underlying nature to substance, i.e., the this or existent. Aristotle has been arguing that in any case of change, something must persist, that is, there must be something that undergoes the change. Why is he so sure of this? How would you describe a case where a change happens, but there is nothing numerically identical throughout it? 14. Assuming this principle in any change, there must be something that endures through the change is sound. We need to look at two very different kinds of case. Take the case of not bald/bald. What is the underlying substratum in this sort of case? But now consider a substance itself coming to be, i.e., instead of coming to be f, consider coming to be period. There must be a substratum here as well, but it cannot be a substance, since this is not a case of some substance taking on a new property, but coming into existence in the first place. This is prime matter, matter lacking all form. 1. We never experience prime matter. How, then, does Aristotle think we can come to know it? See the previous paragraph of Aristotle's text. 3.3.3 Book 2, Chapter 1. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Of things that exist, some exist by nature, some from other causes. By nature, the animals and their parts exist, and the plants and the simple bodies, earth, fire, air, water, for we say that these and the like exist by nature. All the things mentioned present a feature in which they differ from things which are not constituted by nature. Each of them has within itself a principle of motion and of stationariness, in respect of place, or of growth and decrease, or by way of alteration. On the other hand, a bed and a coat and anything else of that sort, qua receiving these designations, i.e., insofar as they are products of art, have no innate impulse to change. But insofar as they happen to be composed of stone or of earth or of a mixture of the two, they do have such an impulse, and just to that extent which seems to indicate that nature is a source or cause of being moved and of being at rest in that to which it belongs primarily, in virtue of itself and not in virtue of a concomitant attribute. Nature, then, is what has been stated. Things have a nature which have a principle of this kind. Each of them is a substance, for it is a subject, and nature always implies a subject in which it inheres. What nature is, then, and the meaning of the terms by nature and according to nature, has been stated. That nature exists, it would be absurd to try to prove, for it is obvious that there are many things of this kind, and to prove what is obvious by what is not is the mark of a man who is unable to distinguish what is self-evident from what is not. Some identify the nature of a natural object with that immediate constituent of it, which taken by itself is without arrangement. For example, the wood is the nature of the bed, and the bronze the nature of the statue. As an indication of this, Antiphon points out that if you planted a bed and the rotting wood acquired the power of sending up a shoot, it would not be a bed that would come up, but wood, which shows that the arrangement in accordance with the rules of the art is merely an incidental attribute, whereas the real nature is the other, which, further, persists continuously through the process of making. Chapter 3:15. But if the material of each of these objects has itself the same relation to something else, say bronze, or gold, to water, bones, or wood, to earth and so on, that, they say, would be their nature and essence. Consequently some assert earth, others fire, or air, or water or some or all of these, to be the nature of the things that are. This then is one account of nature, namely that it is the immediate material substratum of things, which have in themselves a principle of motion or change. Another account is that nature is the shape or form which is specified in the definition of the thing. For the word nature is applied to what is according to nature and the natural in the same way as art is applied to what is artistic or a work of art. What is potentially flesh or bone has not yet its own nature, and does not exist until it receives the form specified in the definition, which we name in defining what flesh or bone is. Thus in the second sense of nature it would be the shape or form, not separable except in thought, of things which have in themselves a source of motion. We can now settle this debate over the question, is form or matter nature? The form indeed is nature rather than the matter, for a thing is more properly said to be what it is when it has attained to fulfillment than when it exists potentially. Again, man is born from man, but not bed from bed. That is why people say that the figure is not the nature of a bed, but the wood is if the bed sprouted, not a bed but wood would come up. But even if the figure is art, then on the same principle the shape of man is his nature. For man is born from man. We also speak of a thing's nature as being exhibited in the process of growth by which its nature is attained. What grows qua growing grows from something into something. Into what then does it grow? Not into that from which it arose but into that to which it tends. The shape form then is nature. 3.3.4 Book 2, Chapter 3. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Now that we have established these distinctions, we must proceed to consider causes, their character and number. Knowledge is the object of our inquiry, and men do not think they know a thing till they have grasped the why of it, which is to grasp its primary cause. So clearly we too must do this as regards both coming to be and passing away and every kind of physical change, in order that, knowing their principles, we may try to refer to these principles each of our problems. In one sense, then, one, that out of which a thing comes to be and which persists, is called cause. For example, the bronze of the statue, the silver of the bowl, and the genera of which the bronze and the silver are species. In another sense, too, the form or the archetype, i.e., the statement of the essence, and its genera, are called causes. For example, of the octave the relation of 2, 1, and generally number, and the parts in the definition. Again, 3, the primary source of the change or coming to rest, for example, the man who gave advice is a cause, the father is cause of the child, and generally what makes of what is made and what causes change of what is changed. Again, 4, in the sense of end or that for the sake of which a thing is done, for example, health is the cause of walking about. Why is he walking about, we say? To be healthy, and, having said that, we think we 16. Have assigned the cause. The same is true also of all the intermediate steps which are brought about through the action of something else as means towards the end, for example, reduction of flesh, purging, drugs, or surgical instruments are means towards health. All these things are for the sake of the end, though they differ from one another in that some are activities, others instruments. This then perhaps exhausts the number of ways in which the term cause is used. 1. What is Aristotle's method in this text? Does it have anything in common with that of the categories? 2. In Book 2, Chapter 3, page 16, Aristotle lists his 4 causes. The translator has numbered them. These causes have come to be known as 1. Formal, 2. Final, 3. Material, 4. Efficient. Try to identify which number corresponds to which of these causes. The Greek word translated as cause here is axios. The Greek word can mean either cause or explanation. Which of Aristotle's phoreia most closely maps our own notion of a cause? Aristotle's view came to be known as hylomorphism, the view that all substances are form/matter compounds. It's helpful at this point to introduce a little technical terminology, partly derived from later, scholastic writers. If we take my dog Helga as an exempliofa substance, what will her substantial form, what Aristotle here calls her nature, what later philosophers call her essence, be? This essence explains and fixes everything she can do, and everything that can happen to her. She can play the ukulele, she can sniff a treat at 500 yards. She has these features because she is the kind of thing she is. But forms never exist on their own. This is a departure from Plato. There's no such thing as humanity apart from individual human beings. Forms, then, require matter. A form is always a form of some chunk of matter. In Helga's case, what is that matter? She will have lots and lots of other properties besides her essence. Some of these follow necessarily from that essence. For instance, she has narrow toenails. Other properties have very little relation to her essence. For instance, she has only one eye. This is an accident, in 2 senses of that term. We can now see another role that prime matter, matter denuded of all forms, plays for Aristotle. Can you see how the principle that all forms inhere in matter might make trouble? And what prime matter is supposed to be doing? 1. Why does Aristotle think there is such a thing as nature, in his sense? What then does he make of artificial things, like a bed? Do they not have natures? 2. Aristotle argues that form has a better claim on being nature and internal principle of change than does matter. What is his argument for this? Chapter 3:17. 3.4 Aristotle's posterior analytics. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Now that we know what things there are and how they behave, we need some means of assembling our knowledge of them into a system. This system, as applied to the natural world, is what gets translated below as science. As you read this, forget everything you've learned in science classes. This was written almost 2 millennia before Galileo, after all. What does Aristotle think a completed science would look like? How does the scientist go about her work? 3.4.1 Book 1, Chapter 2. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. What knowing is, what demonstration is, and of what it consists. We suppose ourselves to know anything absolutely and not accidentally after the manner of the sophists, when we consider ourselves to know that the ground from which the thing arises is the ground of it, and that the fact cannot be otherwise. Hence it follows that everything which admits of absolute knowledge is necessary. We will discuss later the question as to whether there is any other manner of knowing a thing, but at any rate we hold that knowledge comes through demonstration. By demonstration I mean a scientific syllogism, and by scientific a syllogism the mere possession of which makes us know. If then the definition of knowledge be such as we have stated, the premises of demonstrative knowledge must be true, primary, immediate, better known than, anterior to, and the cause of, the conclusion, for under these conditions the principles will also be appropriate to the conclusion. One may, indeed, have a syllogism without these conditions, but not a demonstration, for it will not produce scientific knowledge. The premises must be true, because it is impossible to know that which is not, for example, that the diagonal of a square is commensurate with the side. The conclusion must proceed from primary premises that are indemonstrable premises, for one cannot know things of which one can give no demonstration, since to know demonstrable things in any real sense is just to have a demonstration of them. The premises must be prior, explanatory, better known to us and previously cognized, explanatory. Because we only know a thing when we have learned its explanation, prior, if they are to be explanatory, previously known not only in our second sense, viz., that their meaning is understood, but that one knows that they are true. 18. 3.4.2 Book 1, Chapter 4. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Since the object of pure scientific knowledge cannot be other than it is, the truth obtained by demonstrative knowledge will be necessary. And since demonstrative knowledge is only present when we have a demonstration, it follows that demonstration is an inference from necessary premises. So we must consider what are the premises of demonstration, i.e., what is their character, and as a preliminary, let us define what we mean by an attribute true in every instance of its subject I call true. In every instance, what is truly predicable of all instances, not of one to the exclusion of others, and at all times, not at this or that time only. For example, if animal is truly predicable of every instance of man, then if it be true to say, this is a man, this is an animal, is also true. And if the one be true now, the other is true now. Where demonstration is possible, one who can give no account, which includes the cause, has no scientific knowledge. 3.4.3 Book 2. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Now that we know what makes something a demonstration, we need to know what the first principles of a demonstration are. This is the burden of Book 2, Chapter 8, page 19. Below. We also need to know how to get them. Earlier, Posterior Analytics Book 1, Chapter 3, Aristotle writes, we hold that not every form of knowledge is demonstrative, but that the knowledge of ultimate principles is indemonstrable. The necessity of this fact is obvious, for if one must needs know the antecedent principles and those on which the demonstration rests, and if in these process we at last reach ultimates, these ultimates must necessarily be indemonstrable. Our view then is not only that knowledge exists, but that there is something prior to science by means of which we acquire knowledge of these ultimates. So we cannot demonstrate the first principles of a demonstration. How, then, do we arrive at them? This is the burden of Book 2, Chapter 19, page 20, below. 3.4.3.1 Book 2, Chapter 8. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. We must now start afresh and consider which of these conclusions are sound and which are not, and what is the nature of definition, and whether essential nature is in any sense demonstrable and definable. When we are aware of a fact, we seek its reason, and though sometimes the fact and the reason dawn on us simultaneously, yet we cannot apprehend the reason a moment sooner than the fact, and clearly in just the same way we cannot apprehend. Chapter 3:19. A thing's form without apprehending that it exists, since while we are ignorant what heritage exists, we cannot know its essential nature. Moreover, we are aware whether a thing exists or not sometimes through apprehending an element in its character, and sometimes accidentally, as, for example, when we are aware of thunder as a noise in the clouds, of eclipse as a privation of light, or of man as some species of animal, or of the soul as a self-moving thing. As often as we have accidental knowledge that the thing exists, we must be in a wholly negative state as regards awareness of its essential nature, for we have not got genuine knowledge even of its existence, and to search for a thing's essential nature when we are unaware that it exists is to search for nothing. On the other hand, whenever we apprehend an element in the thing's character there is less difficulty. Thus it follows that the degree of our knowledge of a thing's essential nature is determined by the sense in which we are aware that it exists. Let us then take the following as our first instance of being aware of an element in the essential nature. Let A be eclipse, C the moon, B the earth's acting as a screen. Now to ask whether the moon is eclipsed or not is to ask whether or not B has occurred. But that is precisely the same as asking whether A has a defining condition, and if this condition actually exists, we assert that A also actually exists. We have stated then how essential nature is discovered and becomes known, and we see that, while there is no syllogism, i.e., no demonstrative syllogism of essential nature, yet it is through syllogism, viz. demonstrative syllogism, that essential nature is exhibited. The passage in bold above formulates a doctrine known as existentialism. According to existentialism, in order to know a thing's essence, what must one know beforehand? As we'll see, this is a central scholastic doctrine that Descartes seeks to undermine with his Meditations. 3.4.3.2 Book 2, Chapter 19. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. As to the basic premises of a demonstration, how they become known and what is the developed state of knowledge of them is made clear by raising some preliminary problems. We have already said that scientific knowledge through demonstration is impossible unless a man knows the primary immediate premises. But there are questions which might be raised in respect of the apprehension of these immediate premises. 1. Might not only ask whether it is of the same kind as the apprehension of the conclusions, but also whether there is or is not scientific knowledge of both, or scientific knowledge of the latter, and of the former a different kind of knowledge. And, further, whether the developed states of knowledge are not innate but come to be in us, or are innate but at first unnoticed. Now it is strange if we possess them from birth, for it means that we possess apprehensions more accurate than demonstration, and fail to notice them. If on the other hand we acquire them and do not previously possess them, how could we 20. Apprehend and learn without a basis of pre-existent knowledge? For that is impossible. So it emerges that neither can we possess them from birth, nor can they come to be in us if we are without knowledge of them to the extent of having no such developed state at all. Therefore we must possess a capacity of some sort, but not such as to rank higher in accuracy than these developed states. And this at least is an obvious characteristic of all animals, for they possess a congenital discriminative capacity which is called sense perception. But though sense perception is innate in all animals, in some the sense impression comes to persist, in others it does not. So animals in which this persistence does not come to be have either no knowledge at all outside the act of perceiving, or no knowledge of objects of which no impression persists. Animals in which it does come into being have perception and can continue to retain the sense impression in the soul, and when such persistence is frequently repeated a further distinction at once arises between those which out of the persistence of such sense impressions develop a power of systematizing them and those which do not. So out of sense perception comes to be what we call memory, and out of frequently repeated memories of the same thing develops experience, for a number of memories constitute a single experience. From experience again, i.e., from the universal, now stabilized in its entirety within the soul, the one beside the many which is a single identity within them all, originate the skill of the craftsman and the knowledge of the man of science, skill in the sphere of coming to be and science in the sphere of being. We conclude that these states of knowledge are neither innate in a determinate form, nor developed from other higher states of knowledge, but from sense perception. It is like a rout in battle stopped by first one man making a stand and then another, until the original formation has been restored. The soul is so constituted as to be capable of this process. Let us now restate the account given already, though with insufficient clearness. When one of a number of logically indiscriminable particulars has made a stand, the earliest universal is present in the soul, for though the act of sense perception is of the particular, its content is universal. A fresh stand is made among these rudimentary universals, and the process does not cease until the indivisible concepts, the true universals, are established. For example, such and such a species of animal is a step towards the genus animal, which by the same process is a step towards a further generalization. Thus it is clear that we must get to know the primary premises by induction epagogy. For the method by which even sense perception implants the universal is inductive. Now of the thinking states by which we grasp truth, some are unfailingly true, others admit of error opinion, for instance, and calculation, whereas scientific knowing and intuition are always true. Further, no other kind of thought except intuition is more accurate than scientific knowledge, whereas primary premises are more knowable than demonstrations, and all scientific knowledge is discursive. From these considerations it follows that there will be no scientific knowledge of the primary premises, and since except intuition nothing can be truer than scientific knowledge, it will be intuition that apprehends the primary premises, a result which also follows. Chapter 321. From the fact that demonstration cannot be the originative source of demonstration, nor, consequently, scientific knowledge of scientific knowledge. If, therefore, it is the only other kind of true thinking except scientific knowing, intuition will be the originative source of scientific knowledge. And the originative source of science grasps the original basic premise, while science as a whole is similarly related as originative source to the whole body of fact. 1. One of these arguments is a demonstration, the other is merely a deduction. Which is which, and why? Argument 1. 1. Human beings are rational animals. 2. Rational beings are risible, have the ability to laugh. Therefore, human beings are risible. Argument 2. 1. Everyone in modern philosophy is wearing shoes. 2. Everyone wearing shoes has sweaty toes. Therefore, everyone in modern philosophy has sweaty toes. 1. What would a completed science look like, according to Aristotle? How is it different from contemporary science? 2. Aristotle says that we go about getting our first principles by induction, epigogy. In Greek. What does he mean by this? 3.5 Thomas Aquinas, 1225-1274. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Thomas Aquinas synthesized Aristotelian and Christian thought into a nearly seamless whole. It is not an exaggeration to say that every philosopher for the next 500 years stood in his shadow. Like Aristotle, Aquinas is an empiricist in both senses of the term. He thinks that all the materials for knowledge come from sensation, and that all justifications ultimately depend on experience. He is also an existentialist, in the sense discussed in the Epistemology, page 9. Despite his often technical formulations, Aquinas aims to give a commonsensical account of metaphysics and epistemology, just as Aristotle did. Our first reading is a short statement of Aquinas's views on the cosmological argument. This argument for the existence of God, in its crudest form, runs thus. 1. Everything must have a cause. 2. There must be a first cause, i.e., a cause that does not itself have a cause. 3. The first cause is God. Like all a posteriori arguments from experience, this one has a problem in the move from 2 to 3. Why not think that the first cause is the Jonas Brothers, or a clam? Why should we believe that the first cause still exists? Aquinas himself runs into these 22 problems. Thus a later philosopher, John Duns Scotus, argues that Aquinas's famous 5 ways might prove the existency of 5 distinct beings. 1. As a good justification empiricist, Aquinas is committed to proving God's existence. From experience, he cannot evade Duns Scotus's objections. Nevertheless, Aquinas does not think the cosmological argument is a good one. Can you see what goes wrong in premises 1 and 2? Aquinas has other criticisms of his own, criticisms that would apply even to the most sophisticated versions of the cosmological argument. These tell us much about how Aquinas conceives of causation. Aquinas's thoughts here landed him in trouble with the establishment. In 1277, 3 years after his death, his views on the cosmological argument were condemned. Why? 3.5.1 Aquinas on the eternity of the world. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Let us assume, in accordance with the Catholic faith, that the world had a beginning in time. The question still arises whether the world could have always existed. If it be impossible that something caused by God has always existed, it will be so. Either because God could not make something that has always existed, or because such a thing could not be made, regardless of God's ability to make it. As to the first, all parties agree that, in view of his infinite power, God could have made something that has always existed. It remains to be seen, therefore, whether something that has always existed can be made. We thus ought to determine whether there is any contradiction between these two ideas, namely, to be made by God and to have always existed. And, whatever may be the truth of this matter, it will not be heretical to say that God can make something created by him to have always existed. For, if there is no contradiction, we ought to admit that God could have made something that has always existed, for it would be clearly derogatory to the divine omnipotence, which exceeds every thought and power, to say that we creatures can conceive of something that God is unable to make. In this, therefore, the entire question consists, whether to be wholly created by God and not to have a beginning in time are contradictory terms. That they are not contradictory can be shown as follows. If they are contradictory, this is for one or both of these two reasons, either because the agent cause must precede the effect in time, or because non-being must precede the effect in time, for we say that what God creates comes to be out of nothing. First, we should show that it is not necessary that an agent cause, in this case God, precede in time that which he causes, if he should so will. This can be shown in several ways. First, no cause instantaneously producing its effect necessarily precedes the effect in time. God, however, is a cause that produces effects not through motion but instantaneously. Therefore, it is not necessary that he precede his effects in time. Chapter 323. The first premise is proved inductively from all instantaneous changes, as, for example, with illumination and other such things. But the premise may be proved by reason as well. For, at whatever instant a thing exists, at that instant it can begin to act, as is clear in the case of all things that come to be by generation. In the very instant at which there is fire, the fire heats. But in an instantaneous action, the beginning and the end of the action are simultaneous, indeed identical, as is clear in the case of all indivisible things. Hence, at whatever moment an agent instantaneously producing an effect exists, the end of its action can exist as well. The end of the action, however, is simultaneous with the thing made. Therefore, there is no contradiction if we suppose that a cause instantaneously producing an effect does not precede its effect in time. A contradiction does obtain if the cause involved is one that produces its effects through motion, for the beginning of the motion precedes in time the end of the motion. Since people are accustomed to considering the type of cause that produces effects through motion, they do not easily grasp that an agent cause may fail to precede its effect in time, and so, having limited experience, they easily make a false generalization. Further, if, granted a cause, its effect does not immediately exist as well, this can only be because something complementary to that cause is lacking, the complete cause and the thing caused are simultaneous. God, however, never lacks any kind of complementary cause in order to produce an effect. Therefore, at any instant at which God exists, so too can his effects, and thus God need not precede his effects in time. Aquinas here distinguishes between a cause that produces its effect through motion, and one that does so instantaneously. We can call these horizontal and vertical causes, respectively. A horizontal cause produces its effect over time, as the firing of a gun produces death. A vertical cause produces its effect concomitantly, as the sun produces light. The world exhibits both kinds of cause, for Aquinas, as we'll see, he goes on to call God the primary cause of all being, or esse, the vertical cause, and creatures secondary causes, vertical and horizontal causes. 3.5.2 Aquinas Summa contra Gentiles. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. If God is not necessary as a first cause in time, then how exactly is he related to his creation? Put differently, Aquinas thinks there's no way to prove through reason alone that the world came into being, it might be co-eternal with God. But if God isn't the first cause in this sense, how is he a cause at all? These arguments will be especially important when we look at Descartes, see the René Descartes, 1596–1650, page 33, and Berkeley, CPHK. Part 1, Section 51, page 172, Part 1, Section 52. Page 172, and Part 1, Section 53, page 172, as well as Part 1, Section 107, page 179, as well as Demo 2, Section 34, page 186. 24. 3.5.2.1 Chapter 66, that nothing gives being except in as much as it acts in the power of God. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Nothing gives being except in so much as it is an actual being. But God preserves things in actuality. The order of effects is according to the order of causes. Now the first of all effects is being, for all others are determinations of being. Therefore being is the proper effect of the first agent, and all other agents produce it by the power of the first agent. Furthermore, secondary agents which, as it were, particularize and determine the action of the first agent, produce, as their proper effects, the other perfections which determine being. 3.5.2.2 Chapter 67, that God is the cause of activity in all active agents. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. As God not only gave being to things when they first began to be, but also causes being in them so long as they exist, so he did not once for all furnish them with active powers, but continually causes those powers in them, so that, if the divine influx were to cease, all activity would cease. Hence it is said, Thou hast wrought all our works in us, O Lord, Isa. XXVI, 12. And for this reason frequently in the scriptures the effects of nature are put down to the working of God, because he it is that works in every agent, physical or voluntary. For example, hast thou not drawn me out like milk, and curdled me like cheese? With skin and flesh thou hast clothed me, with bones and sinews thou hast put me together. Job X, 10, 11. 3.5.2.3 Chapter 69, of the opinion of those who withdraw from natural things their proper actions. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Some have taken an occasion of going wrong by thinking that no creature has any action in the production of natural effects, thus that fire does not warm, but God causes heat where fire is present. So Avice Braun in his book, The Fountain of Life, lays it down that no body is active, but the power of a subsistent spirit permeating bodies does the actions which seem to be done by bodies. But on such theories many awkward consequences follow. Section 1. If no inferior cause, and especially no corporeal cause, does any work, but God works alone in all agencies, and God does not change by working in different agencies, no. Chapter 325. Difference of effect will follow from the difference of agencies in which God works, but that is false by the testimony of sense. Section 2. It is contrary to the notion of wisdom for anything to be to no purpose in the works of the wise. But if created things in no way work to the production of effects, but God alone works all effects immediately, to no purpose are other things employed by him. Section 7. If effects are not produced by the action of creatures, but only by the action of God, it is impossible for the power of any creature to be manifested by its effect, for an effect shows the power of the cause only by reason of the action, which proceeds from the power and is terminated to the effect. But the nature of a cause is not known through its effect except in so far as through its effect its power is known, which follows upon its nature. If then created things have no actions of their own productive of effects, it follows that the nature of a created thing can never be known by its effect, and thus there is withdrawn from us all investigation of natural science, in which demonstrations are given principally through the effect. Some doctors of the Moorish law are said to bring an argument to show that accidents are not traceable to the action of bodies, the ground of the argument being this, that an accident does not pass from subject to subject, hence they count it an impossibility for heat to pass from a hot body to another body heated by it, but they say that all such accidents are created by God. Now this is a ridiculous proof to assign of a body not acting, to point to the fact that no accident passes from subject to subject. When it is said that one hot body heats another, it is not meant that numerical light same heat, which is in the heating body, passes to the body heated, but that by virtue of the heat, which is in the heating body, numerically another heat comes to be in the heated body actually, which was in it before potentially. For a natural agent does not transfer its own form to another subject, but reduces the subject upon which it acts from potentiality to actuality. 3.5.2.4 Chapter 70, How the same effect is from God and from a natural agent. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Some find it difficult to understand how natural effects are attributable at once to God and to a natural agent. For, first, one action, it seems, cannot proceed from two agents. If then the action, by which a natural effect is produced, proceeds from a natural body, it does not proceed from God. Second, when an action can be sufficiently done by one, it is superfluous to have it done by more. We see that nature does not do through two instruments what she can do through one. Since then the divine power is sufficient to produce natural effects, it is superfluous to employ also natural powers for the production of those same effects. Or if the natural power sufficiently produces its own effect, it is superfluous for the divine power to act to the same effect. 26. Third, if God produces the whole natural effect, nothing of the effect is left for the natural agent to produce. Upon consideration, these arguments are not difficult. First, the power of the inferior agent depends upon the power of the superior agent. Inasmuch as the superior agent gives to the inferior the power whereby it acts, or preserves that power, or applies it to action, as a workman applies a tool to its proper effect, frequently however without giving the tool the form whereby it acts, nor preserving it, but merely giving it motion. The action therefore of the inferior agent must proceed from that agent not merely through its own power, but through the power of all superior agents, for it acts in virtue of them all. And as the ultimate and lowest agent acts immediately, so is the power of the prime agent immediate in the production of the effect. For the power of the lowest agent is not competent to produce the effect of itself, but in power of the agent next above it, and the power of that agent is competent in virtue of the agent above it, and thus the power of the highest agent proves to be of itself productive of the effect, as the immediate cause. As we see in the principles of mathematical demonstrations, of which the first principle is immediate. As then it is not absurd for the same action to be produced by an agent and the power of that agent, so neither is it absurd for the same effect to be produced by an inferior agent and by God, by both immediately, although in different Manners. Second, though a natural thing produces its own effect, it is not superfluous for God to produce it, because the natural thing does not produce it except in the power of God. Nor is it superfluous, while God can of himself produce all natural effects, for them to be produced by other causes. This is not from the insufficiency of God's power, but from the immensity of his goodness, whereby he has wished to communicate his likeness to creatures, not only in point of their being, but likewise in point of their being causes of other things. Third, when the same effect is attributed to a natural cause and to the divine power, it is not as though the effect were produced partly by God and partly by the natural agent, but the whole effect is produced by both, though in different ways, as the same effect is attributed wholly to the instrument, and wholly also to the principal agent. 1. Why does Aquinas reject occasionalism, the doctrine that God is the only true cause? Give what you take to be his best argument. 2. At the end of chapter 69, of the opinion of those who withdraw from natural things their proper actions, page 25, some doctors of the Moorish law, Aquinas addresses a difficulty raised by the defenders of occasionalism. This difficulty will become important later on, especially when we look at Locke. What is the difficulty, and how does Aquinas propose to solve it? 3. How do God and creatures cooperate to produce effects? What does God do? And what do creatures do? Give an analogy. Chapter 327. 3.5.3 Aquinas Summa Theologicae, Prima Pars. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. We can now turn from Aquinas's metaphysics to his epistemology and theory of perception. Aquinas's Summa is organized into questions, which in turn are made up of articles, each defined by a particular question. After stating the question, Aquinas gives a series of objections to the view he will go on to defend. Next, he briefly states his own view. These paragraphs always begin sed contra, on the contrary, before explaining it, respondio dicendum, I answer that, and then replying to the objections. One needs to be careful in quoting from Aquinas. Obviously what he writes in the objections, for example, does not reflect his own view. Some of the objections and replies have been omitted here. The following passages concern the mind's relation to the things it knows and thinks about, chiefly, material beings. Articles 1, number question 84. Article 1. Whether the soul knows bodies through the intellect, and 3, number Article 3. Constitute an attack on the rationalism of Plato. 3.5.3.1 Question 84, Article 1, whether the soul knows bodies through the intellect. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Science is in the intellect. If, therefore, the intellect does not know bodies, it follows that there is no science of bodies, and thus perishes natural science, which treats of mobile bodies. I answer that, it should be said in order to elucidate this question, that the early philosophers, who inquired into the natures of things, thought there was nothing in the world save bodies. And because they observed that all bodies are mobile, and considered them to be ever in a state of flux, they were of the opinion that we can have no certain knowledge of the true nature of things. For what is in a continual state of flux cannot be grasped with any degree of certitude, for it passes away ere the mind can form a judgment thereon, according to the saying of Heraclitus, that it is not possible twice to touch a drop of water in a passing torrent, as the philosopher relates. Medif. 4, did. 3, 5. After these came Plato, who, wishing to save the certitude of our knowledge of truth through the intellect, maintained that, besides these corporeal things, there is another genus of beings, separate from matter and movement, which beings he called species, or ideas or forms, by participation of which each one of these singular and sensible things is said to be either a man, or a horse, or the like. Wherefore he said that sciences and definitions, and whatever appertains to the act of the intellect, are not referred to these sensible bodies, but to those immaterial and separate beings, so that according to this the soul does not understand corporeal things, but only their separate species. 28. Now this may be shown to be false for two reasons. First, because, since those species are immaterial and immovable, knowledge of movement and matter would be excluded from science, which knowledge is proper to natural science, and likewise all demonstration through moving and material causes. Secondly, because it seems ridiculous, when we seek for knowledge of things which are to us manifest, to introduce other beings, which cannot be the substance of those others, since they differ from them essentially, so that granted that we have a knowledge of those separate substances, we cannot for that reason claim to form a judgment concerning these sensible things. Now it seems that Plato strayed from the truth because, having observed that all knowledge takes place through some kind of similitude, he thought that the form of the thing known must of necessity be in the knower in the same manner as in the thing known. Then he observed that the form of the thing understood is in the intellect under conditions of universality, immateriality, and immobility, which is apparent from the very operation of the intellect, whose act of understanding has a universal extension, and is subject to a certain amount of necessity, for the mode of action corresponds to the mode of the agent's form. Wherefore he concluded that the things which we understand must have in themselves an existence under the same conditions of immateriality and immobility. But there is no necessity for this. For even in sensible things it is to be observed that the form is otherwise in one sensible than in another. For instance, whiteness may be of great intensity in one, and of a less intensity in another. In one we find whiteness with sweetness, in another without sweetness. In the same way the sensible form is conditioned differently in the thing which is external to the soul, and in the senses, which receive the forms of sensible things without receiving matter, such as the color of gold without receiving gold. So also the intellect, according to its own mode, receives, under conditions of immateriality and immobility, the species of material and mobile bodies, for the received is in the receiver according to the mode of the receiver. We must conclude, therefore, that through the intellect the soul knows bodies by a knowledge which is immaterial, universal, and necessary. 1. Aquinas gives two arguments against Plato. What are they? 3.5.3.2 Question 85, Article 1, whether our intellect understands corporeal and material things by abstraction from phantasms. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Objection 1. It would seem that our intellect does not understand corporeal and material things by abstraction from the phantasms. For the intellect is false if it understands an object otherwise than as it really is. Now the forms of material things do not exist as abstracted from the particular things represented by the phantasms. Therefore, if we understand material things by abstraction of the species from the phantasm, there will be error in the intellect. Chapter 329. On the contrary, the philosopher says, De Anima 3:4, that things are intelligible in proportion as they are separate from matter. Therefore material things must needs be understood according as they are abstracted from matter and from material images, namely, phantasms. I answer that, the object of knowledge is proportionate to the power of knowledge. Now there are three grades of the cognitive powers. For one cognitive power, namely, the sense, is the act of a corporeal organ, and therefore the object of every sensitive power is a form as existing in corporeal matter. And since such matter is the principle of individuality, therefore every power of the sensitive part can only have knowledge of the individual. There is another grade of cognitive power which is neither the act of a corporeal organ, nor in any way connected with corporeal matter, such is the angelic intellect, the object of whose cognitive power is therefore a form existing apart from matter, for though angels know material things, yet they do not know them save in something immaterial, namely, either in themselves or in God. But the human intellect holds a middle place, for it is not the act of an organ, yet it is a power of the soul which is the form of the body, as is clear from what we have said above. Question 70. 6. Article 1. And therefore it is proper to it to know a form existing individually in corporeal matter, but not as existing in this individual matter. But to know what is in individual matter, not as existing in such matter, is to abstract the form from individual matter which is represented by the phantasms. Therefore we must say that our intellect understands material things by abstracting from the phantasms. Reply 1. Abstraction may occur in two ways. First, by way of composition and division. Thus we may understand that one thing does not exist in some other, or that it is separate therefrom. Second, by way of simple and absolute consideration, thus we understand one thing without considering the other. Thus for the intellect to abstract one from another things which are not really abstract from one another, does, in the first mode of abstraction, imply falsehood. But, in the second mode of abstraction, for the intellect to abstract things which are not really abstract from one another, does not involve falsehood, as clearly appears in the case of the senses. For if we understood or said that color is not in a colored body, or that it is separate from it, there would be error in this opinion or assertion. But if we consider color and its properties, without reference to the apple which is colored, or if we express in word what we thus understand, there is no error in such an opinion or assertion. Because an apple is not essential to color, and therefore color can be understood independently of the apple. Likewise, the things which belong to the species of a material thing, such as a stone, or a man, or a horse, can be thought of apart from the individualizing principles which do not belong to the notion of the species. This is what we mean by abstracting the universal from the particular, or the intelligible species. From the phantasm, that is, by considering the nature of the species apart from its individual qualities represented by the phantasms. The intellect is false when it understands a thing otherwise than as it is, and so the intellect would be false if it abstracted the species of a stone from its matter in such a way as to regard the species as not existing in matter, as Plato held. 1. Aquinas distinguishes two things one might mean by abstraction. Which does Aquinas endorse, and why? 30. 3.5.3.3 Question 85, Article 2, whether the intelligible species abstracted from the phantasm is related to our intellect as that which is understood. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. On the contrary, the intelligible species is to the intellect what the sensible image is to the sense. But the sensible image is not what is perceived, but rather that by which sense perceives. Therefore the intelligible species is not what is actually understood, but that by which the intellect understands. I answer that, some have asserted that our intellectual faculties know only the impression made on them, as, for example, that sense is cognizant only of the impression made on its own organ. According to this theory, the intellect understands only its own impression, namely, the intelligible species which it has received, so that this species is what is understood. This is, however, manifestly false for two reasons. First, because the things we understand are the objects of science, therefore if what we understand is merely the intelligible species in the soul, it would follow that every science would not be concerned with objects outside the soul, but only with the intelligible species within the soul. Thus, according to the teaching of the Platonists, all science is about ideas. which they held to be actually understood. Question 84, Article 1, whether the soul knows bodies through the intellect. Page 28. Secondly, it is untrue, because it would lead to the opinion of the ancients who maintained that whatever seems is true. Aristotle, Metaph. 3:5, and that consequently contradictories are true simultaneously. For if the faculty knows its own impression only, it can judge of that only. Now a thing seems according to the impression made on the cognitive faculty. Consequently, the cognitive faculty will always judge of its own impression as such. And so every judgment will be true. For instance, if taste perceived only its own impression, when anyone with a healthy taste perceives that honey is sweet, he would judge truly, and if anyone with a corrupt taste perceives that honey is bitter, this would be equally true, for each would judge according to the impression on his taste. Thus every opinion would be equally true, in fact, every sort of apprehension. Therefore it must be said that the intelligible species is related to the intellect as that by which it understands, which is proved thus. There is a twofold action, Metaph 9. Did 8, one which remains in the agent, for instance, to see and to understand, and another which passes into an external object, for instance, to heat and to cut, and each of these actions proceeds in virtue of some form. And as the form from which proceeds an act tending to something external is the likeness of the object of the action, as heat in the heater is a likeness of the thing heated, so the form from which proceeds an action remaining in the agent is the likeness of the object. Hence that by which the sight sees is the likeness of the visible thing, and the likeness of the thing understood, that is, the intelligible species, is the form by which the intellect understands. Chapter 331. But since the intellect reflects upon itself, by such reflection it understands both its own act of intelligence, and the species by which it understands. Thus the intelligible species is that which is understood secondarily, but that which is primarily understood is the object, of which the species is the likeness. This also appears from the opinion of the ancient philosophers, who said that like is known by like. For they said that the soul knows the earth outside itself, by the earth within itself, and so of the rest. If, therefore, we take the species of the earth instead of the earth, according to Aristotle, De Anima 3:8, who says that a stone is not in the soul, but only the likeness of the stone, it follows that the soul knows external things by means of its intelligible species. This is a crucial passage for understanding Aquinas's views. Consider two positions on the relation between mind and the external world. Direct realism in perception and thought, the mind is directly connected to the things it perceives and thinks about, and these are, typically, really existing external objects. Indirect realism, representationalism, in perception and thought, the mind is only indirectly connected to the things it perceives and thinks about. What it immediately perceives or thinks about is only a mental entity, which in turn represents the thing in the world. 1. Which view does Aquinas endorse? Y. 32. Chapter 4 René Descartes 1596–1650 4.1 René Descartes 1596–1650 Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0 It is important to keep in mind that Descartes' strictly philosophical works are but a tiny portion of his overall output. Desmond Clark's insistence that Descartes was a practicing scientist who, somewhat unfortunately, wrote a few short and relatively unimportant philosophical essays is a useful corrective, although it's not quite true. One of Descartes' earliest works, 1629–33, is The World, also known as the Treatise on Light. Descartes decided not to publish it in light of Galileo's run-in with the Church over the Copernican hypothesis. In 1637, Descartes published the Discourse on Method, which includes a summary of parts of this early work. Descartes published the Meditations in Latin in 1641, a French translation soon followed. Some of Descartes' friends circulated manuscript and collected objections to the work, to which Descartes replied. In 1644, Descartes published his Principles of Philosophy, a work he hoped would replace the standard scholastic textbooks then in use. Our selection sets out the basic categories of his metaphysics and should be read alongside the Meditations. Textual note: the standard translation is the Philosophical Writings of Descartes, edited by J. Cottingham, R. Stutthof, and D. Murdoch, CSM. The original texts are Alversti. Descartes, edited by P. Adam and C. Tannery, at. If you are writing a paper on Descartes, you will want to consult the CSM, which is on reserve at Newman. Other editions, those of Rogeriou or Haldane and Ross, can be used as well. Many of Descartes' works are available on the web. We begin with an excerpt from the Discourse on Method, in which Descartes summarizes some of his conclusions in The World. This introduces Descartes' mechanical conception of nature, a conception that extends to animals, human and otherwise. This is followed by selections from the Principles, the Meditations, and the Objections and Replies. In these selections, it is important to keep in mind Descartes' overall project, sweeping away the Aristotelian world of forms on animal and vegetative souls and replacing it with a world of machines. Chapter 433 4.2 Descartes' Discourse on Method, Part 5, 1637. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Descartes has been recapitulating his discussion of the nature of matter from The World. On this view, matter is extension, ambit of matter is nothing over and above a region of space. See the principles above. He then moves on to apply this conception to animals. And, in the last place, what above all is here worthy of observation, is the generation of the animal spirits, which are like a very subtle wind, or rather a very pure and vivid flame which, continually ascending in great abundance from the heart to the brain, thence penetrates through the nerves into the muscles, and gives motion to all the members, so that to account for other parts of the blood which, as most agitated and penetrating, are the fittest to compose these spirits, proceeding towards the brain, it is not necessary to suppose any other cause, than simply, that the arteries which carry them thither proceed from the heart in the most direct lines, and that, according to the rules of mechanics which are the same with those of nature, when many objects tend at once to the same point where there is not sufficient room for all, as is the case with the parts of the blood which flow forth from the left cavity of the heart and tend towards the brain, the weaker and less agitated parts must necessarily be driven aside from that point by the stronger which alone in this way reach it. I had expounded all these matters with sufficient minuteness in the treatise which I formerly thought of publishing, and after these, I had shown what must be the fabric of the nerves and muscles of the human body to give the animal spirits contained in it the power to move the members, as when we see heads shortly after they have been struck off still move and bite the earth, although no longer animated. What changes must take place in the brain to produce waking, sleep, and dreams, how light, sounds, odors, tastes, heat, and all the other qualities of external objects impress it with different ideas by means of the senses, how hunger, thirst, and the other internal affections can likewise impress upon it divers ideas, what must be understood by the common sense, sensus communis, in which these ideas are received, by the memory which retains them, by the fantasy which can change them in various ways, and out of them compose new ideas, and which, by the same means, distributing the animal spirits through the muscles, can cause the members of such a body to move in as many different ways, and in a manner as suited, whether to the objects that are presented to its senses, or to its internal affections, as can take place in our own case, apart from the guidance of the will. Nor will this appear at all strange to those who are acquainted with the variety of movements performed by the different automata, or moving machines fabricated by human industry, and that with help of but few pieces compared with the great multitude of bones, muscles, nerves, arteries, veins, and other parts that are found in the body of each animal. Such persons will look upon this body as a machine made by the hands of God, which is incomparably better arranged, and adequate to movements more admirable than is any machine of human invention. And here I specially stayed to show that, were there such machines exactly resembling organs, an outward form an ape or any other irrational animal, we could have no means of 34. Knowing that they were in any respect of a different nature from these animals, but if there were machines bearing the image of our bodies, and capable of imitating our actions as far as it is morally possible, there would still remain two most certain tests, whereby to know that they were not therefore really men. 1. These machines could never use words or other signs arranged in such a manner as is competent to us in order to declare our thoughts to others, for we may easily conceive a machine to be so constructed that it emits vocables, and even that it emits some correspondent to the action upon it of external objects which cause a change in its organs. For example, if touched in a particular place, it may demand what we wish to say to it, if in another it may cry out that it is hurt, and such like, but not that it should arrange them variously so as appositely to reply to what is said in its presence, as men of the lowest grade of intellect can do. 2. Although such machines might execute many things with equal or perhaps greater perfection than any of us, they would, without doubt, fail in certain others from which it could be discovered that they did not act from knowledge, but solely from the disposition of their organs, for while reason is an universal instrument that is alike available on every occasion, these organs, on the contrary, need a particular arrangement for each particular action, whence it must be morally impossible that there should exist in any machine a diversity of organs sufficient to enable it to act in all the occurrences of life, in the way in which our reason enables us to act. Again, by means of these two tests we may likewise know the difference between men and brutes. For it is highly deserving of remark, that there are no men so dull and stupid, not even idiots, as to be incapable of joining together different words, and thereby constructing a declaration by which to make their thoughts understood, and that on the other hand, there is no other animal, however perfect or happily circumstanced, which can do the like. And this proves not only that the brutes have less reason than man, but that they have none at all, for we see that very little is required to enable a person to speak, and since a certain inequality of capacity is observable among animals of the same species, as well as among men, and since some are more capable of being instructed than others, it is incredible that the most perfect ape or parrot of its species should not in this be equal to the most stupid infant of its kind, or at least to one that was crack-brained, unless the soul of brutes were of a nature wholly different from ours. And we ought not to confound speech with the natural movements which indicate the passions, and can be imitated by machines as well as manifested by animals, nor must it be thought with certain of the ancients, that the brutes speak, although we do not understand their language. For if such were the case, since they are endowed with many organs analogous to ours, they could as easily communicate their thoughts to us as to their fellows. I had after this described the reasonable soul, and shown that it could by no means be educed from the power of matter, as the other things of which I had spoken, but that it must be expressly created, and that it is not sufficient that it be lodged in the human body exactly like a pilot in a ship, unless perhaps to move its members, but that it is necessary for it to be joined and united more closely to the body, in order to have sensations and appetites similar to ours, and thus constitute a real man. I here. Chapter 435. Entered, in conclusion, upon the subject of the soul at considerable length, because it is of the greatest moment, for after the error of those who deny the existence of God, an error which I think I have already sufficiently refuted, there is none that is more powerful in leading feeble minds astray from the straight path of virtue than the supposition that the soul of the brutes is of the same nature with our own, and consequently that after this life we have nothing to hope for or fear, more than flies and ants. But when we know how far they differ, we much better comprehend the reasons that establish that the soul is of a nature wholly independent of the body, and that consequently it is not liable to die with the latter, and, finally, because no other causes are observed capable of destroying it, we are naturally led thence to judge that it is immortal. 4.3 Descartes, The Principles of Philosophy, 1644. 4.3.1 Part 1, Section 51, What substance is, and that the term is not applicable to God and the creatures in the same sense. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. By substance we can conceive nothing else than a thing which exists in such a way as to stand in need of nothing beyond itself in order to its existence. And, in truth, there can be conceived but one substance which is absolutely independent, and that is God. We perceive that all other things can exist only by help of the concourse of God. And, accordingly, the term substance does not apply to God and the creatures. Univocally, to adopt a term familiar in the schools, that is, no signification of this word can be distinctly understood which is common to God and them. 4.3.2 Part 1, Section 52, that the term is applicable univocally to the mind and the body, and how substance itself is known. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Created substances, however, whether corporeal or thinking, may be conceived under this common concept, for these are things which, in order to their existence, stand in need of nothing but the concourse of God. But yet substance cannot be first discovered merely from its being a thing which exists independently, for existence by itself is not observed by us. We easily, however, discover substance itself from any attribute of it, by this common notion, that of nothing there are no attributes, properties, or qualities, for, from perceiving that some attribute is present, we infer that some existing thing or substance to which it may be attributed is also of necessity present. 36. 4.3.3 Part 1, Section 60, of Distinctions, and first of the real. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. The distinctions between things are threefold, viz., real, modal, and of reason. The real properly subsists between two or more substances, and it is sufficient to assure us that two substances are really mutually distinct, if only we are able clearly and distinctly to conceive the one of them without the other. For the knowledge we have of God renders it certain that He can effect all that of which we have a distinct idea. Thus, for example, since we have now the idea of an extended and corporeal substance, though we as yet do not know with certainty whether any such thing is really existent, nevertheless, merely because we have the idea of it, we may be assured that such a thing may exist, and, if it really exists, that every part which we can determine by thought must be really distinct from the other parts of the same substance. In the same way, since every one is conscious that he thinks, and that he in thought can exclude from himself every other substance, whether thinking or extended, it is certain that each of us thus considered is really distinct from every other thinking and corporeal substance. And although we suppose that God united a body to a soul so closely that it was impossible to form a more intimate union, and thus made a composite whole, the two substances would remain really distinct. Notwithstanding this union, for with whatever tie God connected them, he was not able to rid himself of the power he possessed of separating them, or of conserving the one apart from the other, and the things which God can separate or conserve separately are really distinct. 4.3.4 Part 1, Section 61, of the modal distinction. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. There are two kinds of modal distinctions, viz., that between the mode properly so called and the substance of which it is a mode, and that between two modes of the same substance. Of the former we have an example in this, that we can clearly apprehend substance apart from the mode which we say differs from it, while, on the other hand, we cannot conceive this mode without conceiving the substance itself. There is, for example, a modal distinction between figure or motion and corporeal substance in which both exist. There is a similar distinction between affirmation or recollection and the mind. Of the latter kind we have an illustration in our ability to recognize the one of two modes apart from the other, as figure apart from motion, and motion apart from figure, though we cannot think of either the one or the other without thinking of the common substance in which they adhere. Chapter 437. 4.3.5 Part 1, Section 62, of the distinction of reason. Conceptual distinction. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Finally, the distinction of reason is that between a substance and some one of its attributes, without which it is impossible for us to distinctly conceive the substance itself, or between two such attributes of a common substance, the one of which we try to think without the other. This distinction is manifest from our inability to form a clear and distinct idea of such a substance, if we separate from it such attribute, or to have a clear perception of the one of two such attributes if we separate it from the other. For example, because any substance which ceases to endure ceases also to exist, duration is not distinct from substance except in thought, rationale, and in general all the modes of thinking which we consider as in objects differ only in thought, as well from the objects of which they are thought as from each other in a common object. 4.3.6 Part 1, Section 63, How thought and extension may be distinctly known, as constituting, the one the nature of mind, the other that of body. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Thought and extension may be regarded as constituting the natures of intelligent and corporeal substance, and then they must not be otherwise conceived than as the thinking and extended substances themselves, that is, as mind and body, which in this way are conceived with the greatest clearness and distinctness. Moreover, we more easily conceive extended or thinking substance than substance by itself, or with the omission of its thinking or extension. For there is some difficulty in abstracting the notion of substance from the notions of thinking and extension, which, in truth, are only diverse in thought itself, i.e., conceptually different. 4.3.7 Part 1, Section 64, How these may likewise be distinctly conceived as modes of substance. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Thought and extension may be also considered as modes of substance, in as far, namely, as the same mind may have many different thoughts, and the same body, with its size unchanged, may be extended in several diverse ways, at one time more in length and less in breadth or depth, and at another time more in breadth and less in length, and then they are modally distinguished from substance, and can be conceived not less clearly and distinctly, provided they be not regarded as substances or things separated from others, but simply as modes of things. For by regarding them 38 as in the substances of which they are the modes, we distinguish them from these substances, and take them for what in truth they are, whereas, on the other hand, if we wish to consider them apart from the substances in which they are, we should by this itself regard them as self-subsisting things, and thus confound the ideas of mode and substance. 4.3.8 Part 2, Section 4, that the nature of body consists not in weight, hardness, color, and the like, but in extension alone. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. In this way we will discern that the nature of matter or body, considered in general, does not consist in its being hard, or ponderous, or colored, or that which affects our senses in any other way, but simply in its being a substance extended in length, breadth, and depth. For with respect to hardness, we know nothing of it by sense. Farther than that, the parts of hard bodies resist the motion of our hands on coming into contact with them, but if every time our hands move towards any part, all the bodies in that place receded as quickly as our hands approached, we should never feel hardness, and yet we have no reason to believe that bodies which might thus recede would on this account lose that which makes them bodies. The nature of body does not, therefore, consist in hardness. In the same way, it may be shown that weight, color, and all the other qualities of this sort, which are perceived in corporeal matter, may be taken from it, while it remains complete. It thus follows that the nature of body depends on none of these. 4.3.9 Part 2, Section 11, How space is not in reality different from corporeal substance. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. And indeed it will be easy to discern that it is the same extension which constitutes the nature of body as of space, and that these two things are mutually diverse only as the nature of the genus and species differs from that of the individual, provided we reflect on the idea we have of any body, taking a stone for example, and reject all that is not essential to the nature of body. In the first place, then, hardness may be rejected, because if the stone were liquefied or reduced to powder, it would no longer possess hardness, and yet would not cease to be a body. Color also may be thrown out of account, because we have frequently seen stones so transparent as to have no color. Again, we may reject weight, because we have the case of fire, which, though very light, is still a body, and, finally, we may reject cold, heat, and all the other qualities of this sort, either because they are not considered as in the stone, or because, with the change of these qualities, the stone is not supposed to have lost the nature of body. After this examination we will find that nothing remains in the idea of body, except that it is something extended in length, breadth, and depth, and this something is Chapter 439. Comprised in our idea of space, not only of that which is full of body, but even of what is called void space. April 3, 10 Part 2, Section 12, How space differs from body. In our mode of conceiving it. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. There is, however, some difference between them in the mode of conception, for if we remove a stone from the space or place in which it was, we conceive that its extension also is taken away, because we regard this as particular, and inseparable from the stone itself, but meanwhile we suppose that the same extension of place in which this stone was remains, although the place of the stone be occupied by wood, water, air, or by any other body, or be even supposed vacant, because we now consider extension in general, and think that the same is common to stones, wood, water, air, and other bodies, and even to a vacuum itself, if there is any such thing, provided it be of the same magnitude and figure as before, and preserve the same situation among the external bodies which determine this space. In the following two sections, Descartes is confronting the problem of transference. How can one body produce motion in another? See Aquinas's treatment of this in his chapter 60. 9. of the opinion of those who withdraw from natural things their proper actions. Page 25, Section 7. Is the answer Descartes gives here compatible with occasionalism? How might he react to Aquinas's answer? April 3, 11 Part 2, Section 24. What motion is, taking. The term in its common use. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But motion, in the ordinary sense of the term, is nothing more than the action by which a body passes from one place to another. And just as we have remarked above that the same thing may be said to change and not to change place at the same time, so also we may say that the same thing is at the same time moved and not moved. Thus, for example, a person seated in a vessel which is setting sail, thinks he is in motion if he look to the shore that he has left, and consider it as fixed, but not if he regard the ship itself, among the parts of which he preserves always the same situation. Moreover, because we are accustomed to suppose that there is no motion without action, and that in rest there is the cessation of action, the person thus seated is more properly said to be at rest than in motion, seeing he is not conscious of being in action. 40. April 3, 12 Part 2, Section 25. What motion is properly so called. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But if, instead of occupying ourselves with that which has no foundation, unless in ordinary usage, we desire to know what ought to be understood by motion according to the truth of the thing, we may say, in order to give it a determinate nature, that it is the transporting of one part of matter or of one body from the vicinity of those bodies that are in immediate contact with it, or which we regard as at rest, to the vicinity of other bodies. By a body as a part of matter, I understand all that which is transferred together, although it be perhaps composed of several parts, which in themselves have other motions, and I say that it is the transporting, and not the force or action which transports, with the view of showing that motion is always in the movable thing, not in that which moves, for it seems to me that we are not accustomed to distinguish these two things with sufficient accuracy. Farther, I understand that it is a mode of the movable thing, and not a substance, just as figure is a property of the thing figured, and repose of that which is at rest. 1. When our two things are really distinct? How can we know that they are distinct? 2. What kind of distinction holds between a substance and its essence real, conceptual, a distinction of reason, or modal? 3. Aristotle gave several criteria for substancehood. What criterion does Descartes give? Is it the same as Aristotle's? 4.4 Descartes' Meditations on First Philosophy, 1641. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http:// creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. The Meditations are among the most frequently misread works of the modern period. Descartes is often seen as primarily concerned with epistemology and in particular the problem of skepticism. But remember that the title of the work is Meditations on First Philosophy, and first philosophy always refers to metaphysics, not epistemology. And Descartes himself refers to the work in correspondence as his metaphysics. Skepticism is merely a tool Descartes exploits, it is not an independently important or interesting subject. Failure to see this stems from the failure to see the work's polemical purpose. Descartes' target audience here is the scholastics, while Descartes and his adversaries agree on some key doctrines that God exists, for example, and that the soul is immortal. They disagree on nearly everything else. Rather than arguing against their views directly, Descartes chooses a literary form that allows him to subvert their views, particularly empiricism, existentialism, and their belief in a multitude of natural kinds. The meditator is not Descartes himself, but instead a literary character. For confirmation of this, see the last paragraph of his synopsis of the 6 following meditations, page 42. Below. As you read the first 2 meditations, keep this in mind. Look for clues to the meditator's true identity. What kinsoft views does she hold, as she begins her reflections? Chapter 441. The synopsis that follows is helpful, but you might want to read it after having read the work as a whole. 4.4.1 Synopsis of the 6 following meditations. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. In the first meditation, of the things on which we may doubt, page 44, I expound the grounds on which we may doubt in general of all things, and especially of material objects, so long at least, as we have no other foundations for the sciences than those we have hitherto possessed. Now, although the utility of a doubt so general may not be manifest at first sight, it is nevertheless of the greatest, since it delivers us from all prejudice, and affords the easiest pathway by which the mind may withdraw itself from the senses, and finally makes it impossible for us to doubt wherever we afterward discover truth. In the second meditation, of the nature of the human mind, and that it is more easily known than the body, page 48, the mind which, in the exercise of the freedom peculiar to itself, supposes that no object is, of the existence of which it has even the slightest doubt, finds that, meanwhile, it must itself exist. And this point is likewise of the highest moment, for the mind is thus enabled easily to distinguish what pertains to itself, that is, to the intellectual nature, from what is to be referred to the body. But since some, perhaps, will expect, at this stage of our progress, a statement of the reasons which establish the doctrine of the immortality of the soul, I think it proper here to make such aware, that it was my aim to write nothing of which I could not give exact demonstration, and that I therefore felt myself obliged to adopt an order similar to that in use among the geometers, viz., to premise all upon which the proposition in question depends, before coming to any conclusion respecting it. Now, the first and chief prerequisite for the knowledge of the immortality of the soul is our being able to form the clearest possible conception, conceptus, concept, of the soul itself, and such as shall be absolutely distinct from all our notions of body, and how this is to be accomplished is there shown. There is required, besides this, the assurance that all objects which we clearly and distinctly think are true, really exist, in that very mode in which we think them, and this could not be established previously to the fourth meditation, of Truth and Error, page 65. Farther, it is necessary, for the same purpose, that we possess a distinct conception of corporeal nature, which is given partly in the second meditation, of the nature of the human mind, and that it is more easily known than the body, page 48, and partly in the fifth meditation, of the essence of material things, and, again, of God, that He exists, page 71, and sixth meditation, of the existence of material things, and of the real distinction between the mind and body of man, page 75. And, finally, on these grounds, we are necessitated to conclude that all those objects which are clearly and distinctly conceived to be diverse substances as mind and body, are substances really reciprocally distinct, and this inference is made in the sixth meditation, of the existence of material things, and of the real distinction between the mind and body of man, page 75. The absolute distinction of mind and body is, besides, confirmed in this second meditation, of the nature of the human mind, and that it is more easily 42. Known than the body, page 48, by showing that we cannot conceive body unless as divisible, while, on the other hand, mind cannot be conceived unless as indivisible. For we are not able to conceive the half of a mind, as we can of any body, however small. So that the natures of these two substances are to be held, not only as diverse, but even in some measure as contraries. I have not, however, pursued this discussion further in the present treatise, as well for the reason that these considerations are sufficient to show that the destruction of the mind does not follow from the corruption of the body, and thus to afford to men the hope of a future life, as also because the premises from which it is competent for us to infer the immortality of the soul, involve an explication of the whole principles of physics, in order to establish, in the first place, that generally all substances, that is, all things which can exist only in consequence of having been created by God, are in their own nature incorruptible, and can never cease to be, unless God Himself, by refusing His concurrence to them, reduce them to nothing, and, in the second place, that body, taken generally, is a substance, and therefore can never perish, but that the human body, in as far as it differs from other bodies, is constituted only by a certain configuration of members, and by other accidents of this sort, while the human mind is not made up of accidents, but is a pure substance. For although all the accidents of the mind be changed, although, for example, it thinks certain things, will others, and perceive others, the mind itself does not vary with these changes, while, on the contrary, the human body is no longer the same if a change take place in the form of any of its parts, from which it follows that the body may, indeed, without difficulty, perish, but that the mind is in its own nature immortal. In the third meditation, of God, that He exists, page 55, I have unfolded at sufficient length, as appears to me, my chief argument for the existence of God. But yet, since I was there desirous to avoid the use of comparisons taken from material objects, that I might withdraw, as far as possible, the minds of my readers from the senses. Numerous obscurities perhaps remain, which, however, will, I trust, be afterward entirely removed in the objections and replies to the meditations, page 83, s. Thus, among other things, it may be difficult to understand how the idea of a being absolutely perfect, which is found in our minds, possesses so much objective reality, i.e., participates by representation in so many degrees of being and perfection, that it must be held to arise from a cause absolutely perfect. This is illustrated in the replies by the comparison of a highly perfect machine, the idea of which exists in the mind of some workman, for as the objective, i.e., representative, perfection of this idea must have some cause, viz., either the science of the workman, or of some other person from whom he has received the idea, in the same way the idea of God, which is found in us, demands God Himself for its cause. In the fourth meditation, of Truth and Error, page 65, it is shown that all which we clearly and distinctly perceive, apprehend, is true, and, at the same time, is explained. Wherein consists the nature of error, points that require to be known as well for confirming the preceding truths, as for the better understanding of those that are to follow. But, meanwhile, it must be observed, that I do not at all there treat of sin, that is, of error committed in the pursuit of good and evil, but of that sort alone which arises in the determination of the true and the false. Nor do I refer to matters of faith. Chapter 443. Or to the conduct of life, but only to what regards speculative truths, and such as are known by means of the natural light alone. In the fifth meditation, of the essence of material things, and, again, of God, that He exists, page 71, besides the illustration of corporeal nature, taken genetically, a new demonstration is given of the existence of God, not free, perhaps, any more than the former, from certain difficulties, but of these the solution will be found in the objections and replies to the meditations, page 83. I further show, in what sense it is true that the certitude of geometrical demonstrations themselves is dependent on the knowledge of God. Finally, in the sixth meditation, of the existence of material things, and of the real distinction between the mind and body of man, page 75, the act of the understanding, intellectio, is distinguished from that of the imagination, imaginatio. The marks of this distinction are described. The human mind is shown to be really distinct from the body, and, nevertheless, to be so closely conjoined therewith, as together to form, as it were, a unity. The whole of the errors which arise from the senses are brought under review, while the means of avoiding them are pointed out, and, finally, all the grounds are adduced from which the existence of material objects may be inferred, not, however, because I deemed them of great utility in establishing what they prove, viz., that there is in reality a world, that men are possessed of bodies, and the like, the truth of which no one of sound mind ever seriously doubted, but because, from a close consideration of them, it is perceived that they are neither so strong nor clear as the reasonings which conduct us to the knowledge of our mind and of God, so that the latter are, of all which come under human knowledge, the most certain and manifest, a conclusion which it was my single aim in these meditations to establish, on which account I here omit mention of the various other questions which, in the course of the discussion, I had occasion likewise to consider. 4.4.2 First Meditation, of the things on which we may doubt. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Several years have now elapsed since I first became aware that I had accepted, even from my youth, many false opinions for true, and that consequently what I afterward based on such principles was highly doubtful, and from that time I was convinced of the necessity of undertaking once in my life to rid myself of all the opinions I had adopted, and of commencing anew the work of building from the foundation, if I desired to establish a firm and abiding superstructure in the sciences. But as this enterprise appeared to me to be one of great magnitude, I waited until I had attained an age so mature as to leave me no hope that at any stage of life more advanced I should be better able to execute my design. On this account, I have delayed so long that I should henceforth consider I was doing wrong were I still to consume in deliberation any of the time that now remains for action. Today, then, since I have opportunely freed my mind from all cares, and am happily disturbed by no passions, and since I am in the secure possession of leisure in a peaceable retirement, I will at length apply myself earnestly and freely to the general 44. Overthrow of all my former opinions. But, to this end, it will not be necessary for me to show that the whole of these are false, a point, perhaps, which I shall never reach. But as even now my reason convinces me that I ought not the less carefully to withhold belief from what is not entirely certain and indubitable, than from what is manifestly false, it will be sufficient to justify the rejection of the whole if I shall find in each some ground for doubt. Nor for this purpose will it be necessary even to deal with each belief individually, which would be truly an endless labor, but, as the removal from below of the foundation necessarily involves the downfall of the whole edifice, I will at once approach the criticism of the principles on which all my former beliefs rested. all that I have, up to this moment, accepted as possessed of the highest truth and certainty, I received either from or through the senses. I observed, however, that these sometimes misled us, and it is the part of prudence not to place absolute confidence in that by which we have even once been deceived. But it may be said that, although the senses occasionally mislead us respecting minute objects, and such as are so far removed from us as to be beyond the reach of close observation, there are yet many other of their informations, presentations, of the truth of which it is manifestly impossible to doubt, as for example, that I am in this place, seated by the fire, clothed in a winter dressing gown, that I hold in my hands this piece of paper, with other intimations of the same nature. But how could I deny that I possess these hands and this body, and withal escape being classed with persons in a state of insanity, whose brains are so disordered, and clouded by dark, bilious vapors as to cause them pertinaciously to assert that they are monarchs when they are in the greatest poverty, or clothed in gold and purple when destitute of any covering, or that their head is made of clay, their body of glass, or that they are gourds. I should certainly be not less insane than they, were I to regulate my procedure according to examples so extravagant. Though this be true, I must nevertheless here consider that I am a man, and that, consequently, I am in the habit of sleeping, and representing to myself in dreams those same things, or even sometimes others less probable, which the insane think are presented to them in their waking moments. How often have I dreamt that I was in these familiar circumstances, that I was dressed, and occupied this place by the fire, when I was lying undressed in bed. At the present moment, however, I certainly look upon this paper with eyes wide awake, the head which I now move is not asleep, I extend this hand consciously, and with express purpose, and I perceive it, the occurrences in sleep are not so distinct as all this. But I cannot forget that, at other times I have been deceived in sleep by similar illusions, and, attentively considering those cases, I perceive so clearly that there exist no certain marks by which the state of waking can ever be distinguished from sleep, that I feel greatly astonished, and in amazement I almost persuade myself that I am now dreaming. Let us suppose, then, that we are dreaming, and that all these particulars, namely, the opening of the eyes, the motion of the head, the forth-putting of the hands are merely illusions, and even that we really possess neither an entire body nor hands, such as we see. Nevertheless, it must be admitted at least that the objects which appear to us in sleep are, as it were, painted representations which could not have been formed unless in the likeness of realities, and, therefore, that those general Chapter 445 objects, at all events, namely, eyes, a head, hands, and an entire body, are not simply imaginary, but really existent. For, in truth, painters themselves, even when they study to represent sirens and satyrs forms the most fantastic and extraordinary, cannot bestow upon them natures absolutely new, but can only make a certain medley of the members of different animals, or if they chance to imagine something so novel that nothing at all similar has ever been seen before, and such as is, therefore, purely fictitious and absolutely false, it is at least certain that the colors of which this is composed are real. And on the same principle, although these general objects, viz., a body, eyes, a head, hands, and the like, be imaginary, we are nevertheless absolutely necessitated to admit the reality at least of some other objects still more simple and universal than these, of which, just as of certain real colors, all those images of things, whether true and real or false and fantastic, that are found in our consciousness, cogitatio, are formed. To this class of objects seem to belong corporeal nature in general and its extension. The figure of extended things, their quantity or magnitude, and their number, as also the place in, and the time during, which they exist, and other things of the same sort. We will not, therefore, perhaps reason illegitimately if we conclude from this that physics, astronomy, medicine, and all the other sciences that have for their end the consideration of composite objects, are indeed of a doubtful character, but that arithmetic, geometry, and the other sciences of the same class, which regard merely the simplest and most general objects, and scarcely inquire whether or not these are really existent, contain somewhat that is certain and indubitable, for whether I am awake or dreaming, it remains true that 2 and 3 make 5, and that a square has but 4 sides, nor does it seem possible that truths so apparent can ever fall under a suspicion of falsity. Nevertheless, the belief that there is a God who is all-powerful, and who created me, such as I am, has, for a long time, obtained steady possession of my mind. How, then, do I know that he has not arranged that there should be neither earth, nor sky, nor any extended thing, nor figure, nor magnitude, nor place, providing at the same time? However, for the rise in me of the perceptions of all these objects, and the persuasion that these do not exist otherwise than as I perceive them, and further, as I sometimes think that others are in error respecting matters of which they believe themselves to possess a perfect knowledge, how do I know that I am not also deceived each time I add together 2 and 3, or number the sides of a square, or form some judgment still more simple, if more simple indeed can be imagined? But perhaps God has not been willing that I should be thus deceived, for he is said to be supremely good. If, however, it were repugnant to the goodness of God to have created me subject to constant deception, it would seem likewise to be contrary to his goodness to allow me to be occasionally deceived, and yet it is clear that this is permitted. Some, indeed, might perhaps be found who would be disposed rather to deny the existence of a being so powerful than to believe that there is nothing certain. But let us for the present refrain from opposing this opinion, and grant that all which is here said of God is fabulous. Nevertheless, in whatever way it be supposed that I reach the state in which I exist, whether by fate or chance or by an endless series of antecedents and consequents, or by any other means, it is clear, since to be deceived and to err is a 46. certain defect, that the probability of my being so imperfect as to be the constant victim of deception will be increased exactly in proportion as the power possessed by the cause, to which they assign my origin, is lessened. To these reasonings I have assuredly nothing to reply, but am constrained at last to avow that there is nothing of all that I formerly believed to be true of which it is impossible to doubt, and that not through thoughtlessness or levity, but from cogent and maturely considered reasons. So that henceforward, if I desire to discover anything certain, I ought not the less carefully to refrain from assenting to those same opinions than to what might be shown to be manifestly false. But it is not sufficient to have made these observations, care must be taken likewise to keep them in remembrance. For those old and customary opinions perpetually recur, long and familiar usage giving them the right of occupying my mind, even almost against my will, and subduing my belief, nor will I lose the habit of deferring to them and confiding in them so long as I shall consider them to be what in truth they are, viz., opinions to some extent doubtful, as I have already shown, but still highly probable, and such as it is much more reasonable to believe than deny. It is for this reason I am persuaded that I shall not be doing wrong, if, taking an opposite judgment of deliberate design, I become my own deceiver, by supposing, for a time, that all those opinions are entirely false and imaginary, until at length, having thus balanced my old by my new prejudices, my judgment shall no longer be turned aside by perverted usage from the path that may conduct to the perception of truth. For I am assured that, meanwhile, there will arise neither peril nor error from this course, and that I cannot for the present yield too much to distrust, since the end I now seek is not action but knowledge. I will suppose, then, not that God, who is sovereignly good and the fountain of truth, but that some malignant demon, who is at once exceedingly potent and deceitful, has employed all his artifice to deceive me. I will suppose that the sky, the air, the earth, colors, figures, sounds, and all external things, are nothing better than the illusions of dreams, by means of which this being has laid snares for my credulity. I will consider myself as without hands, eyes, flesh, blood, or any of the senses, and as falsely believing that I am possessed of these. I will continue resolutely fixed in this belief. And if indeed by this means it be not in my power to arrive at the knowledge of truth, I shall at least do what is in my power, viz., suspend my judgment, and guard with settled purpose against giving my assent to what is false, and being imposed upon by this deceiver, whatever be his power and artifice. But this undertaking is arduous, and a certain indolence insensibly leads me back to my ordinary course of life, and just as the captive, who, perchance, was enjoying in his dreams an imaginary liberty, when he begins to suspect that it is but a vision, dreads awakening, and conspires with the agreeable illusions that the deception may be prolonged, so I, of my own accord, fall back into the train of my former beliefs, and fear to arouse myself from my slumber, lest the time of laborious wakefulness that would succeed this quiet rest, in place of bringing any light of day, should prove inadequate to dispel the darkness that will arise from the difficulties that have now been raised. 1. In this meditation, Descartes presents three skeptical arguments. There is a common pattern in each case, rather than reacting directly to the skeptical argument and trying to Chapter 447 overthrow it, the meditator retreats to some apparently more solid ground, until, at the end of the meditation, __________. 2. What are the skeptical arguments? How effective are they? 2.1 Premise: sometimes the senses deceive us. Conclusion: the senses should never be trusted. What is wrong with this argument? Is there a way to grant the premise while denying the conclusion? 2.1 Premise: sometimes, while dreaming, ________. Conclusion: therefore, right now I cannot tell _______. This is what we might call the literal dream argument. Can you think of any way to respond? You might want to come back to this after having read the sixth meditation of the existence of material things, and of the real distinction between the mind and body of man, page 75. But there's a more threatening version of this argument, the metaphorical dream argument. 2.1 Premise: alternate dreaming shows that we can have sensory experiences even when they do not correspond to anything in the world. Conclusion: alternate: I have no reason to think that my entire experience isn't like a dream, in that it corresponds to nothing outside of me. 2.2 Premise: there might be an omnipotent being, capable of making all my inferences. ___________, even when I think _______________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Which of these arguments is most important? Which of the three areas of retreat does it threaten? To think about while reading the following meditations: what is the purpose of the skeptical doubts introduced here? After all, they were hardly new, even in the 17th century. Rather snottily, Thomas Hobbes points out that they can be found in ancient writers like Plato. I would have preferred the author, so very distinguished in the realm of new speculations, not to have published these old things. Descartes responds that he included them partly to show how firm the truths he later arrived really are, and partly to prepare the minds of the readers for the consideration of matters geared to the understanding and for distinguishing them from corporeal things, goals for which these arguments seem wholly necessary. How do you think the doubt accomplishes these goals? 4.4.3 Second meditation: of the nature of the human mind, and that it is more easily known than the body. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. In the second meditation, Descartes is concerned to show the primacy of the intellect over the senses. The point of the skeptical arguments is to call the senses into question, Here we'll 48. See not only that the senses don't tell us that anything exists, they don't tell us anything about the nature of what exists. The most puzzling feature of this meditation is the long discussion of the piece of wax. What on earth is it doing here? What is it supposed to accomplish? Hint: recall the scholastic doctrine of existentialism. Does Descartes endorse it, or not? If not, how must the meditator proceed, if she ultimately wants to prove that the external world exists? The meditation of yesterday has filled my mind with so many doubts, that it is no longer in my power to forget them. Nor do I see, meanwhile, any principle on which they can be resolved, and, just as if I had fallen all of a sudden into very deep water, I am so greatly disconcerted as to be unable either to plant my feet firmly on the bottom or sustain myself by swimming on the surface. I will, nevertheless, make an effort, and try anew the same path on which I had entered yesterday, that is, proceed by casting aside all that admits of the slightest doubt, not less than if I had discovered it to be absolutely false, and I will continue always in this track until I shall find something that is certain, or at least, if I can do nothing more, until I shall know with certainty that there is nothing certain. Archimedes, that he might transport the entire globe from the place it occupied to another, demanded only a point that was firm and immovable, so, also, I shall be entitled to entertain the highest expectations, if I am fortunate enough to discover only one thing that is certain and indubitable. I suppose, accordingly, that all the things which I see are false, fictitious. I believe that none of those objects which my fallacious memory represents ever existed. I suppose that I possess no senses. I believe that body, figure, extension, motion, and place are merely fictions of my mind. What is there, then, that can be esteemed true? Perhaps this only, that there is absolutely nothing certain. But how do I know that there is not something different altogether from the objects I have now enumerated, of which it is impossible to entertain the slightest doubt? Is there not a God, or some being, by whatever name I may designate him, who causes these thoughts to arise in my mind? But why suppose such a being, for it may be I myself am capable of producing them? Am I, then, at least not something? But I before denied that I possessed senses or a body. I hesitate, however, for what follows from that. Am I so dependent on the body and the senses that without these I cannot exist? But I had the persuasion that there was absolutely nothing in the world, that there was no sky and no earth, neither minds nor bodies. Was I not, therefore, at the same time, persuaded that I did not exist? Far from it, I assuredly existed, since I was persuaded. But there is I know not what being, who is possessed at once of the highest power and the deepest cunning, who is constantly employing all his ingenuity in deceiving me. Doubtless, then, I exist, since I am deceived, and, let him deceive me as he may, he can never bring it about that I am nothing, so long as I shall be conscious that I am something, so that it must, in fine, be maintained, all things being maturely and carefully considered, that this proposition I am, I exist, is necessarily true each time it is expressed by me, or conceived in my mind. But I do not yet know with sufficient clearness what I am, though assured that I am. And hence, in the next place, I must take care, lest perchance I inconsiderately substitute some other object in room of what is properly myself, and thus wander from truth, even in that knowledge, cognition, which I hold to be of all others the most. Chapter 449. Certain and evident. For this reason, I will now consider anew what I formerly believed myself to be, before I entered on the present train of thought, and of my previous opinion I will retrench all that can in the least be invalidated by the grounds of doubt I have adduced, in order that there may at length remain nothing but what is certain and indubitable. What then did I formerly think I was? Undoubtedly I judged that I was a man. But what is a man? Shall I say a rational animal? Assuredly not, for it would be necessary forthwith to inquire into what is meant by animal, and what by rational, and thus, from a single question, I should insensibly glide into others, and these more difficult than the first, nor do I now possess enough of leisure to warrant me in wasting my time amid subtleties of this sort. I prefer here to attend to the thoughts that sprung up of themselves in my mind, and were inspired by my own nature alone. When I applied myself to the consideration of what I was. In the first place, then, I thought that I possessed a countenance, hands, arms, and all the fabric of members that appears in a corpse, and which I called by the name of body. It further occurred to me that I was nourished, that I walked, perceived, and thought, and all those actions I referred to the soul, but what the soul itself was I either did not stay to consider, or, if I did, I imagined that it was something extremely rare and subtle, like wind, or flame, or ether, spread through my grosser parts. As regarded the body, I did not even doubt of its nature, but thought I distinctly knew it. And if I had wished to describe it according to the notions I then entertained, I should have explained myself in this manner: by body I understand all that can be terminated by a certain figure, that can be comprised in a certain place, and so fill a certain space, as therefrom to exclude every other body, that can be perceived either by touch, sight, hearing, taste, or smell, that can be moved in different ways, not indeed of itself, but by something foreign to it by which it is touched and from which it receives the impression, for the power of self-motion, as likewise that of perceiving and thinking, I held as by no means pertaining to the nature of body. On the contrary, I was somewhat astonished to find such faculties existing in some bodies. But as to myself, what can I now say that I am, since I suppose there exists an extremely powerful, and, if I may so speak, malignant being, whose whole endeavors are directed toward deceiving me? Can I affirm that I possess any one of all those attributes of which I have lately spoken as belonging to the nature of body? After attentively considering them in my own mind, I find none of them that can properly be said to belong to myself. To recount them were idle and tedious. Let us pass, then, to the attributes of the soul. The first mentioned were the powers of nutrition and walking, but, if it be true that I have no body, it is true, likewise, that I am capable neither of walking nor of being nourished. Perception is another attribute of the soul. But perception too is impossible without the body. Besides, I have frequently, during sleep, believed that I perceived objects which I afterward observed I did not in reality perceive. Thinking is another attribute of the soul, and here I discover what properly belongs to myself. This alone is inseparable from me. I am, I exist, this is certain, but how often? As often as I think, for perhaps it would even happen, if I should wholly cease to think, that I should at the same time altogether cease to be. I now admit nothing that is not necessarily true. I am therefore, precisely speaking, only a thinking thing, that is, a mind, mensive animus, understanding, or reason, terms whose signification was before unknown to me. I am, however, a real thing, and really 50. Existent, but what thing? The answer was, a thinking thing. The question now arises: am I anything besides? I will stimulate my imagination with a view to discover whether I am not still something more than a thinking being. Now it in plain I am not the assemblage of members called the human body, I am not a thin and penetrating air diffused through all these members, or wind, or flame, or vapor, or breath, or any of all the things I can imagine, for I supposed that all these were not, and, without changing the supposition, I find that I still feel assured of my existence. But it is true, perhaps, that those very things which I suppose to be non-existent, because they are unknown to me, are not in troth different from myself whom I know. This is a point I cannot determine, and do not now enter into any dispute regarding it. I can only judge of things that are known to me. I am conscious that I exist, and I who know that I exist inquire into what I am. It is, however, perfectly certain that the knowledge of my existence, thus precisely taken, is not dependent on things, the existence of which is as yet unknown to me, and consequently it is not dependent on any of the things I can feign in imagination. Moreover, the phrase itself, I frame an image, effingo, reminds me of my error, for I should in truth frame one if I were to imagine myself to be anything, since to imagine is nothing more than to contemplate the figure or image of a corporeal thing, but I already know that I exist, and that it is possible at the same time that all those images, and in general all that relates to the nature of body, are merely dreams or chimeras. From this I discover that it is not more reasonable to say, I will excite my imagination that I may know more distinctly what I am, than to express myself as follows: I am now awake, and perceive something real. But because my perception is not sufficiently clear, I will of express purpose go to sleep that my dreams may represent to me the object of my perception with more truth and clearness. and, therefore, I know that nothing of all that I can embrace in imagination belongs to the knowledge which I have of myself, and that there is need to recall with the utmost care the mind from this mode of thinking, that it may be able to know its own nature with perfect distinctness. But what, then, am I? A thinking thing, it has been said. But what is a thinking thing? It is a thing that doubts, understands, conceives, affirms, denies, wills, refuses, that imagines also, and perceives. Assuredly it is not little, if all these properties belong to my nature. But why should they not belong to it? Am I not that very being who now doubts of almost everything, who, for all that, understands and conceives certain things, who affirms one alone as true, and denies the others, who desires to know more of them, and does not wish to be deceived, who imagines many things, sometimes even despite his will, and is likewise percipient of many, as if through the medium of the senses? Is there nothing of all this as true as that I am, even although I should be always dreaming, and although he who gave me being employed all his ingenuity to deceive me? Is there also any one of these attributes that can be properly distinguished from my thought, or that can be said to be separate from myself? For it is of itself so evident that it is I who doubt, I who understand, and I who desire, that it is here unnecessary to add anything by way of rendering it more clear. And I am as certainly the same being who imagines, for although it may be, as I before supposed, that nothing I imagine is true, still the power of imagination does not cease really to exist in me and to form part of my thought. In fine, I am the same being who perceives, that is, who apprehends certain objects as by the organs of sense, since, in chapter 451, Truth, I see light, hear a noise, and feel heat. But it will be said that these presentations are false, and that I am dreaming. Let it be so. At all events, it is certain that I seem to see light, hear a noise, and feel heat. This cannot be false, and this is what in me is properly called perceiving, sentire, which is nothing else than thinking. From this I begin to know what I am with somewhat greater clearness and distinctness than heretofore. But, nevertheless, it still seems to me, and I cannot help believing, that corporeal things, whose images are formed by thought, and are examined by the same, are known with much greater distinctness than that I know not what part of myself which is not imaginable, although, in truth, it may seem strange to say that I know and comprehend with greater distinctness things whose existence appears to me doubtful, that are unknown, and do not belong to me, than others of whose reality I am persuaded, that are known to me, and appertain to my proper nature, in a word, than myself. But I see clearly what is the state of the case. My mind is apt to wander, and will not yet submit to be restrained within the limits of truth. Let us therefore leave the mind to itself once more, and, according to it every kind of liberty, permit it to consider the objects that appear to it from without, in order that, having afterward withdrawn it from these gently and opportunely, and fixed it on the consideration of its being, and the properties it finds in itself, it may then be the more easily controlled. Let us now accordingly consider the objects that are commonly thought to be the most easily, and likewise the most distinctly known, viz., the bodies we touch and see. Not, indeed, bodies in general, for these general notions are usually somewhat more confused, but one body in particular. Take, for example, this piece of wax. It is quite fresh, having been but recently taken from the beehive. It has not yet lost the sweetness of the honey it contained. It still retains somewhat of the odor of the flowers from which it was gathered. Its color, figure, size, are apparent to the sight. It is hard, cold, easily handled, and sounds when struck upon with the finger. In fine, all that contributes to make a body as distinctly known as possible, is found in the one before us. But, while I am speaking, let it be placed near the fire what remained of the taste exhales, the smell evaporates, the color changes, its figure is destroyed, its size increases, it becomes liquid, it grows hot, it can hardly be handled, and, although struck upon, it emits no sound. Does the same wax still remain after this change? It must be admitted that it does remain, no one doubts it, or judges otherwise. What, then, was it I knew with so much distinctness in the piece of wax? Assuredly, it could be nothing of all that I observed by means of the senses, since all the things that fell under taste, smell, sight, touch, and hearing are changed, and yet the same wax remains. It was perhaps what I now think, viz., that this wax was neither the sweetness of honey, the pleasant odor of flowers, the whiteness, the figure, nor the sound, but only a body that a little before appeared to me conspicuous under these forms, and which is now perceived under others. But, to speak precisely, what is it that I imagine when I think of it in this way? Let it be attentively considered, and, retrenching all that does not belong to the wax, let us see what remains. There certainly remains nothing, except something extended, flexible, and movable. But what is meant by flexible and movable? Is it not that I imagine that the piece of wax, being round, is capable of becoming square, or of passing from a square into a triangular figure? Assuredly such is not the case, because I conceive that it admits of 52. An infinity of similar changes, and I am, moreover, unable to compass this infinity by imagination, and consequently this conception which I have of the wax is not the product of the faculty of imagination. But what now is this extension? Is it not also unknown? For it becomes greater when the wax is melted, greater when it is boiled, and greater still when the heat increases, and I should not conceive clearly, and according to truth, the wax as it is, if I did not suppose that the piece we are considering admitted even of a wider variety of extension than I ever imagined. I must, therefore, admit that I cannot even comprehend by imagination what the piece of wax is, and that it is the mind alone which perceives it. I speak of one piece in particular. For as to wax in general, this is still more evident. But what is the piece of wax that can be perceived only by the understanding or mind? It is certainly the same which I see, touch, imagine, and, in fine, it is the same which, from the beginning, I believed it to be. But, and this it is of moment to observe, the perception of it is neither an act of sight, of touch, nor of imagination, and never was either of these, though it might formerly seem so, but is simply an intuition, inspectio, of the mind, which may be imperfect and confused, as it formerly was, or very clear and distinct, as it is at present, according as the attention is more or less directed to the elements which it contains, and of which it is composed. But, meanwhile, I feel greatly astonished when I observe the weakness of my mind, and its proneness to error. For although, without at all giving expression to what I think, I consider all this in my own mind, words yet occasionally impede my progress, and I am almost led into error by the terms of ordinary language. We say, for example, that we see the same wax when it is before us, and not that we judge it to be the same, from its retaining the same color and figure, whence I should forthwith be disposed to conclude that the wax is known by the act of sight, and not by the intuition of the mind alone, were it not for the analogous instance of human beings passing on in the street below, as observed from a window. In this case I do not fail to say that I see the men themselves, just as I say that I see the wax, and yet what do I see from the window? Beyond hats and cloaks that might cover artificial machines, whose motions might be determined by springs? But I judge that there are human beings from these appearances, and thus I comprehend, by the faculty of judgment alone which is in the mind, what I believed I saw with my eyes. The man who makes it his aim to rise to knowledge superior to the common, ought to be ashamed to seek occasions of doubting from the vulgar forms of speech, instead, therefore, of doing this, I shall proceed with the matter in hand, and inquire whether I had a clearer and more perfect perception of the piece of wax when I first saw it, and when I thought I knew it by means of the external sense itself, or, at all events, by the common sense, sensus communis, as it is called, that is, by the imaginative faculty, or whether I rather apprehend it more clearly at present, after having examined with greater care, both what it is, and in what way it can be known. It would certainly be ridiculous to entertain any doubt on this point. For what, in that first perception, was there distinct? What did I perceive which any animal might not have perceived? But when I distinguish the wax from its exterior forms, and when, as if I had stripped it of its vestments, I consider it quite naked, it is certain, although some error may still be found in my judgment, that I cannot, nevertheless, thus apprehend it without possessing a human mind. Chapter 453. But, finally, what shall I say of the mind itself, that is, of myself? For as yet I do not admit that I am anything but mind. What, then? I who seem to possess so distinct an apprehension of the piece of wax, do I not know myself, both with greater truth and certitude, and also much more distinctly and clearly? For if I judge that the wax exists, because I see it, it assuredly follows, much more evidently, that I myself am or exist. For the same reason, for it is possible that what I see may not in truth be wax, and that I do not even possess eyes with which to see anything, but it cannot be that when I see, or, which comes to the same thing, when I think I see, I myself who think am nothing. So likewise, if I judge that the wax exists because I touch it, it will still also follow that I am, and if I determine that my imagination, or any other cause, whatever it be, persuades me of the existence of the wax, I will still draw the same conclusion. And what is here remarked of the piece of wax, is applicable to all the other things that are external to me. And further, if the notion or perception of wax appeared to me more precise and distinct, after that not only sight and touch, but many other causes besides, rendered it manifest to my apprehension, with how much greater distinctness must I now know myself, since all the reasons that contribute to the knowledge of the nature of wax, or of any body whatever, manifest still better the nature of my mind? And there are besides so many other things in the mind itself that contribute to the illustration of its nature, that those dependent on the body, to which I have here referred, scarcely merit to be taken into account. But, in conclusion, I find I have insensibly reverted to the point I desired, for, since it is now manifest to me that bodies themselves are not properly perceived by the senses, nor by the faculty of imagination, but by the intellect alone, and since they are not perceived because they are seen and touched, but only because they are understood, or rightly comprehended by thought, I readily discover that there is nothing more easily or clearly apprehended than my own mind. But because it is difficult to rid one's self so promptly of an opinion to which one has been long accustomed, it will be desirable to tarry for some time at this stage, that, by long continued meditation, I may more deeply impress upon my memory this new knowledge. 1. Who is the meditator? What kinds of views does she hold, as she begins her meditations? 2. Descartes thinks that many of the beliefs and thoughts we attribute merely to the senses depend on the intellect. How does the example of the automata, artificial machines, show this? 3. What would Descartes make of the scholastic doctrine of existentialism? 4. What is the essence of the wax? What would a scholastic make of Descartes' conclusion? 5. How does the wax argument work? Look back at the stone argument in Part 2, Section 11, how space is not in reality different from corporeal substance, page 39, from the Principles. Try to reconstruct the wax argument below. Premise 1. At a given time, call it 5 p.m., the wax has a set of determinate properties, including determinate size, shape, taste, color, and so on. Premise 2. At a later time, say 5:05 p.m., the wax underscore 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 underscore. Conclusion: the essence of the wax and of all material things is nothing but underscore 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 underscore. 54. 4.4.4 Third meditation, of God, that He exists. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. 1. In this meditation, Descartes continues to use his own view of the order of knowledge, which the skeptical argument shelped to establish, contra existentialism, Cartesian. Essentialism holds that one cannot know that something exists without first underscore 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 underscore. Descartes uses some scholastic jargon in this meditation, which can be very misleading. Watch out for these phrases, they mean roughly the opposite of what it sounds like they should mean. The formal reality of a thing is just its reality or existence. Descartes thinks there is a hierarchy of reality, as he explains to Hobbes, in the replies to the third objections. God is at the top, followed by created substances, and finally their modes. God exists more fully than anything else does, simply because created substances depend for their existence on underscore 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 underscore, and modes depend on underscore 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 underscore. 2. Formal reality is to be contrasted with objective reality, the reality or being a thing has in virtue of what it represents. All ideas are modes of the mind, so they all have the same degree of formal reality. But they can differ in objective reality, because they can represent underscore 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 underscore. What else, besides ideas, has objective reality? But this doesn't mean that Descartes is an idealist, someone who thinks that only ideas exist. God, created substances, and their modes, all have some degree of underscore 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 reality. I will now close my eyes, I will stop my ears, I will turn away my senses from their objects, I will even efface from my consciousness all the images of corporeal things, or at least, because this can hardly be accomplished, I will consider them as empty and false, and thus, holding converse only with myself, and closely examining my nature, I will endeavor to obtain by degrees a more intimate and familiar knowledge of myself. I am a thinking, conscious thing, that is, a being who doubts, affirms, denies, knows a few objects, and is ignorant of many, who loves, hates, wills, refuses, who imagines likewise, and perceives, for, as I before remarked, although the things which I perceive or imagine are perhaps nothing at all apart from me and in themselves, I am nevertheless assured that those modes of consciousness which I call perceptions and imaginations, in as far only as they are modes of consciousness, exist in me. And in The little I have said, I think I have summed up all that I really know, or at least all that up to this time I was aware I knew. Now, as I am endeavoring to extend my knowledge more widely, I will use circumspection, and consider with care whether I can still discover in myself anything further which I have not yet hitherto observed. I am certain that I am a thinking thing. But do I not therefore likewise know what is required to render me certain of a truth? In this first knowledge, doubtless, there is nothing that gives me assurance of its truth, except the clear and distinct perception of what I affirm, which would not indeed be sufficient to give me the assurance that what I say is true, if it could ever happen that anything I thus clearly and distinctly perceived should prove false, and accordingly it seems to me that I may now take as a general rule, that all that is very clearly and distinctly apprehended, conceived, is true. Chapter 455. Nevertheless I before received and admitted many things as wholly certain and manifest, which yet I afterward found to be doubtful. What, then, were those? They were the earth, the sky, the stars, and all the other objects which I was in the habit of perceiving by the senses. But what was it that I clearly and distinctly perceived in them? Nothing more than that the ideas and the thoughts of those objects were presented to my mind. And even now I do not deny that these ideas are found in my mind. But there was yet another thing which I affirmed, and which, from having been accustomed to believe it, I thought I clearly perceived, although, in truth, I did not perceive it at all. I mean the existence of objects external to me, from which those ideas proceeded, and to which they had a perfect resemblance, and it was here I was mistaken, or if I judged correctly, this assuredly was not to be traced to any knowledge I possessed. But when I considered any matter in arithmetic and geometry, that was very simple and easy, as, for example, that 2 and 3 added together make 5, and things of this sort, did I not view them with at least sufficient clearness to warrant me in affirming their truth? Indeed, if I afterward judged that we ought to doubt of these things, it was for no other reason than because it occurred to me that a God might perhaps have given me such a nature as that I should be deceived, even respecting the matters that appeared to me the most evidently true. But as often as this preconceived opinion of the sovereign power of a God presents itself to my mind, I am constrained to admit that it is easy for him, if he wishes it, to cause me to err even in matters where I think I possess the highest evidence, and, on the other hand, as often as I direct my attention to things which I think I apprehend with great clearness, I am so persuaded of their truth that I naturally break out into expressions such as these. Deceive me who may, no one will yet ever be able to bring it about that I am not, so long as I shall be conscious that I am, or at any future time cause it to be true that I have never been, it being now true that I am, or make 2 and 3 more or less than 5, in supposing which, and other like absurdities, I discover a manifest contradiction. And in truth, as I have no ground for believing that God is deceitful, and as, indeed, I have not even considered the reasons by which the existence of a God of any kind is established. The ground of doubt that rests only on this supposition is very slight, and, so to speak, metaphysical. But, that I may be able wholly to remove it, I must inquire whether there is a God, as soon as an opportunity of doing so shall present itself, and if I find that there is a God, I must examine likewise whether he can be a deceiver, for without the knowledge of these two truths, I do not see that I can ever be certain of anything, and that I may be enabled to examine this without interrupting the order of meditation I have proposed to myself, which is, to pass by degrees from the notions that I shall find first in my mind to those I shall afterward discover in it. It is necessary at this stage to divide all my thoughts into certain classes, and to consider in which of these classes truth and error are, strictly speaking, to be found. Of my thoughts some are, as it were, images of things, and to these alone properly belongs the name idea, as when I think of, or represent to my mind, a man, a chimera, the sky, an angel, or God. Others, again, have certain other forms, as when I will, fear, affirm, or deny. I always, indeed, apprehend something as the object of my thought. But I also embrace in thought something more than the representation of the object. 56. And of this class of thoughts some are called volitions or affections, and others judgments. Now, with respect to ideas, if these are considered only in themselves, and are not referred to any object beyond them, they cannot, properly speaking, be false, for whether I imagine a goat or chimera, it is not less true that I imagine the one than the other. Nor need we fear that falsity may exist in the will or affections, for, although I may desire objects that are wrong, and even that never existed, it is still true that I desire them. There thus only remain our judgments, in which we must take diligent heed that we be not deceived. But the chief and most ordinary error that arises in them consists in judging that the ideas which are in us are like or conform to the things that are external to us, for assuredly, if we but considered the ideas themselves as certain modes of our thought, consciousness, without referring them to anything beyond, they would hardly afford any occasion of error. But among these ideas, some appear to me to be innate, others adventitious, and others to be made by myself, factitious, for, as I have the power of conceiving what is called a thing, or a truth, or a thought, it seems to me that I hold this power from no other source than my own nature. But if I now hear a noise, if I see the sun, or if I feel heat, I have all along judged that these sensations proceeded from certain objects existing out of myself, and, in fine, it appears to me that sirens, hippogriffs, and the like, are inventions of my own mind. But I may even perhaps come to be of opinion that all my ideas are of the class which I call adventitious, or that they are all innate, or that they are all factitious, for I have not yet clearly discovered their true origin, and what I have here principally to do is to consider, with reference to those that appear to come from certain objects without me, what grounds there are for thinking them like these objects. The first of these grounds is that it seems to me I am so taught by nature, and the second that I am conscious that those ideas are not dependent on my will, and therefore not on myself, for they are frequently presented to me against my will, as at present, whether I will or not, I feel heat, and I am thus persuaded that this sensation, or idea, sensum vel ideam, of heat is produced in me by something different from myself, viz., by the heat of the fire by which I sit. And it is very reasonable to suppose that this object impresses me with its own likeness rather than any other thing. But I must consider whether these reasons are sufficiently strong and convincing. When I speak of being taught by nature in this matter, I understand by the word nature only a certain spontaneous impetus that impels me to believe in a resemblance between ideas and their objects, and not a natural light that affords a knowledge of its truth. But these two things are widely different, for what the natural light shows to be true can be in no degree doubtful, as, for example, that I am because I doubt, and other truths of the like kind, inasmuch as I possess no other faculty whereby to distinguish truth from error, which can teach me the falsity of what the natural light declares to be true, and which is equally trustworthy, but with respect to seemingly natural impulses, I have observed, when the question related to the choice of right or wrong in action, that they frequently led me to take the worse part, nor do I see that I have any better ground for following them in what relates to truth and error. Then, with respect to the other reason, which is that because these ideas do not depend on my will, they must arise from objects existing without me, I do not find it. Chapter 457. More convincing than the former, for just as those natural impulses, of which I have lately spoken, are found in me, notwithstanding that they are not always in harmony with my will, so likewise it may be that I possess some power not sufficiently known to myself capable of producing ideas without the aid of external objects, and, indeed, it has always hitherto appeared to me that they are formed during sleep, by some power of this nature, without the aid of anything external. And, in fine, although I should grant that they proceeded from those objects, it is not a necessary consequence that they must be like them. On the contrary, I have observed, in a number of instances, that there was a great difference between the object and its idea. Thus, for example, I find in my mind two wholly diverse ideas of the sun, the one by which it appears to me extremely small draws its origin from the senses, and should be placed in the class of adventitious ideas, the other, by which it seems to be many times larger than the whole earth, is taken up on astronomical grounds, that is, elicited from certain notions born with me, or is framed by myself in some other manner. These two ideas cannot certainly both resemble the same sun, and reason teaches me that the one which seems to have immediately emanated from it is the most unlike. And these things sufficiently prove that hitherto it has not been from a certain and deliberate judgment, but only from a sort of blind impulse, that I believed in the existence of certain things different from myself, which, by the organs of sense, or by whatever other means it might be, conveyed their ideas or images into my mind. and impressed it with their likenesses. But there is still another way of inquiring whether, of the objects whose ideas are in my mind, there are any that exist out of me. If ideas are taken in so far only as they are certain modes of consciousness, I do not remark any difference or inequality among them, and all seem, in the same manner, to proceed from myself, but, considering them as images, of which one represents one thing and another a different, it is evident that a great diversity obtains among them. For, without doubt, those that represent substances are something more, and contain in themselves, so to speak, more objective reality, than those that represent only modes or accidents. And again, the idea by which I conceive a God sovereign, eternal, infinite, immutable, all-knowing, all-powerful, and the creator of all things that are out of himself, this, I say, has certainly in it more objective reality than those ideas by which finite substances are represented. Now, it is manifest by the natural light that there must at least be as much reality in the efficient and total cause as in its effect, for whence can the effect draw its reality if not from its cause? And how could the cause communicate to it this reality unless it possessed it in itself? And hence it follows, not only that what is cannot be produced by what is not, but likewise that the more perfect, in other words, that which contains in itself more reality, cannot be the effect of the less perfect, and this is not only evidently true of those effects, whose reality is actual, or formal, but likewise of ideas, whose reality is only considered as objective. Thus, for example, the stone that is not yet in existence, cannot now commence to be, unless it be produced by that which possesses in itself, formally or eminently, all that enters into its composition, in other words, by that which contains in itself the same properties that are in the stone, or others superior to them, and heat can only be produced in a subject that was before 58 devoid of it, by a cause that is of an order, degree, or kind, at least as perfect as heat, and so of the others. But further, even the idea of the heat, or of the stone, cannot exist in me unless it be put there by a cause that contains, at least, as much reality as I conceive existent in the heat or in the stone, for although that cause may not transmit into my idea anything of its actual or formal reality, we ought not on this account to imagine that it is less real, but we ought to consider that, as every idea is a work of the mind, its nature is such as of itself to demand no other formal reality than that which it borrows from our consciousness, of which it is but a mode, that is, a manner or way of thinking. But in order that an idea may contain this objective reality rather than that, it must doubtless derive it from some cause in which is found at least as much formal reality as the idea contains of objective, for, if we suppose that there is found in an idea anything which was not in its cause, it must of course derive this from nothing. But, however imperfect may be the mode of existence by which a thing is, objectively, or by representation, in the understanding by its idea, we certainly cannot, for all that, allege that this mode of existence is nothing, nor, consequently, that the idea owes its origin to nothing. Nor must it be imagined that, since the reality which is considered in these ideas is only objective, the same reality need not be formally, actually, in the causes of these ideas, but only objectively, for, just as the mode of existing objectively belongs to ideas by their peculiar nature, so likewise the mode of existing formally appertains to the causes of these ideas, at least to the first and principal, by their peculiar nature. And although an idea may give rise to another idea, this regress cannot, nevertheless, be infinite. We must in the end reach a first idea, the cause of which is, as it were, the archetype in which all the reality or perfection that is found objectively or by representation in these ideas is contained formally and in act. I am thus clearly taught by the natural light that ideas exist in me as pictures or images, which may, in truth, readily fall short of the perfection of the objects from which they are taken, but can never contain anything greater or more perfect. And in proportion to the time and care with which I examine all those matters, the conviction of their truth brightens and becomes distinct. But, to sum up, what conclusion shall I draw from it all? It is this: if the objective reality or perfection of any one of my ideas be such as clearly to convince me that this same reality exists in me, neither formally nor eminently, and if, as follows from this, I myself cannot be the cause of it, it is a necessary consequence that I am not alone in the world, but that there is besides myself some other being who exists as the cause of that idea, while, on the contrary, if no such idea be found in my mind, I shall have no sufficient ground of assurance of the existence of any other being besides myself, for, after a most careful search, I have, up to this moment, been unable to discover any other ground. But, among these my ideas, besides that which represents myself, respecting which there can be here no difficulty, there is one that represents a God, others that represent corporeal and inanimate things, others angels, others animals, and, finally, there are some that represent men like myself. But with respect to the ideas that represent other men, or animals, or angels, I can easily suppose that they were formed by the mingling and composition of the other ideas which I have of myself, of corporeal things, and of God, although they were, apart from myself, neither men, animals, nor angels. And with regard to the ideas of corporeal objects, I never, Chapter 459, discovered in them anything so great or excellent which I myself did not appear capable of originating, for, by considering these ideas closely and scrutinizing them individually, in the same way that I yesterday examined the idea of wax, I find that there is but little in them that is clearly and distinctly perceived as belonging to the class of things that are clearly apprehended. I recognize the following, viz., magnitude, or extension in length, breadth, and depth, figure, which results from the termination of extension, situation, which bodies of diverse figures preserve with reference to each other, and motion or the change of situation, to which may be added substance, duration, and number. but with regard to light, colors, sounds, odors, tastes, heat, cold, and the other tactile qualities, they are thought with so much obscurity and confusion, that I cannot determine even whether they are true or false, in other words, whether or not the ideas I have of these qualities are in truth the ideas of real objects. For although I before remarked that it is only in judgments that formal falsity, or falsity properly so called, can be met with, there may nevertheless be found in ideas a certain material falsity, which arises when they represent what is nothing as if it were something. Thus, for example, the ideas I have of cold and heat are so far from being clear and distinct that I am unable from them to discover whether cold is only the privation of heat, or heat the privation of cold, or whether they are or are not real qualities, and since ideas being as it were images, there can be none that does not seem to us to represent some object, the idea which represents cold as something real and positive will not improperly be called false, if it be correct to say that cold is nothing but a privation of heat, and so in other cases. To ideas of this kind, indeed, it is not necessary that I should assign any author besides myself, for if they are false, that is, represent objects that are unreal, the natural light teaches me that they proceed from nothing, in other words, that they are in me only because something is wanting to the perfection of my nature. But if these ideas are true, yet because they exhibit to me so little reality that I cannot even distinguish the object represented from non-being, I do not see why I should not be the author of them. With reference to those ideas of corporeal things that are clear and distinct, there are some which, as appears to me, might have been taken from the idea I have of myself, as those of substance, duration, number, and the like. For when I think that a stone is a substance, or a thing capable of existing of itself, and that I am likewise a substance, although I conceive that I am a thinking and non-extended thing, and that the stone, on the contrary, is extended and unconscious, there being thus the greatest diversity between the two concepts, yet these two ideas seem to have this in common, that they both represent substances. In the same way, when I think of myself as now existing, and recollect besides that I existed some time ago, and when I am conscious of various thoughts whose number I know, I then acquire the ideas of duration and number, which I can afterward transfer to as many objects as I please. With respect to the other qualities that go to make up the ideas of corporeal objects, viz., extension, figure, situation, and motion, it is true that they are not formally in me, since I am merely a thinking being, but because they are only certain modes of substance, and because I myself am a substance, it seems possible that they may be contained in me eminently. 60. There only remains, therefore, the idea of God, in which I must consider whether there is anything that cannot be supposed to originate with myself. By the name God, I understand a substance infinite, eternal, immutable, independent, all-knowing, all-powerful, and by which I myself, and every other thing that exists, if any such there be, were created. But these properties are so great and excellent, that the more attentively I consider them, the less I feel persuaded that the idea I have of them owes its origin to myself alone. And thus it is absolutely necessary to conclude, from all that I have before said, that God exists, for though the idea of substance be in my mind, owing to this, that I myself am a substance, I should not, however, have the idea of an infinite substance, seeing I am a finite being, unless it were given me by some substance in reality infinite. And I must not imagine that I do not apprehend the infinite by a true idea, but only by the negation of the finite, in the same way that I comprehend repose and darkness by the negation of motion and light, since, on the contrary, I clearly perceive that there is more reality in the infinite substance than in the finite, and therefore that in some way I possess the perception, notion, of the infinite before that of the finite, that is, the perception of God before that of myself, for how could I know that I doubt, desire, or that something is wanting to me, and that I am not wholly perfect, if I possessed no idea of a being more perfect than myself, by comparison of which I knew the deficiencies of my nature? And it cannot be said that this idea of God is perhaps materially false, and consequently that it may have arisen from nothing, in other words, that it may exist in me from my imperfection, as I before said of the ideas of heat and cold, and the like. For, on the contrary, as this idea is very clear and distinct, and contains in itself more objective reality than any other, there can be no one of itself more true, or less open to the suspicion of falsity. The idea, I say, of a being supremely perfect, and infinite, is in the highest degree true. For although, perhaps, we may imagine that such a being does not exist, we cannot, nevertheless, suppose that his idea represents nothing real, as I have already said of the idea of cold. It is likewise clear and distinct in the highest degree, since whatever the mind clearly and distinctly conceives as real or true, and as implying any perfection, is contained entire in this idea. And this is true, nevertheless, although I do not comprehend the infinite, and although there may be in God an infinity of things that I cannot comprehend, nor perhaps even compass by thought in any way, for it is of the nature of the infinite that it should not be comprehended by the finite, and it is enough that I rightly understand this, and judge that all which I clearly perceive, and in which I know there is some perfection, and perhaps also an infinity of properties of which I am ignorant, are formally or eminently in God, in order that the idea I have of Him may become the most true, clear, and distinct of all the ideas in my mind. But perhaps I am something more than I suppose myself to be, and it may be that all those perfections which I attribute to God, in some way exist potentially in me, although they do not yet show themselves, and are not reduced to act. Indeed, I am already conscious that my knowledge is being increased and perfected by degrees, and I see nothing to prevent it from thus gradually increasing to infinity, nor any reason why, after such increase and perfection, I should not be able thereby to acquire all the other perfections of the divine nature, nor, in fine, why the power I Chapter 461 possess of acquiring those perfections, if it really now exists in me, should not be sufficient to produce the ideas of them. Yet, on looking more closely into the matter, I discover that this cannot be, for, in the first place, although it were true that my knowledge daily acquired new degrees of perfection, and although there were potentially in my nature much that was not as yet actually in it, still all these excellences make not the slightest approach to the idea I have of God, in whom there is no perfection merely potentially, but rather all actually existent, for it is even an unmistakable token of imperfection in my knowledge, that it is augmented by degrees. Further, although my knowledge increase more and more, nevertheless I am not, therefore, induced to think that it will ever be actually infinite, since it can never reach that point beyond which it shall be incapable of further increase. But I conceive God as actually infinite, so that nothing can be added to his perfection. And, in fine, I readily perceive that the objective being of an idea cannot be produced by a being that is merely potentially existent, which, properly speaking, is nothing, but only by a being existing formally or actually. And, truly, I see nothing in all that I have now said which it is not easy for anyone, who shall carefully consider it, to discern by the natural light, but when I allow my attention in some degree to relax, the vision of my mind being obscured, and, as it were, blinded by the images of sensible objects, I do not readily remember the reason why the idea of a being more perfect than myself must of necessity have proceeded from a being in reality more perfect. On this account I am here desirous to inquire further whether I, who possess this idea of God, could exist supposing there were no God. And I ask, from whom could I, in that case, derive my existence? Perhaps from myself, or from my parents, or from some other causes less perfect than God, for anything more perfect, or even equal to God, cannot be thought or imagined. But if I were independent of every other existence, and were myself the author of my being, I should doubt of nothing, I should desire nothing, and, in fine, no perfection would be lacking to me, for I should have bestowed upon myself every perfection of which I possess the idea, and I should thus be God. And it must not be imagined that what is now wanting to me is perhaps of more difficult acquisition than that of which I am already possessed, for, on the contrary, it is quite manifest that it was a matter of much higher difficulty that I, a thinking being, should arise from nothing, than it would be for me to acquire the knowledge of many things of which I am ignorant, and which are merely the accidents of a thinking substance, and certainly, if I possessed of myself the greater perfection of which I have now spoken, in other words, if I were the author of my own existence, I would not at least have denied to myself things that may be more easily obtained, as that infinite variety of knowledge of which I am at present destitute. I could not, indeed, have denied to myself any property which I perceive is contained in the idea of God, because there is none of these that seems to me to be more difficult to make or acquire, and if there were any that should happen to be more difficult to acquire, they would certainly appear so to me, supposing that I myself were the source of the other things I possess, because I should discover in them a limit to my power. And though I were to suppose that I always was as I now am, I should not, on this ground, escape the force of these reasonings, since it would not follow, even on this supposition, that no author of my existence needed to be sought after, for the whole time of my life may 62 be divided into an infinity of parts, each of which is in no way dependent on any other, and accordingly, because I was in existence a short time ago, it does not follow that I must now exist, unless in this moment some cause create me anew as it were, that is, conserve me. In truth, it is perfectly clear and evident to all who will attentively consider the nature of duration, that the conservation of a substance, in each moment of its duration, requires the same power and act that would be necessary to create it, supposing it were not yet in existence, so that it is manifestly a dictate of the natural light that conservation and creation differ merely in respect of our mode of thinking and not in reality. All that is here required, therefore, is that I interrogate myself to discover whether I possess any power by means of which I can bring it about that I, who now am, shall exist a moment afterward, for since I am merely a thinking thing, or since, at least, the precise question, in the meantime, is only of that part of myself, if such a power resided in me, I should, without doubt, be conscious of it, but I am conscious of no such power, and thereby I manifestly know that I am dependent upon some being different from myself. But perhaps the being upon whom I am dependent is not God, and I have been produced either by my parents, or by some causes less perfect than God. This cannot be, for, as I before said, it is perfectly evident that there must at least be as much reality in the cause as in its effect, and accordingly, since I am a thinking thing and possess in myself an idea of God, whatever in the end be the cause of my existence, it must of necessity be admitted that it is likewise a thinking being, and that it possesses in itself the idea and all the perfections I attribute to God. Then it may again be inquired whether this cause owes its origin and existence to itself, or to some other cause. For if it be self-existent, it follows, from what I have before laid down, that this cause is God, for, since it possesses the perfection of self-existence, it must likewise, without doubt, have the power of actually possessing every perfection of which it has the idea. In other words, all the perfections I conceive to belong to God. But if it owe its existence to another cause than itself, we demand again, for a similar reason, whether this second cause exists of itself or through some other, until, from stage to stage, we at length arrive at an ultimate cause, which will be God. And it is quite manifest that in this matter there can be no infinite regress of causes, seeing that the question raised respects not so much the cause which once produced me, as that by which I am at this present moment conserved. Nor can it be supposed that several causes concurred in my production, and that from one I received the idea of one of the perfections I attribute to God, and from another the idea of some other, and thus that all those perfections are indeed found somewhere in the universe, but do not all exist together in a single being who is God. For, on the contrary, the unity, the simplicity, or inseparability of all the properties of God, is one of the chief perfections I conceive him to possess, and the idea of this unity of all the perfections of God could certainly not be put into my mind by any cause from which I did not likewise receive the ideas of all the other perfections, for no power could enable me to embrace them in an inseparable unity, without at the same time giving me the knowledge of what they were and of their existence in a particular mode. Finally, with regard to my parents, from whom it appears I sprung, although all that I believed respecting them be true, it does not, nevertheless, follow that I am conserved by them, or even that I was produced by them, in so far as I am a thinking being. All. Chapter 463. That, at the most, they contributed to my origin was the giving of certain dispositions, modifications, to the matter in which I have hitherto judged that I or my mind, which is what alone I now consider to be myself, is enclosed, and thus there can here be no difficulty with respect to them, and it is absolutely necessary to conclude from this alone that I am, and possess the idea of a being absolutely perfect, that is, of God, that his existence is most clearly demonstrated. There remains only the inquiry as to the way in which I received this idea from God. For I have not drawn it from the senses, nor is it even presented to me unexpectedly. As is usual with the ideas of sensible objects, when these are presented or appear to be presented to the external organs of the senses, it is not even a pure production or fiction of my mind, for it is not in my power to take from or add to it, and consequently there but remains the alternative that it is innate, in the same way as is the idea of myself. And, in truth, it is not to be wondered at that God, at my creation, implanted this idea in me, that it might serve, as it were, for the mark of the workman impressed on his work, and it is not also necessary that the mark should be something different from the work itself, but considering only that God is my creator, it is highly probable that he in some way fashioned me after his own image and likeness, and that I perceive this likeness, in which is contained the idea of God, by the same faculty by which I apprehend myself, in other words, when I make myself the object of reflection. I not only find that I am an incomplete, imperfect, and dependent being, and one who unceasingly aspires after something better and greater than he is, but, at the same time, I am assured likewise that he upon whom I am dependent possesses in himself all the goods after which I aspire, and the ideas of which I find in my mind, and that not merely indefinitely and potentially, but infinitely and actually, and that he is thus God. And the whole force of the argument of which I have here availed myself to establish the existence of God, consists in this, that I perceive I could not possibly be of such a nature as I am, and yet have in my mind the idea of a God, if God did not in reality exist. This same God, I say, whose idea is in my mind, that is, a being who possesses all those lofty perfections, of which the mind may have some slight conception, without, however, being able fully to comprehend them, and who is wholly superior to all defect, and has nothing that marks imperfection, whence it is sufficiently manifest that he cannot be a deceiver, since it is a dictate of the natural light that all fraud and deception spring from some defect. But before I examine this with more attention, and pass on to the consideration of other truths that may be evolved out of it, I think it proper to remain here for some time in the contemplation of God Himself, that I may ponder at leisure His marvelous attributes, and behold, admire, and adore the beauty of this light so unspeakably great, as far, at least, as the strength of my mind, which is to some degree dazzled by the sight, will permit. For just as we learn by faith that the supreme felicity of another life consists in the contemplation of the divine majesty alone, so even now we learn from experience that a like meditation, though incomparably less perfect, is the source of the highest satisfaction of which we are susceptible in this life. 1. What are the three classes of ideas the meditator speaks of? Some ideas at least seem to be innate, others seem to be underscore 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 or underscore 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 underscore. 2. The main argument here shows that at least one idea has to fall into one of the three classes above. Which idea is it, and what class does it fall into? 64. 3. Descartes uses a causal principle here. The cause must have at least as much reality as the effect. What's the justification for this? 4. Applied to ideas, the principle says that there must be at least as much underscore 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 reality in the cause of an idea as there is underscore 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 in the idea itself. See the synopsis of this meditation for an example. Given this principle, what can we say about the idea of God? 5. Descartes gives a second argument for God's existence, based on the nature of time and his existence at this moment. How is Descartes' argument different from a traditional cosmological argument? Finally, do you think this is really an independent argument, or does it in some way rely on the argument from the idea of God? 4.4.5 Fourth Meditation, of Truth and Error. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. In the third meditation, of God, that He exists, page 55, the meditator tried to prove what we might call the epistemic principle, EP. Epistemic principle: everything, that is, every proposition, I clearly and distinctly perceive, that is, believe and thoroughly understand, is true. The meditator's overall argument for EP works roughly like this. Premise 1, I exist. Premise 2, God exists. Premise 3, God is not a underscore 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 underscore. Conclusion: the epistemic principle is true. This strategy creates a problem for the meditator, though. How can I ever make a mistake? This is just a special case of the problem of evil. If God is all-powerful and all-good, how can bad things happen to good people? The fourth meditation is devoted to answering this special case. I have been habituated these bygone days to detach my mind from the senses, and I have accurately observed that there is exceedingly little which is known with certainty respecting corporeal objects, that we know much more of the human mind, and still more of God Himself. I am thus able now without difficulty to abstract my mind from the contemplation of sensible or imaginable objects, and apply it to those which, as disengaged from all matter, are purely intelligible. And certainly the idea I have of the human mind in so far as it is a thinking thing, and not extended in length, breadth, and depth, and participating in none of the properties of body, is incomparably more distinct than the idea of any corporeal object, and when I consider that I doubt, in other words, that I am an incomplete and dependent being, the idea of a complete and independent being, that is to say of God, occurs to my mind with so much clearness and distinctness, and from the fact alone that this idea is found in me, or that I who possess it exist, the conclusions that God exists, and that my own existence, each moment of its continuance, is absolutely dependent upon Him, are so manifest. Chapter 465. As to lead me to believe it impossible that the human mind can know anything with more clearness and certitude. And now I seem to discover a path that will conduct us from the contemplation of the true God, in whom are contained all the treasures of science and wisdom, to the knowledge of the other things in the universe. For, in the first place, I discover that it is impossible for Him ever to deceive me, for in all fraud and deceit there is a certain imperfection, and although it may seem that the ability to deceive is a mark of subtlety or power, yet the will testifies without doubt of malice and weakness, and such, accordingly, cannot be found in God. In the next place, I am conscious that I possess a certain faculty of judging, or of discerning truth from error, which I doubtless received from God, along with whatever else is mine. And since it is impossible that He should will to deceive me, it is likewise certain that He has not given me a faculty that will ever lead me into error, provided I use it aright. And there would remain no doubt on this head, did it not seem to follow from this that I can never therefore be deceived, for if all I possess be from God, and if He planted in me no faculty that is deceitful, it seems to follow that I can never fall into error. Accordingly, it is true that when I think only of God, and turn wholly to Him, I discover in myself no cause of error or falsity, but immediately thereafter, recurring to myself, experience assures me that I am nevertheless subject to innumerable errors. When I come to inquire into the cause of these, I observe that there is not only present to my consciousness a real and positive idea of God, or of a being supremely perfect, but also, so to speak, a certain negative idea of nothing, in other words, of that which is at an infinite distance from every sort of perfection, and that I am, as it were, a mean between God and nothing, or placed in such a way between absolute existence and non-existence, that there is in truth nothing in me to lead me into error. In so far as an absolute being is my creator, but that, on the other hand, as I thus likewise participate in some degree of nothing or of non-being, in other words, as I am not myself the Supreme Being, and as I am wanting in many perfections, it is not surprising I should fall into error. And I hence discern that error, so far as error is not something real, which depends for its existence on God, but is simply defect, and therefore that, in order to fall into it, it is not necessary God should have given me a faculty expressly for this end, but that my being deceived arises from the circumstance that the power which God has given me of discerning truth from error is not infinite. Nevertheless, this is not yet quite satisfactory, for error is not a pure negation, in other words, it is not the simple deficiency or want of some knowledge which is not due, but the privation or want of some knowledge which it would seem I ought to possess. But, on considering the nature of God, it seems impossible that he should have planted in his creature any faculty not perfect in its kind, that is, wanting in some perfection due to it, for if it be true, that in proportion to the skill of the Maker the perfection of his work is greater, what thing can have been produced by the Supreme Creator of the universe that is not absolutely perfect in all its parts? And assuredly, there is no doubt that God could have created me such as that I should never be deceived. It is certain, likewise, that he always wills what is best. Is it better, then, that I should be capable of being deceived than that I should not? Considering this more attentively, the first thing that occurs to me is the reflection that I must not be surprised if I am not always capable of comprehending the reasons why. 66. God acts as he does, nor must I doubt of his existence because I find, perhaps, that there are several other things besides the present respecting which I understand neither why nor how they were created by him, for, knowing already that my nature is extremely weak and limited, and that the nature of God, on the other hand, is immense, incomprehensible, and infinite, I have no longer any difficulty in discerning that there is an infinity of things in his power whose causes transcend the grasp of my mind, and this consideration alone is sufficient to convince me that the whole class of final causes is of no avail in physical or natural things, for it appears to me that I cannot, without exposing myself to the charge of temerity, seek to discover the impenetrable ends of God. It further occurs to me that we must not consider only one creature apart from the others, if we wish to determine the perfection of the works of God, but generally all his creatures together, for the same object that might perhaps, with some show of reason, be deemed highly imperfect if it were alone in the world, may for all that be the most perfect possible, considered as forming part of the whole universe, and although, as it was my purpose to doubt of everything, I only as yet know with certainty my own existence and that of God, nevertheless, after having remarked the infinite power of God, I cannot deny that we may have produced many other objects, or at least that he is able to produce them, so that I may occupy a place in the relation of a part to the great whole of his creatures. Whereupon, regarding myself more closely, and considering what my errors are, which alone testify to the existence of imperfection in me, I observe that these depend on the concurrence of two causes, viz., the faculty of cognition, which I possess, and that of election or the power of free choice, in other words, the understanding and the will. For by the understanding alone, I neither affirm nor deny anything, but merely apprehend the ideas regarding which I may form a judgment, nor is any error, properly so called, found in it thus accurately taken. And although there are perhaps innumerable objects in the world of which I have no idea in my understanding, it cannot, on that account, be said that I am deprived of those ideas, as of something that is due to my nature, but simply that I do not possess them. Because, in truth, there is no ground to prove that Deity ought to have endowed me with a larger faculty of cognition than he has actually bestowed upon me, and however skillful a workman I suppose him to be, I have no reason, on that account, to think that it was obligatory on him to give to each of his works all the perfections he is able to bestow upon some. Nor, moreover, can I complain that God has not given me freedom of choice, or a will sufficiently ample and perfect, since, in truth, I am conscious of will so ample and extended as to be superior to all limits. And what appears to me here to be highly remarkable is that, of all the other properties I possess, there is none so great and perfect as that I do not clearly discern it could be still greater and more perfect. For, to take an example, if I consider the faculty of understanding which I possess, I find that it is of very small extent, and greatly limited, and at the same time I form the idea of another faculty of the same nature, much more ample and even infinite, and seeing that I can frame the idea of it, I discover, from this circumstance alone, that it pertains to the nature of God. In the same way, if I examine the faculty of memory or imagination, or any other faculty I possess, I find none that is not small and Chapter 467 circumscribed, and in God immense and infinite. It is the faculty of will only, or freedom of choice, which I experience to be so great that I am unable to conceive the idea of another that shall be more ample and extended, so that it is chiefly my will which leads me to discern that I bear a certain image and similitude of God. For although the faculty of will is incomparably greater in God than in myself, as well in respect of the knowledge and power that are conjoined with it, and that render it stronger and more efficacious, as in respect of the object, since in him it extends to a greater number of things, it does not, nevertheless, appear to me greater, considered in itself formally and precisely, for the power of will consists only in this, that we are able to do or not to do the same thing, that is, to affirm or deny, to pursue or shun it. Or rather in this alone, that in affirming or denying, pursuing or shunning, what is proposed to us by the understanding, we so act that we are not conscious of being determined to a particular action by any external force. For, to the possession of freedom, it is not necessary that I be alike indifferent toward each of two contraries. But, on the contrary, the more I am inclined toward the one, whether because I clearly know that in it there is the reason of truth and goodness, or because God thus internally disposes my thought, the more freely do I choose and embrace it, and assuredly divine grace and natural knowledge, very far from diminishing liberty, rather augment and fortify it. But the indifference of which I am conscious when I am not impelled to one side rather than to another for want of a reason, is the lowest grade of liberty, and manifests defect or negation of knowledge rather than perfection of will, for if I always clearly knew what was true and good, I should never have any difficulty in determining what judgment I ought to come to, and what choice I ought to make, and I should thus be entirely free without ever being indifferent. From all this I discover, however, that neither the power of willing, which I have received from God, is of itself the source of my errors, for it is exceedingly ample and perfect in its kind, nor even the power of understanding, for as I conceive no object, unless by means of the faculty that God bestowed upon me, all that I conceive is doubtless rightly conceived by me, and it is impossible for me to be deceived in it. Whence, then, spring my errors? They arise from this cause alone, that I do not restrain the will, which is of much wider range than the understanding, within the same limits, but extend it even to things I do not understand, and as the will is of itself indifferent to such, it readily falls into error and sin by choosing the false in room of the true, and evil instead of good. For example, when I lately considered whether anything really existed in the world, and found that because I considered this question, it very manifestly followed that I myself existed, I could not but judge that what I so clearly conceived was true, not that I was forced to this judgment by any external cause, but simply because great clearness of the understanding was succeeded by strong inclination in the will, and I believed this the more freely and spontaneously in proportion as I was less indifferent with respect to it. But now I not only know that I exist, insofar as I am a thinking being, but there is likewise presented to my mind a certain idea of corporeal nature, hence I am in doubt as to whether the thinking nature which is in me, or rather which I myself am, is different from that corporeal nature, or whether both are merely one and the same thing, and I here suppose that I am as yet ignorant of any reason that would determine me to adopt the one belief in preference to the other, whence it happens. 68. That it is a matter of perfect indifferency to me which of the two suppositions I affirm or deny, or whether I form any judgment at all in the matter. This indifference, moreover, extends not only to things of which the understanding has no knowledge at all, but in general also to all those which it does not discover with perfect clearness at the moment the will is deliberating upon them, for, however probable the conjectures may be that dispose me to form a judgment in a particular matter, the simple knowledge that these are merely conjectures, and not certain and indubitable reasons, is sufficient to lead me to form one that is directly the opposite. Of this I lately had abundant experience, when I laid aside as false all that I had before held for true, on the single ground that I could in some degree doubt of it. But if I abstain from judging of a thing when I do not conceive it with sufficient clearness and distinctness, it is plain that I act rightly, and am not deceived, but if I resolve to deny or affirm, I then do not make a right use of my free will, and if I affirm what is false, it is evident that I am deceived. Moreover, even although I judge according to truth, I stumble upon it by chance, and do not therefore escape the imputation of a wrong use of my freedom, for it is a dictate of the natural light, that the knowledge of the understanding ought always to precede the determination of the will. And it is this wrong use of the freedom of the will in which is found the privation that constitutes the form of error. Privation, I say, is found in the act, in so far as it proceeds from myself, but it does not exist in the faculty which I received from God, nor even in the act, in so far as it depends on Him, for I have assuredly no reason to complain that God has not given me a greater power of intelligence or more perfect natural light than He has actually bestowed, since it is of the nature of a finite understanding not to comprehend many things, and of the nature of a created understanding to be finite. On the contrary, I have every reason to render thanks to God, who owed me nothing, for having given me all the perfections I possess, and I should be far from thinking that He has unjustly deprived me of, or kept back, the other perfections which He has not bestowed upon me. I have no reason, moreover, to complain because He has given me a will more ample than my understanding, since, as the will consists only of a single element, and that indivisible, it would appear that this faculty is of such a nature that nothing could be taken from it without destroying it, and certainly, the more extensive it is, the more cause I have to thank the goodness of Him who bestowed it upon me. And, finally, I ought not also to complain that God concurs with me in forming the acts of this will, or the judgments in which I am deceived, because those acts are holy, true and good, in so far as they depend on God, and the ability to form them is a higher degree of perfection in my nature than the want of it would be. With regard to privation, in which alone consists the formal reason of error and sin, this does not require the concurrence of God, because it is not a thing, or an existence, and if it be referred to God as to its cause, it ought not to be called privation, but negation, according to the signification of these words in the schools. For in truth it is no imperfection in God that He has accorded to me the power of giving or withholding my assent from certain things of which He has not put a clear and distinct knowledge in my understanding, but it is doubtless an imperfection in me that I do not use my freedom aright, and readily give my judgment on matters which I only obscurely and confusedly conceive. Chapter 469. I perceive, nevertheless, that it was easy for God so to have constituted me as that I should never be deceived, although I still remained free and possessed of a limited knowledge, viz., by implanting in my understanding a clear and distinct knowledge of all the objects respecting which I should ever have to deliberate, or simply by so deeply engraving on my memory the resolution to judge of nothing without previously possessing a clear and distinct conception of it, that I should never forget it. And I easily understand that, in so far as I consider myself as a single whole, without reference to any other being in the universe, I should have been much more perfect than I now am, had God created me superior to error, but I cannot therefore deny that it is not somehow a greater perfection in the universe, that certain of its parts are not exempt from defect, as others are, than if they were all perfectly alike. And I have no right to complain because God, who placed me in the world, was not willing that I should sustain that character which of all others is the chief and most perfect. I have even good reason to remain satisfied on the ground that, if He has not given me the perfection of being superior to error by the first means I have pointed out above, which depends on a clear and evident knowledge of all the matters regarding which I can deliberate, He has at least left in my power the other means, which is, firmly to retain the resolution never to judge where the truth is not clearly known to me, for, although I am conscious of the weakness of not being able to keep my mind continually fixed on the same thought, I can nevertheless, by attentive and oft-repeated meditation, impress it so strongly on my memory that I shall never fail to recollect it as often as I require it, and I can acquire in this way the habitude of not erring. And since it is in being superior to error that the highest and chief perfection of man consists, I deem that I have not gained little by this day's meditation, in having discovered the source of error and falsity. And certainly this can be no other than what I have now explained, for as often as I so restrain my will within the limits of my knowledge, that it forms no judgment except regarding objects which are clearly and distinctly represented to it by the understanding, I can never be deceived, because every clear and distinct conception is doubtless something, and as such cannot owe its origin to nothing, but must of necessity have God for its author. God, I say, who, as supremely perfect, cannot, without a contradiction, be the cause of any error, and consequently it is necessary to conclude that every such conception or judgment is true. Nor have I merely learned today what I must avoid to escape error, but also what I must do to arrive at the knowledge of truth, for I will assuredly reach truth if I only fix my attention sufficiently on all the things I conceive perfectly, and separate these from others which I conceive more confusedly and obscurely, to which for the future I shall give diligent heed. 1. What is the main problem the meditator must answer here? 2. How does she answer it? 3. How can we avoid error? 70. 4.4.6 Fifth Meditation, of the essence of material things, and again, of God, that He exists. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. According to Descartes' essentialism, before we can close the book on skepticism about the external world, we have to know clearly and distinctly _____________. So that's what we'll achieve in this meditation. We'll also get a clearer understanding of the relationship between substance and essence, and another argument that God exists. Several other questions remain for consideration respecting the attributes of God and my own nature or mind. I will, however, on some other occasion perhaps resume the investigation of these. Meanwhile, as I have discovered what must be done and what avoided to arrive at the knowledge of truth, what I have chiefly to do is to essay to emerge from the state of doubt in which I have for some time been, and to discover whether anything can be known with certainty regarding material objects. But before considering whether such objects as I conceive exist without me, I must examine their ideas in so far as these are to be found in my consciousness, and discover which of them are distinct and which confused. In the first place, I distinctly imagine that quantity which the philosophers commonly call continuous, or the extension in length, breadth, and depth that is in this quantity, or rather in the object to which it is attributed. Further, I can enumerate in it many diverse parts, and attribute to each of these all sorts of sizes, figures, situations, and local motions, and, in fine, I can assign to each of these motions all degrees of duration. And I not only distinctly know these things when I thus consider them in general, but besides, by a little attention, I discover innumerable particulars respecting figures, numbers, motion, and the like, which are so evidently true, and so accordant with my nature, that when I now discover them I do not so much appear to learn anything new, as to call to remembrance what I before knew, or for the first time to remark what was before in my mind, but to which I had not hitherto directed my attention. And what I here find of most importance is, that I discover in my mind innumerable ideas of certain objects, which cannot be esteemed pure negations, although perhaps they possess no reality beyond my thought, and which are not framed by me, though it may be in my power to think, or not to think them, but possess true and immutable natures of their own. As, for example, when I imagine a triangle, although there is not perhaps and never was in any place in the universe apart from my thought one such figure, it remains true nevertheless that this figure possesses a certain determinate nature, form, or essence, which is immutable, and eternal, and not framed by me, nor in any degree dependent on my thought, as appears from the circumstance, that diverse properties of the triangle may be demonstrated, viz., that its 3 angles are equal to 2 right, that its greatest side is subtended by its greatest angle, and the like, which, whether I will or not, I now clearly discern to belong to it, although before I did not at all think of them, when, for the first time, I imagined a triangle, and which accordingly cannot be said to have been invented by me. Chapter 471. Nor is it a valid objection to allege that perhaps this idea of a triangle came into my mind by the medium of the senses, through my having seen bodies of a triangular figure, for I am able to form in thought an innumerable variety of figures with regard to which it cannot be supposed that they were ever objects of sense, and I can nevertheless demonstrate diverse properties of their nature no less than of the triangle, all of which are assuredly true since I clearly conceive them, and they are therefore something, and not mere negations, for it is highly evident that all that is true is something, truth being identical with existence, and I have already fully shown the truth of the principle, that whatever is clearly and distinctly known is true. And although this had not been demonstrated, yet the nature of my mind is such as to compel me to assert to what I clearly conceive while I so conceive it, and I recollect that even when I still strongly adhered to the objects of sense, I reckoned among the number of the most certain truths those I clearly conceived relating to figures, numbers, and other matters that pertain to arithmetic and geometry, and in general to the pure mathematics. But now if, because I can draw from my thought the idea of an object, it follows that all I clearly and distinctly apprehend to pertain to this object, does in truth belong to it. May I not from this derive an argument for the existence of God? It is certain that I no less find the idea of a God in my consciousness, that is the idea of a being supremely perfect, than that of any figure or number whatever, and I know with not less clearness and distinctness that an actual and eternal existence pertains to his nature, than that all which is demonstrable of any figure or number really belongs to the nature of that figure or number, and, therefore, although all the conclusions of the preceding meditations were false, the existence of God would pass with me for a truth, at least as certain as I ever judged any truth of mathematics to be, although indeed such a doctrine may at first sight appear to contain more sophistry than truth. For, as I have been accustomed in every other matter to distinguish between existence and essence, I easily believe that the existence can be separated from the essence of God, and that thus God may be conceived as not actually existing. But, nevertheless, when I think of it more attentively, it appears that the existence can no more be separated from the essence of God, than the idea of a mountain from that of a valley, or the equality of its 3 angles to 2 right angles, from the essence of a rectilineal triangle, so that it is not less impossible to conceive a God, that is, a being supremely perfect, to whom existence is wanting, or who is devoid of a certain perfection, than to conceive a mountain without a valley. But though, in truth, I cannot conceive a God unless as existing, any more than I can a mountain without a valley, yet, just as it does not follow that there is any mountain in the world merely because I conceive a mountain with a valley, so likewise, though I conceive God as existing, it does not seem to follow on that account that God exists. For my thought imposes no necessity on things, and as I may imagine a winged horse, though there be none such, so I could perhaps attribute existence to God, though no God existed. But the cases are not analogous, and a fallacy lurks under the semblance of this objection, for because I cannot conceive a mountain without a valley, it does not follow that there is any mountain or valley in existence, but simply that the mountain or valley, whether they do or do not exist, are inseparable from each other. Whereas, on the other hand, because I cannot conceive God unless as existing, it 72 follows that existence is inseparable from him, and therefore that he really exists, not that this is brought about by my thought, or that it imposes any necessity on things. But, on the contrary, the necessity which lies in the thing itself, that is, the necessity of the existence of God, determines me to think in this way, for it is not in my power to conceive a God without existence, that is, a being supremely perfect, and yet devoid of an absolute perfection, as I am free to imagine a horse with or without wings. nor must it be alleged here as an objection, that it is in truth necessary to admit that God exists, after having supposed him to possess all perfections, since existence is one of them, but that my original supposition was not necessary, just as it is not necessary to think that all quadrilateral figures can be inscribed in the circle, since, if I supposed this, I should be constrained to admit that the rhombus, being a figure of 4 sides, can be therein inscribed, which, however, is manifestly false. This objection is, I say, incompetent, for although it may not be necessary that I shall at any time entertain the notion of God, yet each time I happen to think of a first and sovereign being, and to draw, so to speak, the idea of him from the storehouse of the mind, I am necessitated to attribute to him all kinds of perfections, though I may not then enumerate them all, nor think of each of them in particular. And this necessity is sufficient, as soon as I discover that existence is a perfection, to cause me to infer the existence of this first and sovereign being, just as it is not necessary that I should ever imagine any triangle, but whenever I am desirous of considering a rectilineal figure composed of only 3 angles, it is absolutely necessary to attribute those properties to it from which it is correctly inferred that its 3 angles are not greater than 2 right angles, although perhaps I may not then advert to this relation in particular. But when I consider what figures are capable of being inscribed in the circle, it is by no means necessary to hold that all quadrilateral figures are of this number. On the contrary, I cannot even imagine such to be the case, so long as I shall be unwilling to accept in thought anything that I do not clearly and distinctly conceive, and consequently there is a vast difference between false suppositions, as is the one in question, and the true ideas that were born with me, the first and chief of which is the idea of God. For indeed I discern on many grounds that this idea is not factitious, depending simply on my thought, but that it is the representation of a true and immutable nature, in the first place because I can conceive no other being, except God, to whose essence existence necessarily pertains, in the second, because it is impossible to conceive 2 or more gods of this kind, and it being supposed that one such God exists, I clearly see that he must have existed from all eternity, and will exist to all eternity, and finally, because I apprehend many other properties in God, none of which I can either diminish or change. But, indeed, whatever mode of proof I in the end adopt, it always returns to this, that it is only the things I clearly and distinctly conceive which have the power of completely persuading me. And although, of the objects I conceive in this manner, some, indeed, are obvious to every one, while others are only discovered after close and careful investigation, nevertheless after they are once discovered, the latter are not esteemed less certain than the former. Thus, for example, to take the case of a right-angled triangle, although it is not so manifest at first that the square of the base is equal to the squares of the other 2 sides, as that the base is opposite to the greatest angle, nevertheless, after it is once apprehended, we are as firmly persuaded Chapter 473. Of the truth of the former as of the latter. And, with respect to God, if I were not occupied by prejudices, and my thought beset on all sides by the continual presence of the images of sensible objects, I should know nothing sooner or more easily than the fact of his being. For is there any truth more clear than the existence of a supreme being, or of God, seeing it is to his essence alone that necessary and eternal existence pertains? And although the right conception of this truth has cost me much close thinking, nevertheless at present I feel not only as assured of it as of what I deem most certain, but I remark further that the certitude of all other truths is so absolutely dependent on it, that without this knowledge it is impossible ever to know anything perfectly. For although I am of such a nature as to be unable, while I possess a very clear and distinct apprehension of a matter, to resist the conviction of its truth, yet because my constitution is also such as to incapacitate me from keeping my mind continually fixed on the same object, and as I frequently recollect a past judgment without at the same time being able to recall the grounds of it, it may happen meanwhile that other reasons are presented to me which would readily cause me to change my opinion, if I did not know that God existed, and thus I should possess no true and certain knowledge, but merely vague and vacillating opinions. Thus, for example, when I consider the nature of the rectilineal triangle, it most clearly appears to me, who have been instructed in the principles of geometry, that its 3 angles are equal to 2 right angles, and I find it impossible to believe otherwise, while I apply my mind to the demonstration, but as soon as I cease from attending to the process of proof, although I still remember that I had a clear comprehension of it, yet I may readily come to doubt of the truth demonstrated, if I do not know that there is a God, for I may persuade myself that I have been so constituted by nature as to be sometimes deceived, even in matters which I think I apprehend with the greatest evidence and certitude, especially when I recollect that I frequently considered many things to be true and certain which other reasons afterward constrained me to reckon as wholly false. But after I have discovered that God exists, seeing I also at the same time observed that all things depend on him, and that he is no deceiver, and thence inferred that all which I clearly and distinctly perceive is of necessity true, although I no longer attend to the grounds of a judgment, no opposite reason can be alleged sufficient to lead me to doubt of its truth, provided only I remember that I once possessed a clear and distinct comprehension of it. My knowledge of it thus becomes true and certain, and this same knowledge extends likewise to whatever I remember to have formerly demonstrated, as the truths of geometry and the like, for what can be alleged against them to lead me to doubt of them? Will it be that my nature is such that I may be frequently deceived? But I already know that I cannot be deceived in judgments of the grounds of which I possess a clear knowledge. Will it be that I formerly deemed things to be true and certain which I afterward discovered to be false? But I had no clear and distinct knowledge of any of those things, and, being as yet ignorant of the rule by which I am assured of the truth of a judgment, I was led to give my assent to them on grounds which I afterward discovered were less strong than at the time I imagined them to be. What further objection, then, is there? Will it be said that perhaps I am dreaming, an objection I lately myself raised, or that all the thoughts of which I am now conscious have no more truth? 74. Than the reveries of my dreams? But although, in truth, I should be dreaming, the rule still holds that all which is clearly presented to my intellect is indisputably true. And thus I very clearly see that the certitude and truth of all science depends on the knowledge alone of the true God, insomuch that, before I knew him, I could have no perfect knowledge of any other thing. And now that I know him, I possess the means of acquiring a perfect knowledge respecting innumerable matters, as well relative to God himself and other intellectual objects as to corporeal nature, insofar as it is the object of pure mathematics, which do not consider whether it exists or not. 1. What is Descartes' second argument for the existence of God? 2. What advantages does it have over a posteriori arguments? 3. Why couldn't the meditator give an a posteriori argument, like the argument for design? 4. What key presupposition, S, does the ontological argument make? 4.4.76 Meditation, of the existence of material things, and of the real distinction between the mind and body of man. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. There now only remains the inquiry as to whether material things exist. With regard to this question, I at least know with certainty that such things may exist, in as far as they constitute the object of the pure mathematics, since, regarding them in this aspect, I can conceive them clearly and distinctly. For there can be no doubt that God possesses the power of producing all the objects I am able distinctly to conceive, and I never considered anything impossible to him, unless when I experienced a contradiction in the attempt to conceive it aright. Further, the faculty of imagination, which I possess, and of which I am conscious that I make use when I apply myself to the consideration of material things, is sufficient to persuade me of their existence. For, when I attentively consider what imagination is, I find that it is simply a certain application of the cognitive faculty, facultas cognoscitiva, to a body which is immediately present to it, and which therefore exists. And to render this quite clear, I remark, in the first place, the difference that subsists between imagination and pure intellection, or conception. For example, when I imagine a triangle, I not only conceive that it is a figure comprehended by 3 lines, but at the same time also I look upon these 3 lines as present by the power and internal application of my mind, and this is what I call imagining. But if I desire to think of a chiliogone, I indeed rightly conceive that it is a figure composed of 1,000 sides, as easily as I conceive that a triangle is a figure composed of only 3 sides. But I cannot imagine the 1,000 sides of a chiliogone as I do the 3 sides of a triangle, nor, so to speak, view them as present. And although, in accordance with the habit I have of always imagining something when I think of corporeal things, it may happen that, in conceiving a chiliogone, I confusedly represent some figure to myself. Yet it is quite evident that this is not a chiliogone, since it in no wise differs from that which I would represent to myself, if I were to think of a myriogone, or any other figure of many sides, nor would this representation be of any use in discovering. End. Chapter 475. Unfolding the properties that constitute the difference between a chiliogone and other polygons. But if the question turns on a pentagon, it is quite true that I can conceive its figure, as well as that of a chiliogone, without the aid of imagination, but I can likewise imagine it by applying the attention of my mind to its 5 sides, and at the same time to the area which they contain. Thus I observe that a special effort of mind is necessary to the act of imagination, which is not required to conceiving or understanding, and this special exertion of mind clearly shows the difference between imagination and pure intellection. I remark, besides, that this power of imagination which I possess, in as far as it differs from the power of conceiving, is in no way necessary to my nature or essence, that is, to the essence of my mind, for although I did not possess it, I should still remain the same that I now am, from which it seems we may conclude that it depends on something different from the mind. And I easily understand that, if some body exists, with which my mind is so conjoined and united as to be able, as it were, to consider it when it chooses, it may thus imagine corporeal objects, so that this mode of thinking differs from pure intellection only in this respect, that the mind in conceiving turns in some way upon itself, and considers some one of the ideas it possesses within itself, but in imagining it turns toward the body, and contemplates in it some object conformed to the idea which it either of itself conceived or apprehended by sense. I easily understand, I say, that imagination may be thus formed, if it is true that there are bodies, and because I find no other obvious mode of explaining it, I thence, with probability, conjecture that they exist, but only with probability, and although I carefully examine all things, nevertheless I do not find that, from the distinct idea of corporeal nature I have in my imagination, I can necessarily infer the existence of any body. But I am accustomed to imagine many other objects besides that corporeal nature, which is the object of the pure mathematics, as, for example, colors, sounds, tastes, pain, and the like, although with less distinctness, and, inasmuch as I perceive these objects much better by the senses, through the medium of which and of memory they seem to have reached the imagination, I believe that, in order the more advantageously to examine them, it is proper I should at the same time examine what sense perception is, and inquire whether from those ideas that are apprehended by this mode of thinking consciousness, I cannot obtain a certain proof of the existence of corporeal objects. And, in the first place, I will recall to my mind the things I have hitherto held as true, because perceived by the senses, and the foundations upon which my belief in their truth rested, I will, in the second place, examine the reasons that afterward constrained me to doubt of them, and, finally, I will consider what of them I ought now to believe. First, then, I perceived that I had a head, hands, feet, and other members composing that body which I considered as part, or perhaps even as the whole, of myself. I perceived further, that that body was placed among many others, by which it was capable of being affected in diverse ways, both beneficial and hurtful, and what was beneficial I remarked by a certain sensation of pleasure, and what was hurtful by a sensation of pain. And besides this pleasure and pain, I was likewise conscious of hunger, thirst, and other appetites, as well as certain corporeal inclinations toward joy. 76. Sadness, anger, and similar passions. And, out of myself, besides the extension, figure, and motions of bodies, I likewise perceived in them hardness, heat, and the other tactile qualities, and, in addition, light, colors, odors, tastes, and sounds, the variety of which gave me the means of distinguishing the sky, the earth, the sea, and generally all the other bodies, from one another. And certainly, considering the ideas of all these qualities, which were presented to my mind, and which alone I properly and immediately perceived, it was not without reason that I thought I perceived certain objects wholly different from my thought, namely, bodies from which those ideas proceeded, for I was conscious that the ideas were presented to me without my consent being required, so that I could not perceive any object, however desirous I might be, unless it were present to the organ of sense. And it was wholly out of my power not to perceive it when it was thus present. And because the ideas I perceived by the senses were much more lively and clear, and even, in their own way, more distinct than any of those I could of myself frame by meditation, or which I found impressed on my memory, it seemed that they could not have proceeded from myself, and must therefore have been caused in me by some other objects, and as of those objects I had no knowledge beyond what the ideas themselves gave me, nothing was so likely to occur to my mind as the supposition that the objects were similar to the ideas which they caused. And because I recollected also that I had formerly trusted to the senses, rather than to reason, and that the ideas which I myself formed were not so clear as those I perceived by sense, and that they were even for the most part composed of parts of the latter, I was readily persuaded that I had no idea in my intellect which had not formerly passed through the senses. Nor was I altogether wrong in likewise believing that that body which, by a special right, I called my own, pertained to me more properly and strictly than any of the others, for in truth, I could never be separated from it as from other bodies, I felt in it. And on account of it all my appetites and affections, and in fine I was affected in its parts by pain and the titillation of pleasure, and not in the parts of the other bodies that were separated from it. But when I inquired into the reason why, from this I know not what sensation of pain, sadness of mind should follow, and why from the sensation of pleasure, joy should arise, or why this indescribable twitching of the stomach, which I call hunger, should put me in mind of taking food, and the parchedness of the throat of drink, and so in other cases, I was unable to give any explanation, unless that I was so taught by nature, for there is assuredly no affinity, at least none that I am able to comprehend, between this irritation of the stomach and the desire of food, any more than between the perception of an object that causes pain and the consciousness of sadness which springs from the perception. And in the same way it seemed to me that all the other judgments I had formed regarding the objects of sense were dictates of nature, because I remarked that those judgments were formed in me before I had leisure to weigh and consider the reasons that might constrain me to form them. But, afterward, a wide experience by degrees sapped the faith I had reposed in my senses, for I frequently observed that towers, which at a distance seemed round, appeared square, when more closely viewed, and that colossal figures, raised on the chapter 477 summits of these towers, looked like small statues, when viewed from the bottom of them, and, in other instances without number, I also discovered error in judgments founded on the external senses, and not only in those founded on the external, but even in those that rested on the internal senses, for is there anything more internal than pain? And yet I have sometimes been informed by parties whose arm or leg had been amputated, that they still occasionally seemed to feel pain in that part of the body which they had lost, a circumstance that led me to think that I could not be quite certain even that any one of my members was affected when I felt pain in it. And to these grounds of doubt I shortly afterward also added two others of very wide generality. The first of them was that I believed I never perceived anything when awake, which I could not occasionally think I also perceived when asleep, and as I do not believe that the ideas I seem to perceive in my sleep proceed from objects external to me, I did not any more observe any ground for believing this of such as I seem to perceive when awake. The second was that, since I was as yet ignorant of the author of my being, or at least supposed myself to be so, I saw nothing to prevent my having been so constituted by nature as that I should be deceived even in matters that appeared to me to possess the greatest truth. And, with respect to the grounds on which I had before been persuaded of the existence of sensible objects, I had no great difficulty in finding suitable answers to them, for as nature seemed to incline me to many things from which reason made me averse, I thought that I ought not to confide much in its teachings. And although the perceptions of the senses were not dependent on my will, I did not think that I ought on that ground to conclude that they proceeded from things different from myself, since perhaps there might be found in me some faculty, though hitherto unknown to me, which produced them. But now that I begin to know myself better, and to discover more clearly the author of my being, I do not, indeed, think that I ought rashly to admit all which the senses seem to teach, nor, on the other hand, is it my conviction that I ought to doubt in general of their teachings. And, first, because I know that all which I clearly and distinctly conceive can be produced by God exactly as I conceive it, it is sufficient that I am able clearly and distinctly to conceive one thing apart from another, in order to be certain that the one is different from the other, seeing they may at least be made to exist separately, by the omnipotence of God, and it matters not by what power this separation is made, in order to be compelled to judge them different, and, therefore, merely because I know with certitude that I exist, and because, in the meantime, I do not observe that anything necessarily belongs to my nature or essence beyond my being a thinking thing, I rightly conclude that my essence consists only in my being a thinking thing, a substance whose whole essence or nature is merely thinking. And although I may, or rather, as I will shortly say, although I certainly do possess a body with which I am very closely conjoined, nevertheless, because, on the one hand, I have a clear and distinct idea of myself, in as far as I am only a thinking and unextended thing, and as, on the other hand, I possess a distinct idea of body, in as far as it is only an extended and unthinking thing, it is certain that I am entirely and truly distinct from my body, and may exist without it. 78. Moreover, I find in myself diverse faculties of thinking that have each their special mode. For example, I find I possess the faculties of imagining and perceiving, without which I can indeed clearly and distinctly conceive myself as entire, but I cannot reciprocally conceive them without conceiving myself, that is to say, without an intelligent substance in which they reside, for, in the notion we have of them, or to use the terms of the schools, in their formal concept, they comprise some sort of intellection, whence I perceive that they are distinct from myself as modes are from things. I remark likewise certain other faculties, as the power of changing place, of assuming diverse figures, and the like, that cannot be conceived and cannot therefore exist, any more than the preceding, apart from a substance in which they inhere. It is very evident, however, that these faculties, if they really exist, must belong to some corporeal or extended substance, since in their clear and distinct concept there is contained some sort of extension, but no intellection at all. Further, I cannot doubt but that there is in me a certain passive faculty of perception, that is, of receiving and taking knowledge of the ideas of sensible things, but this would be useless to me, if there did not also exist in me, or in some other thing, another active faculty capable of forming and producing those ideas. But this active faculty cannot be in me, in as far as I am but a thinking thing, seeing that it does not presuppose thought, and also that those ideas are frequently produced in my mind without my contributing to it in any way, and even frequently contrary to my will. This faculty must therefore exist in some substance different from me, in which all the objective reality of the ideas that are produced by this faculty is contained formally or eminently, as I before remarked, and this substance is either a body, that is to say, a corporeal nature in which is contained formally, and in effect, all that is objectively and by representation, in those ideas, or it is God himself, or some other creature, of a rank superior to body, in which the same is contained eminently. But as God is no deceiver, it is manifest that he does not of himself and immediately communicate those ideas to me, nor even by the intervention of any creature in which their objective reality is not formally, but only eminently, contained. For as he has given me no faculty whereby I can discover this to be the case, but, on the contrary, a very strong inclination to believe that those ideas arise from corporeal objects, I do not see how he could be vindicated from the charge of deceit, if in truth they proceeded from any other source, or were produced by other causes than corporeal things, and accordingly it must be concluded, that corporeal objects exist. Nevertheless, they are not perhaps exactly such as we perceive by the senses, for their comprehension by the senses is, in many instances, very obscure and confused, but it is at least necessary to admit that all which I clearly and distinctly conceive as in them, that is, generally speaking, all that is comprehended in the object of speculative geometry, really exists external to me. But with respect to other things which are either only particular, as, for example, that the sun is of such a size and figure, etc., or are conceived with less clearness and distinctness, as light, sound, pain, and the like, although they are highly dubious and uncertain, nevertheless on the ground alone that God is no deceiver, and that consequently he has permitted no falsity in my opinions which he has not likewise given me a faculty of correcting, I think I may with safety conclude that I possess in myself the means of arriving at the truth. And, in the first place, it cannot be doubted that in each of the dictates of nature there is some truth, for by nature, considered in Chapter 479, General, I now understand nothing more than God himself, or the order and disposition established by God in created things, and by my nature in particular I understand the assemblage of all that God has given me. But there is nothing which that nature teaches me more expressly or more sensibly than that I have a body which is ill affected when I feel pain, and stands in need of food and drink when I experience the sensations of hunger and thirst, etc. And therefore I ought not to doubt but that there is some truth in these informations. Nature likewise teaches me by these sensations of pain, hunger, thirst, etc., that I am not only lodged in my body as a pilot in a vessel, but that I am besides so intimately conjoined, and as it were intermixed with it, that my mind and body compose a certain unity. For if this were not the case, I should not feel pain when my body is hurt, seeing I am merely a thinking thing, but should perceive the wound by the understanding alone, just as a pilot perceives by sight when any part of his vessel is damaged, and when my body has need of food or drink, I should have a clear knowledge of this, and not be made aware of it by the confused sensations of hunger and thirst, for, in truth, all these sensations of hunger, thirst, pain, etc., are nothing more than certain confused modes of thinking, arising from the union and apparent fusion of mind and body. Besides this, nature teaches me that my own body is surrounded by many other bodies, some of which I have to seek after, and others to shun. And indeed, as I perceive different sorts of colors, sounds, odors, tastes, heat, hardness, etc., I safely conclude that there are in the bodies from which the diverse perceptions of the senses proceed, certain varieties corresponding to them, although, perhaps, not in reality like them, and since, among these diverse perceptions of the senses, some are agreeable, and others disagreeable, there can be no doubt that my body, or rather my entire self, in as far as I am composed of body and mind, may be variously affected, both beneficially and hurtfully, by surrounding bodies. But there are many other beliefs which, though seemingly the teaching of nature, are not in reality so, but which obtained a place in my mind through a habit of judging inconsiderately of things. It may thus easily happen that such judgments shall contain error, thus, for example, the opinion I have that all space in which there is nothing to affect my senses is void, that in a hot body there is something in every respect similar to the idea of heat in my mind, that in a white or green body there is the same whiteness or greenness which I perceive, that in a bitter or sweet body there is the same taste, and so in other instances, that the stars, towers, and all distant bodies, are of the same size and figure as they appear to our eyes, etc. But that I may avoid everything like indistinctness of conception, I must accurately define what I properly understand by being taught by nature. For nature is here taken in a narrower sense than when it signifies the sum of all the things which God has given me, seeing that in that meaning the notion comprehends much that belongs only to the mind, to which I am not here to be understood as referring when I use the term nature, as, for example, the notion I have of the truth, that what is done cannot be undone, and all the other truths I discern by the natural light without the aid of the body, and seeing that it comprehends likewise much besides that belongs only to body, and is not here any more contained under the name nature, as the quality of heaviness, and the like, of which I do not speak, the term being reserved exclusively to 80. Designate the things which God has given to me as a being composed of mind and body. But nature, taking the term in the sense explained, teaches me to shun what causes in me the sensation of pain, and to pursue what affords me the sensation of pleasure, and other things of this sort, but I do not discover that it teaches me, in addition to this, from these diverse perceptions of the senses, to draw any conclusions respecting external objects without a previous careful and mature consideration of them by the mind, for it is, as appears to me, the office of the mind alone, and not of the composite whole of mind and body, to discern the truth in those matters. Thus, although the impression a star makes on my eye is not larger than that from the flame of a candle, I do not, nevertheless, experience any real or positive impulse determining me to believe that the star is not greater than the flame, the true account of the matter being merely that I have so judged from my youth without any rational ground. And, though on approaching the fire I feel heat, and even pain on approaching it too closely, I have, however, from this no ground for holding that something resembling the heat I feel is in the fire, any more than that there is something similar to the pain. All that I have ground for believing is, that there is something in it, whatever it may be, which excites in me those sensations of heat or pain. So also, although there are spaces in which I find nothing to excite and affect my senses, I must not therefore conclude that those spaces contain in them no body, for I see that in this, as in many other similar matters, I have been accustomed to pervert the order of nature, because these perceptions of the senses, although given me by nature merely to signify to my mind what things are beneficial and hurtful to the composite whole of which it is a part, and being sufficiently clear and distinct for that purpose, are nevertheless used by me as infallible rules by which to determine immediately the essence of the bodies that exist out of me, of which they can of course afford me only the most obscure and confused knowledge. It is quite manifest that, notwithstanding the sovereign goodness of God, the nature of man, in so far as it is composed of mind and body, cannot but be sometimes misleading. For, if there is any cause which excites, not in the foot, but in some one of the parts of the nerves that stretch from the foot to the brain, or even in the brain itself, the same movement that is ordinarily created when the foot is ill affected, pain will be felt, as it were, in the foot, and the senses will thus be naturally deceived, for as the same movement in the brain can but impress the mind with the same sensation, and as this sensation is much more frequently excited by a cause which hurts the foot than by one acting in a different quarter, it is reasonable that it should lead the mind to feel pain in the foot rather than in any other part of the body. And if it sometimes happens that the parchedness of the throat does not arise, as is usual, from drink being necessary for the health of the body, but from quite the opposite cause, as is the case with the dropsical, yet it is much better that it should be deceitful in that instance, than if, on the contrary, it were continually fallacious when the body is well disposed, and the same holds true in other cases. And certainly this consideration is of great service, not only in enabling me to recognize the errors to which my nature is liable, but likewise in rendering it more easy to avoid or correct them, for, knowing that all my senses more usually indicate to me what is true than what is false, in matters relating to the advantage of the body. Chapter 481. And being able almost always to make use of more than a single sense in examining the same object, and besides this, being able to use my memory in connecting present with past knowledge, and my understanding which has already discovered all the causes of my errors, I ought no longer to fear that falsity may be met with in what is daily presented to me by the senses. And I ought to reject all the doubts of those bygone days, as hyperbolical and ridiculous, especially the general uncertainty respecting sleep, which I could not distinguish from the waking state, for I now find a very marked difference between the two states, in respect that our memory can never connect our dreams with each other and with the course of life, in the way it is in the habit of doing with events that occur when we are awake. And, in truth, if someone, when I am awake, appeared to me all of a sudden and as suddenly disappeared, as do the images I see in sleep, so that I could not observe either whence he came or whither he went, I should not without reason esteem it either a spectre or phantom formed in my brain, rather than a real man. but when I perceive objects with regard to which I can distinctly determine both the place whence they come, and that in which they are, and the time at which they appear to me, and when, without interruption, I can connect the perception I have of them with the whole of the other parts of my life, I am perfectly sure that what I thus perceive occurs while I am awake and not during sleep. And I ought not in the least degree to doubt of the truth of these presentations. If, after having called together all my senses, my memory, and my understanding for the purpose of examining them, no deliverance is given by any one of these faculties, which is repugnant to that of any other, for since God is no deceiver, it necessarily follows that I am not herein deceived. But because the necessities of action frequently oblige us to come to a determination before we have had leisure for so careful an examination, it must be confessed that the life of man is frequently obnoxious to error with respect to individual objects, and we must, in conclusion, acknowledge the weakness of our nature. Descartes believes that, in addition to sensation and imagination, minds have an intellect which does not depend on these other faculties. What is his argument for this? In this meditation, Descartes gives his famous modal argument for the real distinction between mind and body. It's in the paragraph that starts and, firstly, because I know that all which I clearly and distinctly conceive. First, have a look at the selections from the principles above. What is a real distinction? A and B are really distinct when and only when underscore 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 underscore. So the conclusion of Descartes' argument is not that mind and body do exist separately, but only that underscore 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 underscore. Similarly, water and dirt are really distinct, even when they combine to form mud. Reconstruct Descartes' argument. Premise 1. Everything I clearly and distinctly conceive is underscore 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 underscore. Premise 2. I can clearly and distinctly conceive of underscore 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 and underscore 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 underscore. Conclusion: mind and body are really distinct substances, that is, underscore 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 underscore. 3. The meditator has finally gotten her world back. She now has an argument to prove that there is an external world. 82. To which of the skeptical arguments in Meditation 1 is this a reply? Reconstruct the argument in your own way. 4.4.8 Objections and replies to the meditations. 4.4.8.1 Antoine Arnaud's objection to the argument for the real distinction and Descartes' reply. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0 Antoine Arnauld. I can't see anywhere in the entire work an argument that could serve to prove this claim, apart from what is laid down at the start. This isn't an exact quotation from the Meditations. I can deny that any body exists, or that anything is extended, but while I am thus denying, or thinking, it goes on being certain to me that I exist. Thus, I am a thinking thing, not a body, and body doesn't come into the knowledge I have of myself. But so far as I can see, all that follows from this is that I can obtain some knowledge of myself without knowledge of the body. But it isn't clear to me that this knowledge is complete and adequate, enabling me to be certain that I'm not mistaken in excluding body from my essence. I'll explain through an example. Suppose someone knows for certain that the angle in a semicircle is a right angle, and thus that this angle and the diameter of the circle form a right-angled triangle. In spite of knowing this, he may doubt, or not yet have grasped for certain, that the square on the hypotenuse equals the sum of the squares on the other two sides. Indeed, he may even deny this if he has been misled by some fallacy. For brevity's sake, I'll express this as the triangles having the property P. But now, if he argues in the same way that Descartes does, he may appear to have confirmation of his false belief, as follows. I vividly and clearly perceive that the triangle is right-angled, but I doubt that it has the property P, therefore it doesn't belong to the essence of the triangle that it has the property P. Again, even if I deny that the square on the hypotenuse equals the sum of the squares on the other two sides, I still remain sure that the triangle is right-angled. My mind retains the vivid and clear knowledge that one of its angles is a right angle. And given that this is so, not even God could bring it about that the triangle is not right-angled. Therefore, I might argue, the property P that I can doubt, or indeed that I can remove while leaving my idea of the triangle intact, doesn't belong to the essence of the triangle. Now look again at what Descartes says. I know that if I have a vivid and clear thought of something, God could have created it in a way that exactly corresponds to my thought. So the fact that I can vividly and clearly think of one thing apart from another assures me that the two things are distinct from one another, since they can be separated by God. I vividly and clearly understand that this triangle is right-angled, without understanding that the triangle has the property P. It follows, on Descartes' pattern. Chapter 483 of Reasoning, that